USS Gerald Ford, that massive aircraft carrier which arrived to the area overnight. And this is the statement that came. Israeli residents, Israeli citizens woke up this morning just about 45 minutes ago to the sound of sirens. Initially, you don't know if the sirens mean that missiles are incoming or something else. Then we all got messages to our cell phones indicating that these sirens are to create the alert, create the awareness along the entire population that an Israeli strike in Iran has begun, and there are expectations for an Iranian retaliation of some kind to happen in the coming time. We don't know if it may take minutes, hours, days. The only thing we can count on is what happened last June, when it took Iran about 24 hours or so to retaliate, but the retaliation was quite strong. It may happen now. Of course, things are different, as Israel is not the only one participating. As we mentioned, the United States also taking part in this attack, and the United States has massive abilities which Israel does not have. Are the Americans already striking in Iran? Are the ground forces operating? We do not know that. What we do know is that around roughly 8:15 a.m. local time, 45 minutes ago or so, we all got the alerts to our phones. We all heard the sirens, meaning another war between Israel and the United States this time. And Iran has begun.
And Jonathan, our correspondent in Tehran was saying that this has come as a surprise to Iranians, partly because it's in the morning and not at night, as most people would have been expecting, but also that it came from Israel and not the US. So was there any sense in Israel that this was going to happen? Was there any suggestion that Israel might strike?
Incessantly pumped out by Western media about Iran since the Islamic Revolution 44 years ago.
Yes, absolutely. Whatever is happening now is not surprising at all. I think the Israeli authorities have been preparing this country for about 2 weeks or so. Tensions have been going on for about 2 months since those protests in Iran. But for the past 2 or 3 weeks, there was always a constant messaging coming from the government saying that an attack will be imminent. And of course, we were speaking about an American attack, but in the last 48 hours or so, I think since the end of the negotiations, the last round of the negotiations in Geneva, there were reports coming out of the United States saying that President Trump prefers a first strike by Israel and then the American forces joining. And this is one report that came. There were many reports surfacing for the past weeks or so. But this report caught the eye, meaning the United States prefers Israel to be the first one striking. Apparently, this is what happened. Therefore, I don't think it's a major surprise to see Israel as striking first and not the United States. Everyone here was prepared for such a scenario.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Really appreciate the updates. Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv for us.
Good to see you.
And now we've also got our guest, Professor Wang Jing, joining us. He's the director of the Center for Israel Studies at China's Northwest University, also in Xi'an. Professor Wang, thank you for joining us so last minute. So I have to ask you as well, did this attack by Israel, but combined with the US, come as a surprise to you?
When Halabja was bombed with chemical weapons. And so here we are in the
well, I think this attack is a very natural result because actually we know that during the past days, Iran, they proposed the kind of the counter-proposal about their nuclear issue. But if you look at the details of Iran's counter-proposal, I don't think Iran makes the concessions that expected by United States and Israel. So from the perspective of Iran, maybe that they have already considered that they have made a concession. But let's be frank, from the perspective of United States and Israel, they might feel disappointed. So given this backdrop, I think from United States and Israel's perspective, they believe there is no need for a meeting. So the preliminary attack is highly necessary for them to make the concessions from Iran. But as we have to say that, we will not say that.
We're sitting here in Bahadistan Square, which is a center of political activism.
The negotiation table. Yes, the negotiation table does not bring the breakthrough for both sides. So that's why we are actually witnessing the military strike and finally erupted.
And Professor Wang, how do you expect Iran to respond in this situation? What options does it have right now?
I think Iran's response will be very assertive because from Iran's perspective, let's repeatedly say that Iran believes they have already made the concessions. They have already accepted some kind of the terms from the United States. Particularly, they have already promised to lower their enrichment level, and also they have already accepted the term that they will make concessions on their, for example, non-militarized their uranium level. So this is, from Iran's perspective, very, very major concession. But with this kind of attack, particularly if it's reported correctly that these attacks, preliminary attacks, are against Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei himself. So it means that it would be very difficult or unlikely for Iran to continue talks with the United States. So the negotiation mechanism in Geneva might collapse. So that's why I think the attack brings everybody into the very, very dangerous scenario under which nobody is safe in this region. Jiayao.
And do you think Iran may react militarily? Because, I mean, it has been saying, it has been defiant for a while, you know, saying that whilst it wants these negotiations to go peacefully, it will respond if there is an attack on its nation.
Yes, I think Iran will attack react very aggressively because Iran has already made the preparation for nearly 2 months. From the very beginning of January, they have already started their military preparation for the possible attacks from the United States. And also following the attack following the possible gathering, aircraft carrier groups from the United States, Iran has already tried to promise that if they are attacked, they will counterattack the military bases of the United States in the Middle Eastern countries. So that's why we might witness the kind of the possible escalation, particularly military escalation in this region. And that's why we think nobody will be safe in this region. So next hours, maybe the next 12 hours or next 24 hours will be very crucial for the regional situation. And I think we should watch very closely.
Yeah, we'll certainly be doing that. Thank you so much, Professor Wang Jin. Now let's get the reactions from the region. We're joined by Zara Al-Derzi, who's in Beirut. Zara, how have the Lebanese government and public reacted to the strike?
Till the moment, the government hasn't issued any statement regarding the strikes in Iran. But previously, there was informations and calls for Hezbollah to not get involved in supporting Iran if an Israeli attack happened. So, till the moment, Hezbollah hasn't also reacted to the airstrikes on Iran. There is a scheduled televised speech for the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, that was scheduled yesterday for an event of a morning for Hezbollah members that were assassinated in Israeli airstrikes on the Bekaa Valley during the week. The government was emphasizing that Lebanon cannot afford the cost of involving in another war, and that no Lebanese party or group should take Lebanon to conflict again, despite knowing that the Israeli attacks hasn't stopped since the November 2024 ceasefire agreement between Hezbollah and Israel. And as we have seen during the last few weeks, Israel has intensified its airstrikes, especially this week on the Bekaa Valley, attacking the members or leaders of the units of Hezbollah that are connected to the missiles units that would be explained today after the Israeli airstrikes on Iran, that Israel was attacking the missiles units in a preparation for the military operation on Iran. We will monitor what will the Secretary General of Hezbollah would announce, and it's not confirmed yet if the speech would be delayed due to the recent developments. But of course, we are speaking on the public of the Lebanese. They of course they don't need to get involved in another war. They are still suffering the impact of the previous war. And regarding the involvement of Hezbollah, some experts believe that the involvement of Hezbollah against Israel in this war against Iran would be depend on how Iran would be affected in the airstrikes and how Iran would react and respond to the Israeli attacks. So the whole situation is still unclear. Waiting for statements by the government, by the Hezbollah also to get more information how this situation would be. But still, till the moment, the southern border of Lebanon are still calm. There is no movement on the border, so we are still waiting.
And Zara, I assume that the general mood in Lebanon would be to hope that Hezbollah doesn't get involved, because it would mean a potential bigger spillover of this conflict.
Yes, the general mood is not doesn't want war, but we have two moods in Lebanon. A mood that reacts that supporting Iran in such in its conflict against Israel. It's like a religious thing that is connected to those who believe in Khamenei as their leader in religion, and also the role of Hezbollah. And we know that Hezbollah is mainly supported by Iran. So there is a mood that would accept if Hezbollah get involved, as Hezbollah is not only defending Iran but also defending its presence and existence in Lebanon, because they believe that defeating Iran in the war against Israel means the end, or defeating Hezbollah totally, which they don't believe, or they don't think that Hezbollah was defeated during the war, despite the heavy attacks and the changes and the blow-ups that the Hezbollah faced during 2024. But there is another mood that consider that refuse any act by Hezbollah, regardless of the Iranian war or the calmness in Iran. They just want peace, and they want to disarm Hezbollah and keep the defending Lebanon and the weapons to be restricted only to the Lebanese army and to the Lebanese state. So we have two moods, but in general, no one would believe or want to have a war. But if it was imposed on Hezbollah, especially, we heard yesterday that Israelis are highly alerted on the northern border of Israel. So they may expect attacks by Israel on Hezbollah, like the ones that happened hours ago in Tehran. So this is the general mood.
And Zara, I mean, all regional neighbors of Iran would have been watching closely as to the developments of negotiations with the U.S. and whether the U.S. would go ahead with this military strike. So just talk to us a little bit about the public opinion on Iran and the U.S.'s negotiations for this, and what
Hello and welcome to CGTN's special live stream. I'm Sun Tianyuan in Beijing. We begin with breaking news. Iran is under attack. Multiple explosions have been heard in downtown Tehran. According to Iranian media, Israel has launched what it has called a preemptive attack against Iran. In a statement this morning, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared a special and permanent state of emergency across Israel. And earlier, Omani Foreign Minister Bad al-Busaidi, a key mediator in U.S.-Iran nuclear talks, said Iran has agreed it would never, ever possess nuclear material capable of producing a bomb, calling it a breakthrough that puts a peace deal with the United States within our reach. But later, explosions were heard in the streets of Tehran.
And I've been asking all our experts this, but
U.S.
we've been
strikes
hearing from our
is
reporter in
reportedly
Tehran
underway.
how this has come as a surprise to them for the attack to happen so early in the morning. And that's exactly what...
Omani Foreign Minister Bad al-Busaidi has met with the United States Vice President J.D. Vance amid growing fears of a potential U.S. attack on Iran. United States President Donald Trump, speaking at an event in Texas, said the U.S. faces a major decision on Iran as diplomatic efforts stall. The president said, "We have a big decision to make," adding that the choice is not easy. And earlier, China urged its citizens to leave Iran as soon as possible on Friday amid the growing risk of U.S. strikes against Iran after the latest round of talks ended without a deal. The foreign ministry in Beijing warned there had been a significant increase in external security risks in Iran and said its citizens should not travel to the country. And also concern over the prospect of strikes against Iran led a number of countries to issue warnings to their citizens in the region on Friday. And CGTN will keep you updated on this developing crisis. And for those of you who have just joined our special program, we are in Beijing live covering a story, ongoing story in Iran. Iran is under attack by Israel, and the U.S. is reportedly launching another attack from its aircraft carrier groups in the Middle East. Earlier on February the 27th, Oman's Foreign Minister Bad al-Busaidi met with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and other officials in Washington in an effort to dissuade a war with Iran. But this morning, explosions were heard in Tehran, and later, Israel said it has struck Iran with a preemptive strikes. And in recent months, tensions between the United States and Iran have increased again, even as both sides continued diplomatic efforts. And first, nuclear negotiations have resumed, and talks mediated by Oman and Geneva are seen as a last opportunity to avoid a new conflict. And both sides say there has been progress, but major disagreements remain, especially on uranium enrichment, inspections, and sanctions relief. And also, the United States has increased military pressure in the Middle East. Washington has deployed more forces to the Middle East and warned that military action is possible if diplomacy fails. And then we see the Israeli strikes on Iran. Israel is reportedly launching the second wave of airstrikes against Iran, and U.S. strikes on Iran are on their way, according to a U.S. official. And Iran has closed its airspace as Israel launches attacks. And it says the first phase of attack against Iran will last for 4 days. Israeli source says all leaders of Iran are targets of attack, including its supreme leader, Ali Khamenei.
Would bring in a demand that the U.S. Back them up. So you have an explosive situation here. There's so much on it. I did not think that Donald Trump would risk it. I thought that he would just send some missiles in, declare victory, and go away, and then allow the Iranians, like last time, to send some missiles to some place where there wasn't going to be much damage, and both sides could go away. This actually risks all-out war. If Iran decides that they're going to retaliate, there are all sorts of ways. They could do it through their proxies, as we were talking about earlier, Hezbollah, or they could do it directly. I think in this instance, given the surprise, given that this is Ramadan, this is the holiest month of the Muslim year, that they're attacking early in the morning when people would have been at their prayers. They would have been, starting their fast. This is not going to be received well, not only in Iran, but throughout the Middle East. They do not want a situation where Iran closes the Straits of Hormuz. You're going to see a rapid increase in oil. It could go, talking to people, they said that it could go between $150 and $200 per barrel. This would be absolutely fatal for Donald Trump, because people would say, what does this attack have to do with my financial situation in the U.S.? We're not supposed to be in wars. You're supposed to be taking care of things. And if gasoline prices start spiking, $5, $6, you're going to have some very, very angry people, and people from his base.
Now, you were saying that you expected Donald Trump to... we weren't expecting this sort of scale of attack, but as we're seeing from that statement from the security source, I mean, this has been planned for months, and Donald Trump in the meantime has been going into these negotiations with Iran, and it would appear not in good faith if he had been planning on such an attack this whole time.
He's done this before.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was pressure tactics, right? I believe most analysts would have thought maybe it was pressure tactics just to get Iran to do what the U.S. wants, but this whole time he has this plan hatched.
Yes, but the U.S. is demanding almost complete surrender. What are the chances that basically a theocracy is going to hand over their control of the state to the United States, a country that they have opposed for these many years? I mean, the irony here is that the Iranian people will rally around the government because they have been attacked. It seems almost uneerie how the U.S. always attacks Iran when they're having a moderate government. And we've seen this time and time again. And what it does is unites people. It doesn't divide the people. It unites them around the government, at least temporarily, because they say they have no choice. They're not going to give in to the United States.
Absolutely. I mean, President Pezeshkian has been really nothing but conciliatory in this whole negotiation phase with the U.S. What then do you think Trump's endgame is here? Is that what he wants ultimately, regime change?
Yeah, I mean, there's this fantasy that regime change could bring about what, I don't know. They think that if there's going to be some sort of, pro-Western government or something, that maybe oil companies can get back, their oil contracts from them. It's not probable. You're talking about a very, very large nation, a very populated nation, many of whom, especially in the rural areas, still associate the U.S. as pure evil. They see it as a country against their religion. They see it against it economically. There are a lot of young people in the cities who want change. They want to normalize. But now they have no choice. They're going to have to support a regime that they don't support simply because they have no other choice.
So for Donald Trump, again, this might all fall under his American First policy, but what about
for... No, this right now, I hate to say this, but this is being pushed by his need to distract the American public from his economic... You saw his State of the Union address. America is not winning. If you talk to over 60% of the people believe they're living paycheck to paycheck, 50% of those are one disaster away from potential homelessness. This is not an America that is brimming with pride and feeling successful. They feel hurt, in danger. And this is not going to help them. So I don't think there's any way that you can project an end game here where Donald Trump comes out ahead, at least in the long run. But remember, in his biographies, Donald Trump has always said, I don't think about tomorrow. I wake up in the morning and I think about how to maximize this day. So he's going to continue to, dance on the head of a pin, trying to make sure that as little attention is paid as possible to something that could literally bring down not only him as an individual, perhaps criminally, but also his entire government and legacy.
And Ina, what about for Prime Minister Netanyahu then? What does this attack do for him?
Keeps him in power. Absolutely. I mean, he's under tremendous pressure. I'm surprised Prime Minister Modi has just concluded a two-day official, semi-official, unofficial, it's hard to know, depending on who you talk about, but they signed agreements, so I wouldn't say that an official state visit. And during that period, there were hugs and talking about alliances and everything like this. This is not going to go over well, even in India. And say, whoa, what are our leaders doing? They're embracing somebody who could potentially be starting a third world war, and one that is nuclear. Remember, the worst kept secret in the world today is that Israel has over 200 nuclear weapons. And they have not been shy about saying that if they're cornered, if they think that Israel is going to be destroyed, that they will use them, and that they're pointed at all parts of the Muslim world.
Okay, Ina, thank you. And we'll be continuing this conversation, I'm sure, in a bit. But we'd like to bring in our correspondent right now in the States, in Washington, D.C. We have Nick Harper joining us. Nick, so U.S. President Donald Trump, just the day before saying that he hasn't decided on what to do if he will go in and attack Iran. But here we are, we have this joint operation with Israel. How has the U.S. publicly characterized this operation? Have we had an official statement?
Still waiting for an official statement, but unofficially there are plenty of U.S. officials who are speaking off the record, saying that the United States is very much part of this attack with Israel, that they are part of the coordinating efforts. We're also hearing that this strike, from a U.S. perspective, came in a number of forms from one of the aircraft carrier strike groups that's there in the region. Remember, 2 have moved to the region in recent weeks, and a number of U.S. fighter planes that have been taking off from U.S. bases around the region. They have been helping to carry out these attacks on Iran, and what we're seeing is not just attacks against Tehran itself, but other cities in Iran as well. U.S. officials unofficially saying that they expect this to be a much larger and more sustained operation than we have seen in recent months. Just think back to last June when the United States and Israel coordinated together in the so-called 12-day war to carry out strikes against Iran. There is some thinking that this could be more sizable. And you mentioned the US President Donald Trump on Friday, really just a few hours ago, saying that he hadn't made up his mind yet, saying that he was not happy with how the talks had been going, saying that he would love not to use force, but also saying sometimes you have to. And bear in mind that within the last 24 hours, we also heard from the US State Department signaling that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, would be heading to Israel either on Monday or Tuesday for talks. Undoubtedly, that is now off. But the signaling from Washington on Friday was very much that they were in a wait-and-see situation, that they were still pushing ahead with diplomacy. The calculation, though, with these strikes has very much changed. And I think the signaling that we saw from Washington on Friday may have quite simply been a bluff when this was being planned in the background, the strikes that have now taken place.
And Nick, what sort of reactions have you been seeing from the American public, say on social media or what have you?
Well, very limited so far. Bear in mind it is 2:30 a.m. in the morning here. It's the middle of the night. There are some commentators who are already commenting on it from here in the United States. But I think when the American public wakes up in the next few hours here in the US on Saturday morning, there will be a very strong reaction to it. Now, we could see that in two different forms. Bear in mind that polling in recent weeks has suggested that the overwhelming majority of Americans do not support military action against Iran. There have been real fears amongst the American public that the US President Donald Trump could drag America into another long and protracted conflict. And the American public in those polls have been suggesting that they would rather see diplomacy than military action. But then, of course, on the other side of the aisle, there will be some Americans who will be cheering this action, who feel, like the US president, that Iran needs to be handled. There is that fear from the US president that Iran will try and gain a nuclear weapon, and some of his supporters on the right of the party, but also on the right of American politics, will feel that this is the appropriate response. As we heard from Israel, it's a preemptive strike, and many will feel that this is just and appropriate. But I think the vast majority of Americans, when they wake up and hear this news, will have more concern than they do approval for the US military action.
Now, has there been talk in the US about the kind of retaliatory actions that Iran might take and how the US might react to that?
This has been part of the real fear that whatever took place, if Israel or the United States went ahead with these strikes, we would see retaliation from Iran. They have made it clear that they intend to retaliate, whatever happens. And from a US perspective, there are tens of thousands of US personnel based in the Middle East in a whole range of different countries, on US air bases, on foreign soil. Now, there is the possibility that Iran may retaliate, firing missiles at Israel, but also firing missiles at those US bases around the region. And the fear from the other countries within the region who are hosting those US forces is that their country will also be dragged into this. There is a huge possibility of miscalculation by any Iranian retaliation, and we may potentially see, if there is a retaliation, not just US bases being hit, but potentially by mistake those other.
And welcome back. You're watching CGTN live from Beijing. Well, Iran is under attack by Israel and US at the same time. And earlier, US President Donald Trump says the US is conducting military strikes against Iran. The U.S. president has threatened to strike Iran if a deal is not reached on the country's nuclear program, and it happened. And both sides plan to resume negotiations soon after consultation in their capitals. But this morning, it was stopped by the Israeli attack, and multiple explosions were heard in the Israeli capital.
Prize from the US president, very much framing this as helping the American public. As I mentioned a moment ago, there is that fear from the vast majority of Americans that really strikes are not warranted, that there is more risk than reward. The US president, though, in that statement, making clear two things: that he is trying to eliminate a threat in order to help and safeguard the American people, but also doubling down on that fear that the US administration, successive US administrations have had, that Iran is trying to build a nuclear weapon. Of course, remember, Iran throughout maintained that their uranium enrichment is for peaceful, civilian purposes. The US feels differently. They feel that it is for a combative, military approach, that they want to be able to have enriched uranium for nuclear weapon purposes. So perhaps not a great deal of surprise from the US president. Perhaps we're going to await more details from him as to what comes next, because many people seeing this news will be wondering, okay, the US strikes have happened, but what comes next, and what exactly is the US president going to do if Iran retaliates?
Well, if this gives any idea of what he might do, we're getting another breaking news release here saying from Trump that the US will, quote, raise Iran's missile industry and annihilate their navy. And as far as we understand, this operation according to Israel, will go on for 4 days, and this is just the beginning. Nick, of course, it's anyone's guess, and it's the big question here. What will happen, but what do you expect that we could see over the next 4 days?
Well, if the Israelis are already saying that they intend for this to be not just a single short, sharp shock, but rather a protracted 4 days' worth of potential strikes, this is clearly signalling that they are in this to try and win it, that they are here for the long haul, that they very much intend to carry out these strikes until they feel that their objectives have been achieved. Now, those objectives are multiple. Remember, back in June, the US and Israel struck 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. At the time, the US President Donald Trump said that those facilities were obliterated. But US intelligence had suggested that that was perhaps not the case. These strikes may again be going over after those nuclear facilities. But from what we're seeing, many of the targets so far, at least in Tehran, seem to be in the downtown part of the city, where many of the government buildings, including the presidential palace and the National Security Council, are housed. So perhaps going after individuals within the Iranian government at this stage, as opposed to that military architecture. Nuclear facilities, but also ballistic missile facilities as well, because that has been part of the big concern for the US and Israel, that Iran is building up its ballistic missile capabilities with several hundred, or rather 1,000 ballistic missiles at their potential disposal. And I think that might be part of this preemptive strike, to not just strike government officials, government buildings, but maybe go once again after those nuclear facilities, but maybe also this time its ballistic missile program.
And Nick, just give us a general sense of how Americans and the general political spectrum, what the opinion there was towards the negotiations with Iran. What had people been hoping to come out of that?
Well, I think they'd been hoping for a peaceful resolution, really as a way to push forward with diplomacy rather than military action. Obviously, we've seen several rounds of talks in European cities over the last few weeks between the US and Iran, the latest taking place in Geneva, Switzerland on Thursday. There was some thinking that potentially talks would resume in Vienna, Austria, in the early part of next week, maybe Monday on Tuesday. Americans had been hoping, really, for diplomacy to succeed, for diplomacy to win out over military action. But there was always that possibility that if the US felt that the Iranians were not playing ball, that they were digging in their heels, that they were not getting to the point where the US felt that they were being cooperative enough, that the US could choose to take military action. And that's clearly been the case, despite really the fears of the American public and the hopes that military action would not be what the US president decided to push ahead with.
And Nick, just generally, I mean, this kind of foreign policy, this very aggressive foreign policy that we've been seeing from President Trump, you know, what often we analysts perhaps, and we expect to be pressure tactics that turn out to be actual strikes and actions. What's the general American mood and opinion towards this stance that he has?
Well, I think it's twofold. Bear in mind that the American public has had to endure 2 very long, protracted wars in the Middle East within the course of the last quarter century. The war in Iraq, but also the war in Afghanistan as well, that one being the longest US military involvement, almost 20 years worth, until the US managed to pull out in the summer of 2021. And really the appetite for war, for prolonged and protracted conflicts, has disappeared as a result of those 2 things. As we saw with the military action against Venezuela against the beginning of January, there was considerable concern from the US public that, again, this would be the US being dragged into a conflict that it didn't need to be involved in. The US president, though, Donald Trump, as you mentioned, he is much more combative in his stance than perhaps previous US presidents on the Democratic side, like Joe Biden, Barack Obama. President Trump has always made it very clear, not just against Iran, not just against Venezuela, but any country that he does not feel is towing the line or not doing perhaps what he wants them to do, he has that ability to threaten them with the possibility of military action. And that's why we've seen months of threats against Iran, mainly being used as a pressure tactic to initially push them into negotiations, but also the hope was that those threats would push them into making a deal. Clearly, the US president, the military intelligence, perhaps just didn't feel that the Iranians were ever going to get there in terms of diplomacy. So there had been some thinking that perhaps the US would carry out a very short, sharp shock, a quick strike to enable even more leverage on the Iranians making a deal. But if the Israelis are saying that this is going to be a 4-day sustained attack, it's very clear that they intend to push ahead with this and not trying to get the Iranians back to the negotiating table anytime soon.
Nick, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Nick Harper in Washington.
U.S. President Donald Trump said the country has started military strikes against Iran, and the purpose is to completely destroy Iran's navy. And the president said the main purpose of the strikes is to eliminate the threat of the Iranian regime to the American people. And he claimed that Iran is rebuilding nuclear facilities. And at the same time, he stressed that Iran will never possess nuclear weapons. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to strike Iran if a deal is not reached on the country's nuclear program. And according to him and U.S. officials, the U.S. strikes is underway.
By air and sea, and media reports indicate that Tehran is preparing for retaliation. Now let's cross over to our correspondent in Cairo, Adel Al-Mahroui. Adel, thanks for joining us. How has the Arab League responded to the U.S.-Israeli strike, and what concerns are they raising over the risk of wider regional escalation?
So there hasn't been any official statement from the Arab League or any Arab country as of yet. I mean, this is specifically since the attack started about an hour ago, over an hour ago. And basically, there will be, I don't expect there will be any change from their earlier positions when the first war happened, and even during the past week and so when the talks, the nuclear talks with the United States were going on. They have been all calling for a peaceful solution, a political solution out of that. Yesterday, the Egyptian foreign minister announced that he has been in direct talks with the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, trying to mediate. Egypt is one of the countries that have been mediating between the IAEA, the UN's nuclear or atomic energy association, and Iran. So the general state is even countries that more or less were considered to be foes, or at least not on full warm ties with Iran, like Saudi Arabia, opposed attacks on Iran again, and that was even declared by President Trump himself. So in general, the region is really trying to avoid another full-fledged war besides the ongoing conflicts that are already happening, and therefore such an attack is an alarming step towards many parts of this region. Of course, we will see official statements coming out later, but this is a region that has been trying to resolve its already ongoing conflicts in Sudan, in Libya, in Yemen, in Syria, and beyond. And Iraq is still quite unstable. So there are a lot of challenges in this region, and Iran is just yet another one. You were saying that the airspaces in Iran and Israel have been shut down, or at least part of it. Iraq also announced shutting down its airspace. Countries in between will shut down their airspace once there is an exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran when it starts its response, or at least its announced response. We're talking about countries like Lebanon, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the Gulf, many countries in between. So the risk is massive of that war. The last time we've seen the 12 days war between Israel and backed by the United States against Iran, the massing up of arms has not been anyway equal to what is going on with the deployment of the U.S. navies and destroyers and aircraft carriers. So this appears from the very first look of it that this is going to be much longer than the previous one. Of course, these are all speculations at this stage, and we're waiting to see how or what will be the next step going on, because it seems from the attacks, from what we've been hearing so far, that the targets by Israel and the United States are quite personal. Top-ranking officials, the supreme leaders' offices, the president's palace vicinity and offices, the Iranian intelligence. We're talking about 7 different cities have been so far attacked, and just the first wave of attack.
And Adel, prior to this attack and the days leading up to this, we've been hearing a lot of warnings from countries asking their citizens to leave Iran, to pull out. Was there a similar sense of urgency and fear amongst other countries in the region, or Arab League countries, Egypt, for example?
So, because of the few past decades, ties between Iran and most of the Arab countries were not at their best. They started warming up within the recent few years, specifically after China brokered a diplomatic agreement to resume diplomatic ties between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And as Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest countries in the region, many followed, including Egypt, that has been already opening diplomatic channels. Just last week, before this all started, there were news that very soon Cairo and Tehran were planning to exchange representation on the diplomatic level to reach an ambassador level, so full diplomatic ties officially going on. There are diplomatic missions, however, not to the level of an ambassador. So in reflection, the population of the Arab world inside Iran is not so much. There are, of course, some presence. No one has issued an evacuation, at least announcing an evacuation memo for their citizens inside Iran. But however, that is the population, and the delegations there will be quite limited in their numbers. Countries maybe like Turkey will be more involved with Iran and will have bigger and wider populations inside. It was one of the countries that was concerned earlier about what was going on there. One of the countries also who have called their citizens to leave Iran. So in general, it seems that because of these calls, it was quite clear that the talks were not going anywhere. And that the region was getting prepared to see this happen. So there is kind of a coordination.
Of course, right now we don't know what options Iran will be taking. How can we expect regional countries to respond? I mean, if there is a spillover in the conflict, who might get pulled into this?
I think in terms of what we've seen, and this is just a comparison about the earlier war that happened against Iran, basically countries in the region will refrain from direct intervention. They will be, of course, engaging in air defense as missiles coming from Iran and Israel can possibly hit their territories. And this is where the alert comes. During the earlier war, countries like Egypt and Jordan have reported receiving projectiles into their airspaces. And therefore, their preparations will be to protect their airspace, to protect their territories, rather than being involved in that war, especially when there are almost all of these countries were against the attack in the first place. They wanted a peaceful resolution, and therefore when it happens, it was quite clear their stance will not be to get deeply involved into such a conflict. On the other hand, Iran's targets this time, when Iran responds, it's going to be quite massive, because this was the announcement from the leadership. This was the plan and the preparations they've been planning for and getting ready for during the past weeks and months. The targets will include any country that hosts U.S. Military bases. That's about 5 out of the 6 GCC countries. There are presence in all of the GCC countries and some limited troops and training bases in Saudi Arabia. That's besides the rest of the Gulf of Persia, or the Arabian Gulf, as we call it. There will be, of course, targets in Israel itself. So this time, if Iran responds, and if Iran responds heavily, because the last time what Iran announced was that it responded targeting very specific places and locations in Israel, and just one attack against an Al-Udeid air base in Qatar. That was also clearly coordinated, as the United States mostly evacuated the base at that time. But this time, with the scale that we're seeing from the United States and Israel, especially when talks were ongoing, I think the retaliation from Iran could have more devastating impact, and therefore other countries in the region may be mistakenly harmed if the accuracy of such attacks were not to its highest, but they will be prepared to push it over.
Exactly. This is what's key here. Attack is happening as those negotiations were going on, and as we just heard from a statement from Israel, is that. Or from the US, is that not only had this attack been planned for months, but the launch date was decided weeks ago. This was reported by Reuters, citing an Israeli official. So where does this leave public opinion of the US in the region? I mean, other countries will be in negotiation with the US over other things, other matters, but public trust in the US. What sort of opinion is there of the US, and what will it be after this attack?
I think the Arabian public opinion against the U.S. has been deeply shaken. First of all, it has not been at its best because of U.S. support to the 2-year-long war on Gaza, hitting their Palestinian brothers continuously, with the U.S. fueling this war actually rather than stopping it. So that's one side to the story. But also the trust in the U.S. has been quite shaken as Qatar, one of the U.S. strongest allies and the host of an Al-Udeid air base, was struck by Israel during other talks with Hamas to reach a ceasefire. And that in itself shows how the region in itself is quite maybe reorganizing its calculations when it comes to full reliance on the United States, that had defense cooperation agreements with Qatar and the GCC. And we've seen the GCC moving towards activating their joint defense program. We've seen Saudi Arabia joining a defense agreement with Pakistan just a few weeks or maybe a couple of months after the Israeli attack on Qatar. So that's just the beginning of it. And seeing another round of negotiations where everyone was deeply involved to reach a peaceful agreement, seeing that ends with an attack without announcing it clearly before, it seems deceptive, and I think that is also, it harms the public opinion towards the United States, as there is basically a sense of mistrust that if we are in talks, if we are in negotiations, then definitely any offensive or any military attacks should be off the table. But as the talks were ongoing, and as some reports of maybe some progress were happening, despite that we've seen according to Iran, and according to what has been announced, that what has been put on the table by the United States for Iran is quite dismissive of its rights and its scientific power, being one of few countries that is able of reaching an enrichment. And then the target was clearly not just about not achieving atomic weapons, but was clearly to dismantle all military power that Iran had. So putting all of that together on the table, it becomes quite clear that Israel is the United States' sole trusted ally, and that whatever Israel does has been always, almost always supported by the United States. And even countries that have been backed by the United States have had defense agreements with the United States. If Israel chooses to attack them, nothing much has been seen by the United States in terms of actions against Israel that was taken when Israel does that. So it becomes quite clear now that the plan is to protect Israel, to support Israel. We've seen the U.S. ambassador in Israel just a few days ago supporting an idea, or at least saying that he doesn't mind seeing the territories of Israel expand from the Nile to the Euphrates, basically parts of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, and Egypt, a country that has strong peace agreement with Israel for decades now. So seeing all of this happening, it definitely gives an indication that basically full trust in the United States should be reconsidered.
Okay, thank you so much, Adel Mahroui, reporting for us from Cairo. With some background on the situation, when the long-running conflict between Israel and Iran has erupted once again into this open confrontation. But this next report looks back at the sequence of events that led us here.
In 2025, a period of relative calm lasted from January through May. This included a pause in the fighting in Gaza and attempts at U.S.-Iran nuclear diplomacy in Oman, although underlying tensions remained high. Iran executed a man in April it claimed was an Israeli Mossad agent. The conflict reached a crisis point in June. On the 12th, the International Atomic Energy Agency voted to censure Iran for failing to provide sufficient information about its nuclear activities. In response, Iran announced plans to open a new secret uranium enrichment site. The next day, June 13th, Israel launched a large-scale unilateral military campaign called Operation Rising Lion against the core of Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The comprehensive aerial attacks, some reportedly using drones smuggled into Iran, killed top generals and nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated immediately with waves of missiles and drones against Israeli targets. Over the following days, Israel expanded its airstrikes, including on targets in Iran's energy sector, while Iranian missile attacks on Israel continued. A major escalation occurred on June 21st, when the United States directly intervened. US B-2 bombers struck 3 key Iranian nuclear sites: Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. The long-term success of these strikes remains unclear. 2 days later, on June 23rd, Iran launched retaliatory military strikes on the U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Iran had warned Qatar and the U.S. hours beforehand, and no fatalities were recorded. That same evening, U.S. President Donald Trump announced a fragile but largely held ceasefire between all parties. The ceasefire has largely held, though both sides accuse the other of minor continued strikes. Until now.
We continue our breaking news coverage. Israel and the United States have launched a preemptive strike against Iran, aiming to remove threats to Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States has begun major combat operations in Iran. He added that the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. Apparent strikes in Tehran have targeted areas near the offices of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Multiple missiles also hit university streets, the Jamhuri district, and other locations in Tehran. Iran has closed its airspace, while media reports say Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is not in Tehran and has been moved to secure location. While Israeli sources say all Iranian leaders, including Khamenei, are targets. And Iranian officials said Tehran is preparing for retaliation. The response will be crushing. Sirens have been sounded over Israel to warn the public of possible retaliatory attacks. Israeli airspace is closed to civilian flights. All right, for more insights, we're joined in the studio by Mr. Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Governance, Innovation, and for further perspective, we're also joined here by Professor John Gong. Good to have you both, gentlemen. So this came as a surprise to the world as the international community awaits, so many rounds of negotiations. So what do you make of the timing of the attack, Einar?
Well, you'll note that both Brent and West Texas Intermediate, these are the two major bourses that trade oil. They waited for the attack until after that happened. Now, you go back to February 18th, there was a 4-day trip when Netanyahu came to Washington. And obviously, based on the sources, that was probably the day that they decided to do it. Also, remember, this is the holiest month of the Muslim year. This is Ramadan. People would have been up early, doing their prayers, having their last meal, and getting ready to fast for the rest of the day. So this is a very, very calculated time, both from the financial point of view, also in terms of the kind of impact. But it's going to enrage not only Iranians, but also Muslims throughout the world, that they would choose a time like this, like attacking on Christmas Day. This would be something that would be seen very dimly. Now, you say it was a surprise. I was surprised. John, you were not.
No, I'm not surprised at all, actually. As a matter of fact, I predicted it's going to be yesterday. I was 1 day off because, in Israel today is the Sabbath day, and the fact that the Israeli IDF launched attack on Sabbath day is nothing short of shocking to me. I think there's some speculation that President Trump doesn't want to do this before his State of Union address, and by listening to that 1 hour and 47-minute talk in which he spent probably 4 to 5 minutes about Iran, I think the rhetoric drives me to believe that this is bound to happen. I'm not surprised at all that the Israeli press has disclosed that this date has already been determined weeks ago. Probably, as Aina has said, during the time when Bibi Netanyahu visited the United States. So, I think the gap between the two sides in the negotiations is just too much apart.
Exactly.
And also the issue about, the missile program on Iran, the demand from the Israeli side and from the United States side, really encroaches upon a country's sovereignty. And I know that Tehran is no way is going to accept that. As a matter of fact, the foreign minister said that he didn't even open the letter in which the United States addressed their position. So I think, this is something bound to happen, and it's so sad that it happened today.
I would agree, and then the question of sincerity comes up. If this has been in the planning for months, right, these negotiations have only been for months. So it said that the negotiations were never sincere to begin with.
Exactly.
That it was to make outrageous demands, put Tehran in a position where they could not possibly surrender their government and their way of life to the U.S., and then use that as a pretext to prepare for an attack. Now, Netanyahu has been vocal in in wanting an attack by the United States on Iran for the last 30 years. He's finally gotten his wish for the second time, because the first time of things. But this is looking to be much more serious than what happened with these targeted against the Iranian nuclear facilities. But here's something that I think people should pay attention to. And the reason I didn't predict this was because they did not do enough of a job of trying to prepare the U.S. public, which is, even at the best polls put it 2-1 against. 33% said, yeah, it's okay. 67% say, absolutely not. We don't want it.
The reason that President Trump didn't make the case to American people is just because it's very difficult for him to make this case. And what's the United States' interest in this, right? You talk about the nuclear program. It has already been stopped. There's no way.
He said obliterated.
It's obliterated, exactly. And the missile program, he's talking about eliminating missile programs for range above 300 kilometers. I mean, even add a zero to it doesn't impair the interest of the United States at all. And then he talks about this demonstration in Iran. He said help is on the way. Come on, give me a break. I mean, when is the last time the United States cared about people in Iran?
Exactly.
I mean, these Shiite Muslims in Iran, they would have been done much better job by caring for the people in Gaza, in West Bank. This is the last thing President Trump would care about. So, this case that he can make to the American people has always been very fuzzy. I guess that's why he doesn't even bother to make this case to the American people.
As both of you have mentioned, the main sticking point for the negotiations is a major. Israel wants Iran to limit its missile program, while Tehran refuses to discuss. Well, in the remarks just now, Donald Trump said, quote, "We're going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground." So definitely, as you've mentioned, Einar, this is a negotiation not sincere to begin with.
No, it was, look, this was set up by Israel. As I said, this has been a dream for 30 years of Netanyahu. And he said he wants to crush Iran. He wants a regime change. He wants a complete bedlam there before they have a nuclear capabilities. But, this is 7.5 million people in Israel. They have almost 100 million in Iran. So I don't know how they think they can control a country that they don't even have a border with.
7 million Jews in Israel. Total population is 9 million.
9 million.
2 million Palestinians.
Now, I want to get your take from the legality of the attack. Both Israel and the United States say it's a preemptive strike against Iran, saying that to remove threats to Israel and the United States. Is that really the thing?
No. There's no legal basis, but Donald Trump isn't really care about the legalities of everything. So by international law, you do not have a right to preemptive strike. It's all based on you're supposed to talk and negotiate. And this was not happening, as we have just discussed, in sincerity. They were going to do this all along. So there's no way for him to say that there is a case for doing this. Quite frankly, Iran was saying, look, many things are on the table, but we're not going to give up our defenses. They saw what happened to Iraq when Iraq was forced into giving up all of their defenses, and then shortly thereafter their leader was killed.
All right, thank you so much.
It's a matter of semantics. I mean, they use the word preemptive, but in Ukraine they use the word unprovoked. What's the difference between unprovoked and preemptive?
It's just an act of war.
I think it's, exactly. I think it's clearly a violation of the United Nations Charter regarding no violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll be getting back to you later in our show. For the very latest in Washington, we'll go to our correspondent Nick Hopper in Washington. Good to see you, Nick. So how has the U.S. publicly characterized this military operation?
We're waiting for the American public largely to wake up, but the US president characterizing this very much as something that needed to be done, saying that Iran was threatening the American people, saying that Iran was going to be able to obtain a nuclear weapon, and this is why the United States has decided to carry out this action. He also said that this was a massive and ongoing operation, and that he was doing this for the future, really trying to sell the message to the American people that this is all about safeguarding America, that its national security was under threat from Iran if he himself, along with Israel, did not act. He made it clear, really, that this was the only course of action that he felt was appropriate, that he was going to, he said, obliterate and annihilate the Iranian Navy, that he was going to ensure that Iran did not obtain a nuclear weapon, and that the United States was going to do all it could to, in his words, raise their missile industry to the ground. But I think all of that will undoubtedly worry the American public when they wake up in the coming hours and see that military action has taken place, because polls over successive weeks recently have shown that the vast majority of Americans are against the prospect of military action, really over that fear that the US could be pulled into another long and protracted conflict in the Middle East after it managed to extricate itself from wars in both Iraq and Afghanistan over the course of the last few decades.
Well, Nick, what reactions have there been from the US public and over the political spectrum?
I mean, largely the American public is still asleep, but in terms of the political spectrum, there will be plenty of Democrats who will be coming out against this action. Bear in mind that any military action that the United States takes normally needs to have congressional approval. Congressmen, women, senators have made it clear in recent weeks that they demand that approval to come from them rather than the US president acting unilaterally. There was plenty of anger when the US at the beginning of January took military action against Venezuela without congressional approval. That was another instance where the lawmakers on Capitol Hill were not given advance notice. And I think many Democrats waking up to this news will be furious that again the US president, in the course of just a couple of months, has unilaterally decided to take action against another country without first seeking that approval from lawmakers.
All right, thank you so much, Nick. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, for more insights from Tel Aviv, we're joined by Jonathan Ragiv in Tel Aviv. Good to see you there, Jonathan. How has the Israeli government said about the strikes?
So I'll refer to that in a minute. First, just the latest updates. About 6-7 minutes ago, all of the citizens of Israel got an alert saying that launches have been detected from Iran. All of the Israeli citizens, including us here in Tel Aviv, got the message. For now, sirens have sounded in northern Israel, northern communities, Haifa and above. This is the latest information that we have. These are sirens due to missiles that were sent from Iran? Could be. There's also the possibility that they've been fired from Lebanon, from Hezbollah, as the sirens, for the moment, I'm saying for the moment, everything here is changing all the time. For the moment, sirens have sounded in northern communities, and we'll have to see where they're from. I have to say that as I mentioned, we got the message that launches have been detected from Iran. So far, to this very minute in central Israel, no sirens so far. Were the missiles intercepted along the way? Perhaps. We know that there's a very large intercepting apparatus, American apparatus, being located in Jordan to the east of us. So all the missiles may have been intercepted. We don't know that. Everything is changing here for the past few minutes, and we will update as we get more information. Regarding your question, the statements coming from the Israeli government are very clear. First of all, the operation is called Lion's Roar. And second, Israel says that the aim of Lion's Roar, quite a big one, is the change of the Iranian regime. Not just getting rid of the Iranian nuclear program, not just getting rid of the Iranian ballistic program, but a regime change altogether. I'm not sure we've heard the same comments from the United States, from President Trump, but this is what Israel is saying. The attack began roughly 2 hours ago at 8:10 a.m. in the morning Israel time, 6:10 a.m. GMT, with the first strike coming from Israel. But right after that, we already know that American strikes are also taking place, and that is the very big difference between the war that has just begun 2 hours ago and the one seen here last June. The very massive presence of American forces here in Israel, with a lot of Israeli soldiers, a lot of American fighter jets, the USS Gerald Ford, which arrived overnight all over the Persian Gulf, all over the area, a lot of American forces. That is the main difference between what was seen here last June and what is seen here now. And I say again, the latest updates, sirens sounded all over northern Israel, in central Israel, despite the message that we got about 10 minutes ago. For the moment, no sirens yet, but there is, I think, an understanding that things are very fluid and it might change at any time.
Then you mentioned that the northern community sirens have been sounded in northern parts of Israel. Tehran has vowed to retaliate with very serious consequences, could be destructive. Do you think Israeli government is prepared for what's coming?
The Israeli government is prepared. Yes, Israel has a very good and already well-experienced defensive systems, be it mostly the Arrow system, the Arrow missile defense system meant to intercept long-range threats, complemented by the American THAAD system, which is located here in Israel and in neighboring countries as well. So Israel is well prepared, well experienced. The answer is yes. Does that mean that no Iranian missiles will land here? Absolutely not. There's no such thing as 100% preparation, no such thing as 100% defense. And the Israeli assumption is that we will see hits being detected here in Israel, especially in central Israel, as Iran is looking for military headquarters in the area. We can tell you that the Israeli airspace has been completely shut this morning due to the concern that Iran will target Ben Gurion Airport. So is Israel prepared? Yes, but Israel is also well aware that there will be casualties, that Israel will pay a price, and we saw it happening last June.
So, Jonathan, do we know what do we know about the extent of collaboration with the United States on these attacks?
According to what we're hearing, the cooperation is as close as it can be. In Israel, this is not portrayed as an Israeli war, but a joint American-Israeli war, meaning the war rooms are connected. extreme cooperation. According to what we're hearing from Israel, there's a distinction between the targets that each side is hitting, while the Americans are taking care of regime sites and taking care of nuclear sites. Israel is taking care of what is mostly urgent for Israel, and that is the ballistic missiles. Israel is taking care mostly of the ballistic missiles themselves, and perhaps even more important, the ballistic missile launchers. Iran, as far as we know, has quite a large arsenal of ballistic missiles. The problem that the Iranians have, as far as we understand, is the ability to launch them because there are not enough launchers. Many of them were hit in June, and that is the main target for Israel, missile launchers and ballistic missiles themselves, while the Americans, as said, are taking care of the nuclear sites and the regime sites. But the cooperation between the two countries is, according to Israeli sources, as close as it can be.
Jonathan, we understand this attack happened early in the morning. So did you talk to Israeli residents and Israeli media? How are the public reacting to this attack?
So I have to say the streets are very quiet, although, as you mentioned in the studio a few minutes ago, it's not very surprising. It's a Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath, in which streets are usually quiet. What I have been able to see is that the local supermarkets are very full. It's a Saturday, meaning the big chains are closed, but the local supermarkets, community supermarkets, are open, full of people, especially here in Tel Aviv. Why so? People don't know what's to come. It's true that we saw in June that there was no stop whatsoever in supplies. There were always supplies. Nothing was missing. But people are concerned. Therefore, people are trying to stock as many things as they can: food, milk, water, even toilet paper to that extent, meaning people are getting prepared now for a campaign which may be short or may be long. I think the situation of not knowing what is about to develop, that is what worries most people. This is the most worrisome aspect. That is why we're seeing people going to the local supermarkets. Other than that, people remain mostly at home, as close as they can to the protected shelters, to the communal shelters. And I think this is something that we will see here in Israel today, and even more so in the days to come once the Jewish Sabbath is over.
All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for your updates from Tel Aviv. We'll definitely keep you updated. For more, we go live to Isan Kavani in Tehran. Good to see you, Isan. So what is the latest on the strikes on Tehran? Any information?
Yes, as probably mentioned in this bulletin, it was 9:35 in the morning that we heard a fighter jet in Tehran's sky, and after that, 2 or 3 big explosions and huge cloud of smoke coming from downtown Tehran. After 15 or 20 minutes, we heard 2 or more explosions again in Tehran, and according to official news, the presidential palace has been apparently hit in Tehran, and some people are talking about the leader's residence. Apart from Tehran, some other cities in Iran have been hit by Israel, including locations in the central city of Isfahan, Alborz province in the west of Tehran, and also the province of Qom in the south of Tehran, as well as Kermanshah in the west of the country, where it was hit multiple times in Israeli attacks June last year. While I was coming to the office, I saw the entire streets were fully packed with a huge traffic, and most importantly, parents were very worried. They were rushing towards the schools to pick up their children and maybe evacuate the capital city, Tehran. We should wait and see what happens next.
Isan, I want to get your confirmation on this. According to Iranian sources, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is currently not in Tehran and has been moved to a safer location. Can you verify on that information?
Unfortunately, I can't confirm such reports. We have unconfirmed reports that the leader was immediately taken out of Tehran to a safer location. But in previous reports, we saw that the leader had been already taken out of Tehran and being kept in a safe location. So as far as we have no official reports, I can't confirm anything about that.
Well, meanwhile, Isan, we know the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian is also in full health, according to media reports. We're waiting for your confirmation on that. Meanwhile, long queues were reported formed at the gas station in Tehran, and many people were leaving the Iranian capital. Have you seen any things like that?
I heard about the long queues and gas stations in Tehran as people are preparing to fill up their tanks and evacuate the city as soon as possible. What I saw personally on my way, a lot of people were withdrawing money from ATM machines because they're afraid that sooner or later the banking system, the internet would have some problems. As I'm speaking to you, I can hear some explosions in the sky of Tehran. And that's why, yeah, people are preparing to go to safer locations with cash money, because already we have some disruptions in the internet and in the phone calls as well. So we're afraid that maybe within the next few hours we have another full internet blackout.
Ethan, tell us what has been the latest reaction from the government so far.
What I saw on Tasnim news agency, which is affiliated to the IRGC, is that Iran is preparing for responses to the attacks. In particular, some of the members of the Security Council inside the Iranian parliament, they said that we should respond and start missile attacks towards Israel. But we should wait and see more details. We are not sure yet that if it was a combination a military operation by Israel and also the U.S., so we should wait and see the official reactions from Iranian officials.
Ethan, I want to know, did you talk to your neighbors and citizens or media colleagues there in Tehran? What's their reactions about the attack?
Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time. It took me more than 1 hour to come here to the office from home. So what I was seeing in the street was just people are shocked and rushing in the streets. As I told you, the streets are all packed. The cars are moving inches by inches, and many people are taking motorbikes to go to their loved ones or to pick up their children from school.
Ethan, you know, Iran has vowed to retaliate with the serious consequences, which might be destructive. So what do we know about this?
This is what the Iranian officials had already warned, that if we are attacked, regardless of whether the attack is from Israel or the United States, Iran's response would be harsh, and it will also target all the American military bases in the region. Iranian officials, both military officials and politicians, describe the American bases in the region as Iran's legitimate targets. So we should anticipate that such attacks and retaliatory attacks will take place by Iran within the next few hours or maybe by tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Ethan Kevani, for your reporting from Tehran. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, we go to Moscow to go live to our correspondent Dasha Tenshova, live for us in Moscow. Good to see you there, Dasha. So what has been the immediate reaction from the Kremlin to these attacks?
Well, no reaction from the Kremlin so far, but we've heard the Russian aviation authorities suggesting that the flights from Russia to that region where these attacks are taking place will be much longer. We're now hearing from Aeroflot, one of Russia's airlines, suggesting that those flights will be longer by 1 or 2 hours. The planes will be making a stop in Russia's Samara in the south of the country for additional patrol. And obviously, we are waiting for the Kremlin to provide a detailed comment on that, or the Russian Foreign Ministry. But keep in mind that all along the way, Russia has been saying until recently that what the U.S. has been doing is artificially increasing the pressure and aggravating the situation around the situation with Iran. So Russia has been saying that that was not conducive to finding and achieving the diplomatic potential for solving the situation around Iran. And now we are also seeing some of the earlier comments that were made by the Russian officials at the Foreign Ministry suggesting suggesting that Russia remains in close contact between, at the level of foreign ministries, at the level of security, with Ali Larijani traveling to Russia several times, with the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi also making several trips. And also the Russian authorities have all been saying that the diplomatic potential, the solution of these conflicts through diplomacy is something that was absolutely needed in this whole very grave situation. The Russian foreign minister most recently was saying that the process of negotiation that has resumed in Geneva was something where Iran was presented with some of the choices it should not have been making, including the need and the demands from the West to actually drop entirely its entire nuclear program, something that Moscow has been saying is absolutely against the spirit of the JCPOA that was negotiated with Iran in 2015. So obviously we are waiting for a detailed comment from the Russian foreign ministry, but for now Moscow has been condemning this whole situation and the tension that Moscow believes was artificially created.
All right, thank you so much, Dasha Tenishova, reporting for us in Moscow. Now we go to Dubai for our reporter Wang Zheng, who is standing by there in Dubai for us. Good to see you, Wang Zheng. So sources from Israel say, or senior government officials from Iran are targets of the attack. What is your immediate reaction?
Hi, thank you for talking. Thank you for the connection. Yes, currently there's no report, but there's a report saying that a second round of the attack is going on in Iran, and also at the same time there are also blasts heard in Israel, in Haifa and some other parts in Israel. I think that's reacts to the earlier saying that Iran vows to retaliation against Israel. And for the surrounding countries, as of now, there's no statement from the UAE and Saudi Arabia yet, but there are several countries in the region have made some moves. For example, the Iraq has shut the airspace as Israel is launching the strike on Iran. And there's also alarm sounded in Doha, Qatar. And there are reports that the Qatar's Kuwait, the aviation authority, has suspended all the flights to Iran until the further notice. And also U.S. embassies in Qatar, Bahrain are issued shelter-in-place order for personnel. And there are some latest movements that U.S. Embassy in UAE implements the shelter-in-place for personnel, recommends all Americans do the same until the further notice. There's latest report that one missile launched from Iran towards central Israel was intercepted by air defenses. And other movements, including Amman says it suspended flights to Baghdad temporarily amid developments in the region, and the Qatari's interior ministry says the condition in Qatar remains stable and safe in light of the attacks. And that's currently all for me.
Wang Zheng, you mentioned about Doha and Qatar, which serve as a chief mediator during the talks. So tell us how the local media reacting to the situation fastly developing in the whole region.
Well, local media, they're basically covering or only covering the situation going on in Israel and Iran. But currently, there's no reaction from the piece. But I think mostly this coverage are mainly about just things, how things are going on, but not much about, like, for example, their reactions and their comments haven't been heard yet.
All right, thank you so much, Wang Zheng, for your updates from Dubai. We really appreciate it. All right, let's go back to our studio guest. I'm Mr. Anya Tengi and Mr. Zhong Gong. Good to have you back, gentlemen. So, as we have talked to correspondents in Moscow, in Tel Aviv, Dubai, and Tehran, so in your analysis, what is this conflict going?
Well, there's no end game. That's clear. And I know you predicted this, but my problem with it is that they did not, like they did in Iraq, build up this false narrative that there are weapons of mass destruction. The United States people are over 2-1 against any type of action. In order to make this palatable, they had to establish an imminent threat to say that America is potentially under attack, but they didn't do that this time. That's why I was questioning whether there would be attack. Now that it's happened, you're going to hear a lot of voices, especially those who've been questioning the influence of Israel over the U.S. Government. So, you have people like Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan. These are heavyweights. They have tens of millions of followers. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, and these are all conservatives. Ann Coulter, Theo Vaughn. This is literally...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Aynatengan. We're seeing live signals of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is addressing the public. All right. We'll be getting to that information later in our show. Continue, Einar, your take.
Well, my point being is that he's lost his pro-Trump voice. Now, there's only a few who are very, very pro-Zionist who are in his corner. And it's not just this. There's going to be a lot of suspicion about whether or not he was doing this in order to deflect attention from the Epstein files. When they discover there's 50 pages and more that have been taken out of the files, not released, taken away, that had to do with allegations against him and a very young lady. I think she was 10 or 11 years old, and multiple instances, FBI reviews that said she was credible. This sounds like a cover-up. So there's going to be a lot of suspicion by people who were used to be on his side, saying that this is a hoax from his point of view, that he's trying to manipulate the public into turning their attention away from something that could destroy his administration.
The shift of focus.
Yes.
What I'm afraid of is that it's already expanded, actually. The fact that Israel is from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. There's no reason for Iran to launch missiles just towards northern Israel. So I think it's probably already expanded. Now, regarding the sort of a cover-up...
You should mention, John, that you lived in Israel. And
I lived in Israel for almost 3 years, So I know a little bit about what's the situation over there. I mean, it's north of Haifa. I mean, these are the range that these rockets... north of Haifa. I mean, these are the range that these rockets from southern Lebanon, the Hezbollah guys, their rockets can hit. So I think it's probably already coming from them. So in a sense, this war has already expanded, I'm afraid. I hope not, but what I'm afraid of is already expanded.
You mean it's already expanded to a wider regional conflict?
Yeah. Regarding the cover-up, I think probably, I think the Epstein file, diversional theory is one theory. There could be another. Reportedly, he has got $250 million from Marian Anderson, who is staunch supporter of Israel. So that could be another reason, I guess.
All right. We're getting some information from the latest remarks from the Israeli Prime Minister, which he said the operation to eliminate the existential threats from Iran. All right, we go back to our studio guests, Mr. Aynatengan and Mr. Jong Gong. Continue our conversation.
Regarding the stated target from Jerusalem that they're seeking a regime change in Tehran, I'm very skeptical about it. I mean, Israel is far away from Iran. I mean, the line can roll, but can only roll from a distance, right? They call it Operation Lion's Roll. Without boots on the ground, how can you actually, seek a regime change? And I think as President Trump made it very clear that he's very unlikely to put boots on the ground. And there's not many precedents in history where you can bomb a country into submission, and particularly bomb a country into a regime change. That would be a tall order. So I think the rhetoric is probably not going to be matched by what's happening on the ground.
All right, as we speak, I want to update to our viewers the latest remarks from Israeli Prime Minister. He said Iran must not be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Okay, we'll continue our discussion. Einar, I want to talk to you about the legality of the attack. Both the United States and Israel said it's a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to Israel. How legitimate is that?
No, it's not legitimate. I mean, Iran was locked in negotiations. That is not a pretext to do this. This was planned months ago. The negotiations were obviously not in good faith, and this was just something that, look, For 30 years, Netanyahu has said, I want to invade, I want to destroy Iran. What are we talking about here? We can't even pretend that this has any kind of legal viability. It has none at the UN. Unfortunately, at the UN, there's not much that can be done. Why? Because the United States has a veto power at the Security Council, and it has used it. Over these last few years, it has repeatedly used it to avoid any condemnation of what Israel is doing and the genocide that's in progress. So right now, the UN is completely useless. That means that this idea that we have a world of laws, order, and institutions is now officially over. Now, it was said so at the Munich Security Conference quite clearly, not once, but twice in succeeding years, first by Vance and then by Rubio, saying the United States doesn't care about laws anymore. We care only about what is good for our economy, even if it's at the expense of our neighbors, friends, allies, doesn't matter.
All right, let's update the latest information coming from Israeli Prime Minister. He said Tel Aviv has been under attack by multiple missile strikes. All right, we'll continue our discussion. The legality of the attack, Mr. Gong.
Well, I mean, of course, it's an unprovoked attack. It violates the United Nations charters about sovereignty and territorial integrity. I think, this thing can be traced back way back. It can be traced back to 1996 with a issuance of a document at the Pentagon by Richard Pearl about a theory called the clean break, which means that Israel needs to start wars with 7 or 8 of its neighbors and knock them down, including countries like Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Egypt, and these countries. And Iran is probably the last one in this chain of countries that Israel wants to knock out. Now, keep in mind that at the time Richard Pearl works for the United States, but he actually sent this document to Netanyahu at the time. And I think this has been Bibi Netanyahu's fixation ever since. I mean, his entire life has been working on this. And that's, to be honest, he's been pretty successful so far, isn't it? So I think, this is a cause so long that Israel is not going to give up. It's not going to, let it go towards the very end of this very, very big project, the Clean Break project. I think Iranian regime is weaker than any time before. So I think President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu probably smell blood here, and that it's the right time to strike. So I think all these negotiations, these are smoking screens, and it's not going to go anywhere. They're determined to strike a long time ago.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. We have the latest remarks from Israeli Prime Minister. He says Iran must not be allowed to gain nuclear weapons, nuclear arms, and he said joint attacks with the United States was to remove existential threats posed by Iran. Iran attacks should allow Iranians to take destiny into their own hands. All right, we'll be getting back to you in our studio, Mr. Anyatengin and Mr. John Gong. Well, Mr. Gong, I want to get your insight because you've lived and worked in Tel Aviv for many years. What is the general public, their opinion towards, Israeli attack on Gaza or be it Gaza or Iran? What's their general public opinion on this?
Well, I think after, that October 27th attack in southern Israel, the Israeli public in general is pretty much behind the government. They see that this is a sort of unprecedented blow to Israel, and they are seeking revenge. I think there was a sort of a left-wing political faction in Israel, but ever since then it's been pretty much marginalized. As you can see, actions in Gaza, as Irana has characterized as genocide, still very much getting a lot of support in Israeli public. So I think regarding this event, I'm pretty sure that Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu at least has more than 50% majority of support in Israel. But I think the situation can can change pretty rapidly. Israeli people are not very patient, to be honest with you. If they have to keep going to the bunkers all the time for more than like a month, I think the public opinion is going to change. So we're going to see what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks.
Things
but I'm pretty sure
divided in the United
this
States
war
as well.
is expanded.
All right, we'll be getting back to you later in our show, both of you gentlemen. Well, now we go back to our Jonathan Ragiv, who is live for us in Tel Aviv. Good to see you again, Jonathan. Do you have any updates on the Israeli government's comments or reactions on these attacks? All right, it looks like we have some technical problem with Jonathan. We'll try to get back to him later in our show. So, Einar, it looks like Israeli sources say the first phase of the attacks could last for 4 days. Can we, at this point, say the diplomatic efforts failed?
No, because in order to fail, there had to be sincerity on both sides. I think the Iranians were sincere. They were backed up. They had a large uprising. Some suspect that it was a color uprising sponsored by Israel and the United States. But regardless, there is deep anxiety within Iran. Perhaps this is what Netanyahu thinks is going to happen, but the fact is it's going to happen exactly the opposite. Every time you have a moderate in Iran, for some reason, the U.S. takes it upon itself to mount an attack. And what does that do? That actually unifies the nations. The young people see their friends dying. They see around them buildings being blown up, and they're patriotic. They are Iranians. They just want a normal life. But this is going to pull them together. So this is the exact opposite of what he's trying to do.
I want to add to this. You said because they are Iranians. Actually, President Trump asked this question to Wickoff, who is actually negotiating this. So why doesn't Iran budge against all this military pressure in the Persian Gulf? And Wickoff sort of danced around and said, well, why don't they capitulate in this interview? A day later, Iranian foreign minister replied this in public on X platform. He said, because we are Iranians. So that speaks volume for what the sentiment in Israel, in Iran right now.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. We now get the latest information from the Pentagon, which the Pentagon said the U.S. strikes against Iran is named Operation Epic Fury. All right, how do you think of that name?
All I can think of is Pete Hegseth. This is exactly the kind of name that he personally would have put on this. He thinks of himself as a warrior, as somebody who's built to fight. I don't think the rest of the general staff thinks so, but that's his opinion. So this is clearly, I think, fury against what? Has Iran attacked the United States? Absolutely not. There's absolutely nothing to back up the idea that the U.S. should be furious. Quite the opposite. It should be the Iranians who are furious that they were involved in false negotiations.
Well, there will be a lot of fury on the part of people like Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, even J.D. Vance. I think he's not supportive of this.
Well, he's not going to say anything. But at the end of the day, Trump has opened a can of worms here because he has not established the case to the American people that there was a existential threat to Americans. Remember, for a few days they were saying, well, he said that the Iranian nuclear threat had been obliterated, all right, where others in his administration said, well, they could have a nuclear bomb in a couple of weeks. Yeah. So they were parroting, ironically, what Netanyahu was saying as opposed to the president. He said directly in the State of the Union speech that it had been obliterated. How can you justify that to the American people?
It may not be 100% gone, but at least it was buried under the mountain.
He said obliterated.
It was buried under the mountain, and there was reports saying that Iranians haven't even started trying to uncover what's underneath the mountain, right?
So, but the issue is, he stated that he had achieved his goal. So how can he go to the American people and say, there's a threat? Threat from what? Have they sent any missiles our way?
No, we'll talk about the threat later. Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. And now let's get back to our Jonathan Ragiv in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, tell us more about the latest reaction or remarks from Israeli government.
So before we speak about that, just the latest updates. About 6-7 minutes ago, we got an alert, not a siren, but an alert saying that missile launches have been detected from Iran, calling on citizens. I got it in central Israel and many others as well, saying that an attack is incoming. For the moment, we've not heard sirens. It may change, so we may hear sirens in the coming minutes. I don't know. It is the second time today, in the last 30 minutes, we're getting such a message. I'm looking up at the skies. For the moment, I'm not hearing or seeing anything, but of course things are very fluid. It may change. Sirens sounded here in the Tel Aviv area about 30 minutes ago. No missiles were incoming, no interceptions, but yes, there were sirens. We are also hearing of sirens that sounded earlier in the day, also in northern communities in Haifa, and we're hearing of more red alert sirens. I look at the phone just to see what information I'm getting, as things are changing here all the time, situation being very, very fluid. And yes, we're waiting for more information. You asked me about the reaction of the Israeli government. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a statement about 30 minutes ago saying that Israel and the United States together have begun a military campaign against Iran, calling the Iranian regime the biggest threat to the state of Israel and to world peace, and saying that it is time to take this regime away. Netanyahu calling on the Persians, on the citizens of Iran, to use this opportunity and to get rid of their regime. This is the information coming from the statement of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Other information is stated before. The Israeli airspace is completely closed. All of the home front directives have been changed as of 8 a.m. local time, just a bit more than 2.5 hours ago. Businesses are closed unless they're essential. Education system is closed. Basically, the country is once again, for the moment, in war mode. These home front instructions are in place at least until Monday, with the assumption that it will take much more than just 3 days. This is the latest, and here in Tel Aviv, we're expecting much more to come. So is in many other places around the country. This is the latest. Again, we got the message that more missile launches have been detected in Iran just about 10 minutes ago. Once again, I'm looking up, not seeing anything, not hearing anything for the moment. But this is what we're seeing now. This is the latest here from the ground.
All right, Jonathan, let me repeat your information. You mean sirens or sound, both in northern and central Israel. And we have heard from the latest speech from your Prime Minister, Netanyahu. He said Iran must not be allowed to have nuclear weapons. So what else can you tell us about his national address?
What Netanyahu said and what the Israeli security establishment has said is that this is a joint mission of Israel and the United States, with the division between the two countries being Israel is taking care of the ballistic missiles. This is the main threat now being seen from Iran. We saw back in June how much damage the Iranian ballistic missiles can inflict. And therefore, Israel is taking care of that. Israel is striking the ballistic missiles themselves, and perhaps even more important, the ballistic missile launchers. Iran, as far as we understand, has quite a large arsenal of ballistic missiles, but not a lot of missile launchers. Meaning, if the launchers are hit, then Iran will have a very big challenge trying to fire these missiles, and that is why Israel is focusing on that specific issue. The U.S., as far as we understand, is taking care of governmental places and nuclear facilities. This is as far as we understand. Israel is saying that eventually the hope is that once this war is over, the aim is to see another regime in Iran. Is it realistic? Not so sure. It may be difficult. One thing is eliminating military threats. It's another thing to take away a regime. Iran is not Venezuela. This is a completely different country, much more powerful, and just one strike will clearly not be enough. Israel is preparing its citizens for quite a lot of days of struggle ahead.
Well, Jonathan, have you heard any media, journalists, or residents about Prime Minister Netanyahu's remarks?
Yes, I think Israelis, as unfortunate as there is, have become used to this. This is not the first war with Iran. This is not the first war in which ballistic missiles are sent. The streets are very quiet. It is not very surprising, and not only because of the war. It's Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath, in which streets are very calm as it is, but people have now been instructed to remain indoors as close as possible, to protected shelters, to safe rooms, and judging not just by what was said today, but what was happening here for the past 2 weeks, there's hope that this war with Iran will be the last one. If the Iranian regime stays in place, and if the Iranian regime continues to develop its nuclear program and its ballistic missile program, Israelis fear that these rounds of fighting with Iran will become a common thing. And it's quite difficult for the citizens here every 8 or 9 months to experience these round of ballistic missiles, which have not fallen yet. But there's an understanding that they may impact and may cause casualties and great damage here. It is quite difficult for Israelis to endure this again and again. So there is hope that this war will bring a major change. Of course, we will have to wait a few days, maybe a few weeks, to actually find out.
Jonathan, we understand the situation is developing really rapidly. Do you think Israeli government is prepared for what's coming?
I think the Israeli government is prepared. The last 2 months since those protests in Iran and the American decision to move military forces forward, on the one hand, made things here very tense. It's been a very tense time for the past 2 months, but at the same time gave the government and the citizens the time to prepare, both on the military and on the psychological level. People and the nation itself have been quite ready for war. Israel has a very sophisticated missile defense system, mostly the Arrow system, which intercepts long-range threats, and also the David Sling and the Iron Dome, which intercept shorter threats from shorter ranges. But there's an understanding among everybody that there's no such thing as 100% defense. There's no such thing as a system that defends everything, and therefore, as prepared as the country is, there is an understanding that eventually missiles from Iran will make impact, things will fall, and as strong, as victorious as the United States and Israel may be, there will be damages, there will be casualties.
All right, thank you so much, Jonathan, for your reporting from Tel Aviv. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, we now go back to our studio guests, Mr. Einar Tengen and Mr. Jung Gon. So I want to get to you, Einar. So this is really, on what kind of scale of collaboration do you think the United States and Israel have been preparing for months?
Well, this would take quite a bit of time. What is it? $4 billion to mount the Venezuela campaign. There is a tremendous amount of logistics involved. What you have to do is it's multi-layered. You have to have your ships prepared. They have been pulling in missiles, additional aircraft, as was reported earlier, and they had to coordinate because the key today is command and control. You have to make sure that American AWACS are able to work very closely with the Israeli AWACS, that these fighter planes are going in at the right time. Before you go in, you want to wipe out as much of the anti-aircraft batteries as possible. They may have been using advanced weapons like they used in Venezuela, where I think Trump used the scientific name of the discombobulator. And this is the kind of thing that has to be completely coordinated. And you notice that they've already articulated exactly what the missions were. U.S. is taking care of one part, and they basically regime change. And Israel is going after any kind of ballistic missile sites. But there would have been other targets of opportunity out there. They've, in the past, not hesitated to do regime change strikes at the very top of the order, of the political order. And this is why a lot of people are asking exactly where the supreme leader is.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Joe. We'll be getting back to you. If you're just joining us, we're now covering the attack that Israel and the United States have launched on Iran. Israel says it has detected ballistic missiles launched from Iran towards the country. Iran says it has begun large-scale missile and drone strikes on the occupied territories. This comes after Israel and the United States launched what they called preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States has begun major combat operations in Iran. He adds that the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from Iranian regime. Strikes in Tehran have targeted areas near the offices of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Multiple missiles also hit University Street, the Jamhuri district, and other locations in the capital. Iran has closed its airspace. U.S. officials say the campaign is expected to last for multiple days. Media reports indicate that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Ayatollah Khamenei is not in Tehran and has been moved to a secure location. Well, an Israeli source says all Iranian leaders, including Khamenei, are targets. And Iranian officials has warned that Tehran's response will be crushing. Sirens have sounded over Israel to warn the public of possible retaliatory attacks. Israeli airspace has also been closed to civilian flights. All right, we now get back to our studio guest, Mr. Anu Tangen, Mr. John Gome. So this is definitely has been spread to a wider regional conflict. So, Mr. Anu, where did you see the things going forward?
Well, that's the problem. We don't know. It's going to be, the U.S. is going to look for some sort of retaliation by Iran in Israel, say that civilians died. They will use this as an excuse to say that we have to protect Israel. The question is, to what extent will they go? This will determine the course. If they can get in and out in 4 days and declare some sort of victory, I think that's what Donald Trump would prefer. He does not want boots on the ground. He does not want body bags of U.S. soldiers coming back to the United States. He certainly does not want ships, American ships, being sunk with lives being lost. So for him, it's one thing. For Israel, they want regime change. I don't think it's possible. I completely
agree with your take.
Well, I think from what President Trump has said, he sort of indicated that regime change can potentially also be part of his objectives. So I think, this is going way more than the scale that happened last time. Last time, President Trump was just trying to hit these sites and bomb them and then just go back and declare victory. But this time, I think he set up a target that sort of put both countries, Israel and the United States, in a corner. They're publicly announcing regime change here as an objective, and that's going to be a long way to go. I don't foresee a regime change anytime soon, within days or even within weeks. Even though they put boots on the ground, let alone they're not going to put boots on the ground. So I think this is going to be a expanded war, a prolonged war. As a matter of fact, it's already expanded. I suspect that the Hezbollah is already around rockets, and I just checked the news that the Houthis are saying that they're going to start to target ships going through the Red Sea. So I think to some extent this has already expanded, and we are, I think further down the line, Iran is likely to close the Hormuz Strait, and that's going to be profound implication for the world economy.
Well, let's say if this conflict drags on to a wider regional conflict, what will be the economic consequences here?
Well, obviously,
as you mentioned, the Hormuz Strait will be closed, definitely.
Yeah, well, I think it's likely to be closed.
Yeah, likely to be closed.
Yeah, I think the oil price is going to go up, definitely. And oil being the very fundamental commodities in the economy, price is going to go up all over the world, and there's going to be a huge influence in many parts of the world. I don't think that we want to see a prolonged war fight in that part of the region. And I think there's also a danger of other countries being dragged in, especially I think what's going to happen in Gaza, what's going to happen in West Bank, what's going to happen in southern Lebanon, and the Houthis. There's a range of possibilities here, and they're all very scary. I'm not even sure Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump understand the full scale of this action here. It's going to be very, very nasty.
Yeah.
In the State of the Union address, I think Donald Trump mentioned that if the nuclear negotiation failed, there would be really, quote, bad things happened. And Israeli sources say the first phase of the attacks would last for 4 days. Do you think this is really going to, drag on for only 4 days? What if it happened for like month or even years?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you have the Gerald R. Ford, which is approaching the record. It's been 8 months out of dry dock. The record is 294 days. They're not going to get back to California anytime in the near future. Pulling them out would be devastating. There'd have to be some sort of relief from another carrier group to come in. So you have logistical issues that are going on right now. In addition, you have what's going on in the USS Lincoln. They don't have enough. The bathrooms aren't working apparently.
Ford, General Ford.
Ford is not working. Okay, so I mean, there are limits to what the U.S. can do, and therefore you don't put boots on the ground. All right, you can't accomplish this regime change. But if you do put boots on the ground, you're in a forever war. This is a nation of 100 million people. Right. This is not going to be a cakewalk. This is not a train. You can go into the cities, but it's probable that they will resist you. So at this point, that's what I'm saying. There is no real good end game. But there are other international parts about this. You know, Modi just came back from Israel, embracing Netanyahu. Now, India's had traditionally very good relations with Iran. So this is going to become more complex. And when John starts saying about things, yes, there is the opening up of the war in terms of more countries or more interest groups like Hezbollah and the Houthis joining in, but there's also an economic part of this. I talked to you yesterday, we were theorizing what the cost of oil, these were people who deal in oil, they said expect $150 to $200 per barrel. This would roughly triple to quadruple the price of American gasoline. I'm sure most Americans who are hanging on by a thread, which is over 50%, are not going to appreciate something like oil, which is absolutely essential to travel, going up that much.
That's the economic impact. That's definitely going to be major, devastating impact on the oil prices and the whole picture as well. So what do you think, Einar, the overall picture going forward? The negotiations definitely now is halted, and with the attack coming. And according to some U.S. officials who clarified whether these attacks were coordinated with Israel a long time ago, before a couple of months. So let's talk about the whole picture, like the international community. So far, we haven't heard any response from the international community yet, but I guess there will be condemnations or different reactions from the international community. What do you think it's going to be for the multipolar world, our multipolar system here?
Well, I think you can pretty much say that the majority of South America will come out against this. This is definitely a BRICS issue. They will come out against this. You're going to see probably not too much vocal, but definite disapproval from Southeast Asia. Africa will not see this as something in their favor. Look, they have to look at this and say, you know, look at Venezuela, look at Iran, look at the threats against Greenland, threats against Panama, threats against Colombia, you know, Canada, you know, and they have to say, you know, maybe I'm next. And this is the greatest fear that countries, when you say multipolar, it's only multipolar as long as you are a sovereign nation. If any other nation can, at its whim, decide that it wants to invade you, take whatever you have, all right, and do it with impunity, then there are real concerns. So what this does is it speeds up this thing. Many of these countries may not say something out loud, or they may register some weak protest, but in the back rooms, they have to figure out how they're going to deal if they are the target of this. That means de-risking from the U.S.
I think, as usual, you know, many countries in global south and the Arab countries will issue a condemnation of this act. Yeah, that's no doubt about it. I think probably China is going to do the same. I'm just guessing here. And as usual, the Europeans will probably issue statements of concern of some sort. Now, this very interestingly, this reminds me of a a disclosed message from President Trump from Macron, in which he said, Macron told him in this message, which President Trump disclosed to the public, Macron said that, we did some wonderful things in Iran. I was thinking about this. What is he talking about? When Macron saying something like this in this very private message to President Trump, regarding Iran, and I suspect that something like what's happening today was already being discussed by the two leaders back then. This is about 2 or 3 months ago. They probably have already touched base about a potential military action against Iran, and judging from the content of the message, it seems that President Macron is providing some endorsement, at least some tacit endorsement.
But John, let's be clear. Macron right now, his popularity ratings are below 20%, and they've been hovering around 14% at different times. It is not going to be popular in France to be standing behind this. France, remember, was the one who stood against the United States in the Iraq War. Standing behind the U.S. in another unprovoked war is not going to make it better.
I know. What is the core strategic calculation behind this decision to launch the attack, and how does it differ from Washington's operation last year?
Okay, I am a one-note pony on this. I believe it's directly related to Donald Trump's domestic issues, both the Epstein files and his lack of ability to deliver on the economic promises that he's had. You noticed as soon as he was not able to solve domestic issues, the international arena became his favorite place. I brought peace over 8 wars. I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. All of these things. He just isn't able to cope at home. He's now going abroad. I think this, for him, it's not solely this. Netanyahu's been pushing this. There are a lot of other groups in there. The Pentagon has been behind this. But I think in his case, this is opportunistic timing.
I think in the United States, a lot of people see no interest at all.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. We'll be getting back to you later in the show. Now we go live to our Zaha El-Derzi, who's live for us in Beirut, Lebanon. Good to see you, Zaha. So how have the Lebanese government and public reacting to this attack?
I will start with the recent reactions by the President Aoun, who have a series of talks with the Prime Minister Nawaf Salam and the Minister of Public Works and the United States Ambassador in Beirut, Michel Issa, and the Army Commander Rodolphe Heikel, and the Speaker of the Parliament. During these calls, he emphasized that the need of maximum readiness and coordination between relevant authorities and agencies, also the commitment of national responsibility to keep Lebanon away from repercussions of the external conflicts and preserving sovereignty, and the importance of the national unity and strengthening the internal solidarity, and affirming that the state institutions will remain the primary guarantor of the security and stability of Lebanon. It was a call for internal unity and institutional coordination to protect Lebanon from the repercussions of the Iran-Israel conflict. Also, the Prime Minister tweeted or published via the X like an hour ago that in light of the developments, he also called on all Lebanese to exercise wisdom and patriotism, and keeping the interest of Lebanon above all other interests, and emphasized that Lebanon cannot and will not afford the cost of another adventure, as he described, meaning in this adventure any involvement by Hezbollah to support Iran in its conflict against Israel. Also, the Minister of Foreign Affairs also was speaking about that keeping the interest of Lebanon above all other interests. Regarding the measures by the Lebanese government, still Lebanon hasn't closed the airspace. We can monitor Lebanon's the Beirut International Airport flights. There were till the moment there are only 2 flights were cancelled from Iraq and Egypt, depending on the schedule that the international airport have, and also other parties about speaking that the fuel is available. So having precautions and calming the residents in Lebanon that in case of any development in Lebanon.
All right, thank you so much, Zaha Al-Durzi, for your reporting from Beirut. We really appreciate it. All right, we're now joined by Oli Barrett, who is live for us in London. Good to see you, Oli. So what did the UK government say about the latest U.S.-Israel airstrikes on Iran?
Well, for now, at least, the main reaction that's coming from the UK government here in London is really in the form of travel advice. For now, at least, there is a shelter-in-place advice and guidance for UK citizens who are in Qatar. That's come from the embassy in Doha. The UK's embassy in the United Arab Emirates warns of escalation, which could lead to travel disruption and unanticipated impacts. Of course, Iran embassy staff for the UK had already been evacuated from that country. There is travel advice in place against going to Israel and Palestine at the moment unless absolutely necessary. We're also seeing a number of European airlines cancelling or postponing flights to and from the Middle East at this time. We've heard some words from the former UK Defence Secretary Grant Shapps. He says
好嘞。哎，好，谢谢主任。好的，好的，谢谢。哦，没事，我带了一个杯子。啊，里面有。啊，谢谢。
A breach.
我 OK 了，你要是可以。
Coming from UK opposition politicians so far this morning, and certainly there will be some real concern among European allies of the United States about the attack, about whether it is correct under international law, but crucially also about the danger for potential overspill in the region.
Oli, for the European perspective, how could this latest round of U.S.-Israel strikes reshape Western strategy towards Iran in the days ahead?
Well, one of the key aspects of the strategy towards the region in the days ahead will be to see what effects spill over outside of Iran's borders. Of course, there will be attempts to keep a track of what is happening inside Iran and the impacts of that, and particularly the impacts on European citizens. But there will also be real concern about countries like Iraq, for example, and the danger of escalation in the wider region. So I think that will be a major focus of the European strategy. And another question, of course, is going to be if there are European countries who are opposed to this action, how loudly do they say it? How strongly do they communicate that to Washington? And exactly what action might they take to show their displeasure with the administration in Washington? There will, of course, be some European countries who are in support of this action. And as I was saying, one of the key questions will be whether the UK and indeed any other NATO allies have been involved in this action in any way, even if it is only in a support role.
All right, thank you so much, Oli Barrett, for your reporting from London for us. We really appreciate it. Now we go live to our studio guests, Mr. Einar Tangen and Mr. John Gong. All right, Einar, we've heard our correspondent in London, the European perspective. So how do you think this attack will have on the U.S. relationship with Europe, as we have heard from the Munich conference, which just concluded a couple of weeks ago, that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio having this softer tone than his J.D. Vance last year at the Munich Security Conference. What do you think this attack will have on U.S.-Europe relations?
Well, he might have had a softer tone, but the substance was exactly the same. And quite frankly, this just underlines exactly how unreliable the United States is. From the European perspective, they were all rooting for a diplomatic end to this. Say, what does the U.S. want? What can be done with Iran? They saw a lot of this, you have to disarm yourself and all this. It's just kind of, first move. This is my initial offer, and see what Iran would come back with. So I think there's going to be quite a bit of shock around it. Imagine you're sitting in Denmark when the U.S. has threatened to take over Greenland. All right, and you start seeing that this complete disregard for international norms and laws for the UN, this makes you start to wonder, okay, maybe we need to send more troops there. All of these countries now have to be even further in doubt about the intentions of the United States. So this is not going to burnish America's image with its supposed special relationship, including Great Britain, and also the rest of Europe.
I think this is going to be very different this time. Remember last time when American troops went into Iraq, went into Afghanistan, its European allies went in together with it. And there were casualties on the part of Denmark, right? And, this is the reason why Denmark was so upset when President Trump basically said that, these troops from European countries were not making much of a difference. These people are dying at the time in Afghanistan. Now I think it's going to be very different. I don't think any European country will be joining hands with
absolutely
and they probably will express some concern, in my view. Even though none of them probably likes Iran, the Iranian regime, but I think, at the end of the day, this is clearly a violation of the United Nations charters.
Exactly. So what do you think, Einar, this attack will, what do you think the overall U.S. strategy on the Middle East region, what do they want to reshape the landscape of the whole Middle East region?
Well, this isn't clear. You have those at the Pentagon who've been saying for years that they want to get out of the Middle East and they want to focus on China. This has been, you saw the white paper, how it prioritizes China at the same time. They say, oh, all we want is our hemisphere. So you have a real muddled picture here, because this is not getting you out of the Middle East. The idea that you're going to rebuild Gaza for profit, that does not get you out of the Middle East. I mean, all of these moves, you haven't seen any kind of drawdown of troops or bases. There's hundreds of them around in the Middle East. They haven't been drawing them down. So, when you ask earlier about what are the U.S. intentions, people are saying, we don't know. It seems to be ad hoc. They didn't prepare the public for a visceral threat from Iran. They're worried. It's an uncertain world, and today it's more uncertain.
I think it circles back to the heart of the issue that was discussed between Tucker Carlson, in that interview between Tucker Carlson and United States Ambassador to Israel, Huckabee. What is America's interest in participating in this, right? I think, the issue really is Israel's influence in U.S. politics. In other words, why President Trump is so much, on the side of Israel when so many people in the United States, so many of his assistants actually and friends have expressed concern, and especially I think a large portion of the MAGA base were expressing concern about why the United States is so much interested in getting into another potentially forever war, faraway place that has basically nothing to do with the United States in terms of threat. Nuclear weapon is a no-brainer at this point. It's buried underground. Iranians haven't even started to digging up these things that was born underneath that mountain. Ballistic missile, there's no way they can reach America anytime soon, right? So I think, the theory that Iranian government poses a existential threat, even existential threat, it doesn't hold any water at all. So it's so hard to explain to the American public why this is justified. I think this is justified on his personal reason. I think President Trump has always been very, very much on the side of Israeli side, and this has a lot to do, in my view. You mentioned the theory about sort of covering up the diversional theory with respect to the Epstein file. But I think it's probably more than that. I think, he is being, President Trump has been supported and funded by a lot of money from Israel, or at least from Jews in America. Reportedly, Maria Nelson, who's the widow of that casino tycoon in Las Vegas, has put in $250 million into this campaign. And this is something that Maria Anderson said publicly herself. So I think, that $250 million goes a long way. And there's a reason why, in my view, why President Trump has been so much sort of consistently on the side of Israel in all of this.
As you mentioned, Israel's leadership has constantly framed Iran as a long-term existential threat. So what is your overall assessment of this? As we've mentioned, geopolitically, we have reactions from Europe, we have a reaction from Moscow. On a larger geopolitical perspective, what do you think this attack would mean for the world?
Well, I would start as I finished. It was an uncertain world yesterday. Today, it is even more uncertain. I mean, the problem with the world today is no one can predict what's going to happen in the next tomorrow. Donald Trump wakes up and he suddenly throws tariffs around, or he gets defeated, or he goes after somebody else, or he starts kidnapping the presidents of countries like Venezuela. He starts threatening Greenland. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. And this, unfortunately, is the enemy of business. If you're going to do economics, you have to have reliability and predictability. And right now, Donald Trump has destroyed that along with Israel. So he's sacrificing not only the world, but also American interest. And this is what's so interesting to me. I can't imagine any other group other than the military-industrial complex in the United States saying, oh, this is great. Close the Straits of Hormuz, all right? Create more uncertainty. Destroy the logistics supply chain. How is this going to help America? I mean, there's going to be very, very serious questions, and it'll be interesting to see how he tries to spin it.
As a matter of fact, it was reported the Joint Chief of Staff, General King, has expressed some concern about this, right? He said that, it's
it was reported, it was denied.
Well, I mean, President Trump said that it's not the case. It just raises some difficulties. He's not against it. That's what he said, right? So that's a... but the fact of the matter is this war is already expanded. We're seeing reports of missiles hitting U.S. bases in UAE, in Qatar, in Bahrain. So it's already expanded.
It looks like things were quickly developing, expanding there in the whole region. Iran has launched strikes on U.S. military bases in the Middle East, including UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Our Wang Zheng joins us now in Dubai. Good to see you, Wang Zheng. So what do you have for us? As we have seen explosions heard in Kuwait and some other regions.
Hi. Yes, it has been reported that Iran simultaneously launched ballistic missiles towards enemy bases in the region of Israel, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. That's the latest report. According to the Bahrain official agency, that the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Manam, in the capital was struck by a missile, and the residents has reported hearing non-stop air raid sirens as the Interior Ministry warns of ongoing hazards. The report also indicates Ali Al-Salam Air Base in Kuwait has been a primary target of Iranian ballistic missiles, and also it's been reported that the two massive explosions were reported in the capital of UAE, Abu Dhabi. We still are waiting for more information on that. And there's also warning sirens being echoed through in Qatar, the largest U.S. military facilities in the region. Qatari authorities have issued mobile alerts alerting all civilians to take shelter immediately, and the air defense system work to intercept incoming threats. Also, there's a brief introduction of U.S. military bases in the region. As I have mentioned, there's a U.S. military existence in Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and the UAE. There's also air base in Jordan, which is home of the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing Combat and Logistics. And there's also Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. And there's also Assad Air Base in Iraq and also in Syria. And because there are many different kind of information, but there seems a lot of these air bases are also all under attack by Iran.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, continue, Wang Zhou.
Oh yeah, yes. There a new batch of Iranian missiles fired towards Israel, as we latest learn, and there are sound explosions around Ramallah. There's also reports of explosion at a U.S. base in Turkey, as we latest learned from Iranian media. And but at the same time, Israel is attacking targets in Iraq belonging to Iranian-backed militias.
All right, thank you so much, Wang Zhou, for your reporting from Dubai. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, we're now joined from Vienna. Is Johannes Fletchenberger. Good to see you there, Johannes. Tell us how the IAEA might react to this attack.
Well, the IAEA might react in a similar way as it did a few months ago when the U.S. attacked Iranian nuclear facilities. Back then, the IAEA criticized the U.S., saying that nuclear facilities must never be attacked, otherwise there's a risk of very dangerous consequences. And the agency was also part of the latest U.S.-Iranian nuclear talks in Geneva, where no breakthrough was reached. And those talks were actually set to move here to Vienna next week on a technical level.
Hello and welcome to CGTN's special live stream in Beijing. We begin with breaking news. Multiple explosions have been heard in Iran, according to local media. Apparent strikes in its capital city, Tehran, happened near offices of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran closed its airspace earlier. Meanwhile, Israel announced it has launched what it calls preemptive attack against Iran. In a statement this morning, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared a special and permanent state of emergency across Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier said the operation carried out by the U.S. and Israel is to remove existential threat from Iran regime. He said Iran must not be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons. Israeli army said it identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of Israel. The country's defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. U.S. President Donald Trump earlier said the U.S. began major combat operations in Iran, and U.S. officials said the U.S. military is expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command said that the Tehran's response to the strike will be strong and decisive. For more, our correspondent Li Zhao joins us now from Dubai. Hi there, Li Zhao. So a lot has happened during the past several hours. What do you have for us at the moment?
As you said, it is in time of Ramadan right now. I'm here in Dubai of the United Arab Emirates. We know that the situation has really developed very, very fast. We do see some of the very breaking news happen just around me, not just in the UAE, Gulf countries, but also in several others as well. But let me brief you from the very latest, right? We saw this morning, I'm talking about local time, Middle East local time, US and Israel launched an attack on Iran, as US President Donald Trump later confirmed on social media that major combat operations are underway. We're seeing images and videos showing smoke rising in Tehran as explosions have been heard in 5 cities across Iran, and they are Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, Kermanshah as well as in the capital of Tehran. Now, very soon, Iran's state television announced that Iran's armed forces were getting ready to retaliate against Israel. Waves of ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran toward Israel, and sirens were sounded in several areas across Israel following the identification of missiles. Now, just now, Iran attacked U.S. bases in the UAE, capital of Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and Bahrain with ballistic missiles. And we're seeing that several countries, including the UAE, including Qatar, Bahrain, also, of course, Iran, Israel, and Iraq, they have announced that they are temporarily closing off their airspace for the matter. Now, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said his country launched a preemptive attack on Tehran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also issued a statement later thanking U.S. President Donald Trump for, quote, historic leadership and urging Iran to get rid of its nuclear weapons. Now, following the strikes, as I said, several countries have already announced closing off their airspace. Actually, one of my colleagues, she was supposed to travel from Dubai to Tel Aviv.
Recording in progress.
And from Dubai all the way to Tel Aviv, but because of the bombs, because of the strikes going on in Abu Dhabi, the UAE has just announced that they are temporarily closing off the airspace, although they've not yet announced that when will they decided to put it back on. Now, just to give a little bit background information, we know that Washington and Tehran has been engaged in several rounds of negotiations over the past month, but apparently the negotiations aren't going on very well.
Right, thank you, Li Zhao, for bringing us up to date. We're going to leave it there. That's our reporter Li Zhao reporting for us from Dubai. Thank you. Now, the attacks from Israel, which reportedly was coordinated with the United States, came after the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks concluded in Geneva on Thursday. Tensions between the United States and Iran were soaring amid massive U.S. military buildup in the region and the remaining sticking points in the nuclear talks. CGTN will keep you updated on this. Stay with us.
Their response. In June last year, the authorities in Iran felt that they didn't want to invite or escalate the conflict, so they only had, if you like, a symbolic attack against a U.S. base in Qatar and provided advance warnings so to minimize casualties on the U.S. side. This time around, given that there is a deliberate and open intention to make the regime fall, I think the regime in Iran feels it has to go all out. And we are seeing indications that Iran is hitting U.S. bases in the region, in Bahrain, in Kuwait. So we are already in the first phase of a full-scale war.
All right, thank you so much, Professor, for sharing with us your insights. We really appreciate it. Now we have the latest breaking news. Iran has launched strikes on several American military bases in Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, and Kuwait after Israel and the United States attacked Tehran. We'll definitely keep you updated for more information becomes available. All right, for more insights, we go back to our studio guest. It looks like Iran has begun its retaliatory strikes. Where do you think this is going? I mean, given explosions have been heard in Kuwait and Abu Dhabi, it looks like it's already been a wider regional conflict.
Yeah, it's quickly flared up. I had questions of whether that they would attack other Islamic states, but they're not attacking the cities. It seems that they are going directly after military assets within those owned by the United States, operated by the U.S. But this represents it's just expanding, and this is the greatest threat out there. I mean, how do these nations respond to this? Their populace will say, hey, we're attacked, what are you going to do? All right. On the other hand, they say, well, the U.S. started it, but we're in between. And this is really, and think of oil prices. If they are attacking these bases there, they're probably going to follow through with closing the Straits of Hormuz. And this is going to have a massive impact all around the world in terms of oil prices. It's going to put people who are at risk in further risk. It's not going in the right direction. Donald Trump has lit a match, and unfortunately, he's set afire the entire Middle East.
Exactly. Mr. Gong.
Yeah, well, some of the countries actually have diplomatic relations with Iran. For example, UAE and Saudi, they have diplomatic relations. Nevertheless, Qatar, yeah, exactly, yeah. Qatar, yeah, exactly. But Iran is not hesitant at all about hitting back. I think they've already announced that the missiles and airplanes are taking from where we're going to bomb it. So this is actually not surprising to me at all. I mean, this is a country's right of self-defense. Nevertheless, I think the way it is going looks like it's going to be a very prolonged war. I think one thing the Iranian side learned from last time in dealing with Israel is that they understand very well that the Israeli public's patience is actually very thin. After days of going to bunkers, several times a day, people are going to have to, express concern about government's policy. And the issue is that Iranians' missile inventory has a limited amount. I think it's probably in their interest to prolong this, to sort of wear out the patience of the Israeli public, in hope of somehow, shaping a public sentiment against Netanyahu's policy against Iran. That's one theory. Okay.
But how are you going to have a vote on it? It's not like they can force a vote and say we want an election. I mean, he's in power as long as he can declare an emergency.
Well,
so it is the sticking point here. I mean, Israel is no stranger to launching the attacks in the Middle East. Looking forward, how do you think this full-scale conflict, definitely in the Middle East, it's already expanding. So looking ahead, the economic impact, will it, have a ripple effect to us? In the Asian community?
Oh, absolutely. China buys oil from Iran. That's cut off. The U.S. has cut off Venezuelan oil. It seems, if you start looking around the world and U.S. actions, they have been going. They went to Nigeria, don't trade with China. So they seem not to doing anything direct with China because China holds a lot of cards, but indirectly they seem to be encircling it, trying to drive oil prices. China has many oil reserves that were bought when oil was extremely cheap. So it's in a position to, reestablish supply lines. Obviously, there's a huge pipeline that's opened up to Russia that will continue. So China is going to be okay, but the world in which China exists, which is about trade, getting resources in and shipping out value-added goods, that is going to be hurt. When people don't have to spend more money on gasoline, they don't spend it on other things. And this is not, China doesn't supply the oil. What they do is they supply the goods people can buy. So this is going to have a prolonged effect. But one other thing, we talk about economic, but let's start thinking, if all these bombs are going towards the things, there are going to be American casualties. And when those body bags start coming back in the U.S., there is going to be an immediate reaction. Both independents, part of his own base, and Democrats are going to be screaming, you got us into this, how do we get out?
In addition to the issue of oil, I think global transportation is going to be subject to a lot of stress. We import a lot of things from Europe. We export a lot of things to Europe. These ships all go through Suez Canal. And now, with the Houthis getting involved in this, this transportation route is an imperil right now. It happened before. One time, I think it was a year or 2 years ago when Houthis, they basically closed down the Red Sea transportation route, and a lot of these ships have to go through southern Africa to come to China.
They closed down any Israeli or American-linked ships, but they did not close it down to other countries.
Well, at the time, I know that the Beijing Mercedes-Benz operation stopped because of the parts coming from Europe, from Germany, it's being delayed because of the closure of the Red Sea transportation route. So these things is going to hit home one day, and I think it's going to cause a big shock to the global supply chain. It's going to introduce a big shock to the oil supply and prices of oil, and all of these things are negative, adverse impact on the global economy.
And what John is talking about, it costs more time and more energy to take ships around the Horn of Africa, all right? And those increases are going to be passed on to everybody. So everything that's imported into the U.S., for example, huge amounts, are going to be much more expensive. This is a compound
Huge
situation
impacts on the global supply chain, definitely. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. So a Russian political expert warns that the U.S. military action against Iran could trigger a series of catastrophic consequences. Take a listen.
The consequences will certainly be devastating for the entire Middle East, as there is a risk of uncontrolled escalation. Iran might respond with strikes not only against Israel, but also against U.S. military bases. This would lead to significant casualties among American troops and cause Trump's domestic approval ratings to collapse. In addition, there remains the risk that the Strait of Hormuz could be blocked. Some 20 million barrels of oil pass through the strait every day, along with massive volumes of natural gas in billions of cubic meters. This would immediately trigger a global fuel and energy crisis. Of course, the consequences would be extremely dire.
All right, we now go back to our studio guests, Mr. Einar Tangen and Mr. Jong Gon. Einar, let's talk about this legality of the attack. Both the United States and Israel claim this is a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to Israel. So what do you think Donald Trump will face within the United States after this attack?
Well, there'll be challenges by Congress. They say this is an act of war, that he should have consulted them. It's not clear that they were or were not. This is what they call the Gang of Four. He can call them up and say, look, without disclosing anybody else, but he has to disclose to Congress, and then they can start scheduling action. But there's going to be loud calls. And they're going to say, hey, what is going on? What was the existential threat? What are you doing? The Democrats will be all over this. The Republicans will be on the defensive. Remember, a large part of his base are the ones that are against these kind of forever wars. They don't understand why billions are being spent overseas on wars that have nothing to do with them, which are in fact going to increase the cost of their living. So this is a political event. He's taken tremendous risk. What he does after this, I don't know, but definitely Congress will be mounting a legal challenge to this, saying this is legal. But you can't pull the missiles back. So they're already been expended, and the danger here is that escalation when American lives are lost. Right. He's going to appeal and say, we've been attacked, even though the U.S. attacked first.
Well, let's not forget the Supreme Court's ruling that Donald Trump's terror policy are illegal. What trade-offs might the United States have to make here?
Well, I think it very much depends on the outcomes in the next few days as the war unfolds. I think if, like last time, the American bombers went in and went out very successfully just a few days, in just one day, and nothing happened later. Retaliation from Iran is very limited. Not many American casualties at all. I don't think there's any American casualties last time, right? So if that's the case, probably the public is going to get over with this very quickly. But if this war gets prolonged, if as Einar has said, that body bags are starting to come home, then there's going to be a huge dissatisfaction with the Trump administration. There'll be demonstrations, and then the Democrats and the MAGA base, the part of the MAGA base that's against this war, is going to be speaking up, and then I think President Trump is going to be under tremendous political pressure.
All right, now let's get some latest information from my colleague. According to Reuters, an Iranian official says all U.S. military bases' interests within Iran's reach. Well, this is definitely, as we already heard, unconfirmed reports saying the explosions in Saudi Arabia and Jordan targeting U.S. airbase. So definitely this is quickly expanding to a wider regional conflict. Will have this economic impact as well, as we mentioned, geopolitically to us Asian communities as well. So looking forward, what do you think we should be prepared for the next round of either attacks or any possibility of negotiations or diplomatic solutions?
There are. While you're attacking, it's really hard to have any kind of negotiations. As I said, there were scheduled negotiations that were supposed to hear. I think those will be canceled. Obviously, this will be seen from the Iranian side as an unprovoked attack in the midst of negotiations. They'll see it as illegal. They will go to the world. Not that anything can happen, but they will go to the world and say, "Look, this is unprovoked. This is outrageous. This is against everything that's out there. We are accused of being the barbarians," and they said the barbarian is America and Israel.
The UN Security Council is probably going to be session tonight or tomorrow morning.
Definitely.
Emergency. Exactly. And what the interesting thing in my view is that China is indeed should be able to play a sort of a proactive role in mediating a peace here. China maintains fairly good relationship with both sides, but it maintains a good relationship with Iran. It also maintains a reasonably good relationship with Israel. So I think maybe here, the Chinese our government can somehow intervene and propose a ceasefire at least and mediate a solution here.
No, definitely China will say, look, take a pause, sit down, relax. But the fact is, the U.S. and Israel are not interested. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. And in this particular case, they have outlined that they have regime change is not something you negotiate.
Well, put it this way: if Israel sees there's no hope of a regime change at all, and if this thing prolongs, I think Israel probably will be thinking about sort of an exit ramp to end this.
And then defeat?
It looks like the regime change is definitely the ultimate goal here, as it is very clear that it is targeting the top officials from
the country. Which is a tall order. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, they just killed the supreme commander of the armed forces.
There are 15% of Iranian population that's firmly behind the government. As Anna said, it's a deeply entrenched government, and 15% of 100 million people. I mean, that's a lot of people, and 15% can make a huge difference in my view. I mean, they're going to defend the country, unite around the government, and resist any area invasion from overseas. So I think
there's no invasion. You cannot go into a country of 100 million and expect that you're going to do it. We would be doing this from far away. The kind of armada. Remember when we invaded Iraq, how many months it took to amass all of these pieces.
There will be no boots on the ground. It's going to be difficult.
But for the international community, condemnation is definitely will be coming very soon, and the UN Security Council will very likely to convene an emergency meeting. So, what do you think our multilateral, multipolar world, multilateralism is now facing this unprecedented challenge?
You have a very simple choice, in my opinion, and that is when you have rogue actors like the United States and Israel, you kick them out. I know that it is very, very difficult, and you'd need a vast majority of the world. But given what Donald Trump has done, what Israel has done, genocide on one side, the other one kidnapping the presidents of countries, threatening other countries, including neighbors that it has no animus with, it is time for the world. I know it won't happen, but it would be the best thing for them to simply say, you are out of the United Nations, you're out of the WTO, you haven't paid your dues in years, you owe billions, you've paid a few million. Well, it's time to move on.
Well, I know. Look at the history of UN votes for the last 30, 40 years regarding the issue of Israel. It's almost always the entire UN Security Council against one or two votes, right? It's always been like this for the last 30 to 40 years. It's always been like this. So I think, the same story is going to happen again. And,
no, I agree with you, but I'm saying the only way around that is to say the U.S., you're out. And that way the UN could act. And they could condemnation. The only way that the U.S. will respond is not militarily, it is economically.
All right, it looks like Iran has already begun its retaliation, and we're hearing more reports later in our program. We definitely will keep you updated. And now, Israeli sources say the first phase of the strikes could last for 4 days. And I talked to our correspondent Jonathan Ragiv in Tel Aviv, where he said Israeli government is fully prepared for that retaliation. And do you think the U.S. government is aware or is ready for what's coming next from both the Middle East or Iran or from the international community?
No, it is caught unprepared. The fact that our air bases are being hit while Israel is able to defend itself gives you an idea. The American public is going to ask, well, why aren't we protecting our bases? Why aren't we protecting our people? Oh, we sent all the good missiles to, to protect Israel. I mean, this is not going to play well if there are body bags involved in this.
I think it's impossible that the United States government doesn't prepare for what's going to happen once the attack started. I think there's reports, a couple of days ago that the United States government is already organizing evacuation of personnel, non-essential personnel from military bases. I think it's yesterday or the day before yesterday.
A couple of days ago. Yesterday it was other countries.
The Israeli America's embassy in Israel announced asked people to leave, Americans to leave Israel immediately today, right? That's what he says. So I'm pretty sure they knows about it, and they're preparing for this.
Mr. Gohm, let's talk about people in Israel. You've lived and worked there for many years. And what's their opinion about the Netanyahu government?
Well, there's some dissatisfaction with the Netanyahu government. I mean, actually, one thing we didn't mention is that there was a scandal about him that the Israeli Supreme Court is about to investigate, right? And there was some talk about arraigning him for prosecuting him for these corruption acts.
He's been under prosecution for
quite some time.
This isn't new.
And one way of sort of dodging this and prolonging this is just engaging in a forever war from Israel's perspective. I mean, if you look at what happened ever since, Israel has been engaged in one war after another. It has now stopped for the last few years, right? So, and speaking of the Israeli culture, I think people in Israel are also very accustomed to this kind of a behavior. They know that every 6 or 7 years, this country is going to be getting into a war, either with something in Gaza or the West Bank or Lebanon, and in this case it was Iran. So Israeli people are preparing for this. As a matter of fact, in each apartment in Israel, there's a little safe house, they call it a safe house, that is walled by a concrete wall. So once the siren rings, they either go to the basement or go into that wall, which is surrounded by concrete, and very thick concrete. So the entire Israeli society has always been preparing for war. That war is going to come one day. So they're prepared for this.
Donald Trump has made a speech. Well, he already said the United States has already begun its military attacks on Iran. And what do you think Donald Trump will face next stage, both from the Senate and the Supreme Court?
Well, it's just not there. I mean, what does Donald Trump care about? He cares about the stock markets. They're going to dive. Oil prices will go up. He cares about the media. He's going to be excoriated in the media. And as I said, he doesn't have his usual defenders in terms of the people who used to speak on his behalf. And then there's the legal option. He's going to be facing a lot of pushback, especially from the Democrats, who are going to say this was an illegal war. What's unknown is exactly how the Republicans will do it. You have Republicans.
Lindsey Graham's always behind him.
Well, he's behind it, but then you have the senator from Kentucky who's always against it. He and his father were
Rand Paul.
Yeah, Ron Paul. So you have people who are going to, they could sway this because we're going into an election year. All right. Now, maybe Donald Trump thinks this is going to be an excuse to declare a state of emergency. And, he's been playing with this idea of taking the elections federal, even though it would be against the Constitution. But he doesn't care. As long as he can get it through day by day, he's willing to take a chance. But the rest of the Republicans are going to have a very, very difficult time. And, one of his issues that people don't talk about is that, yes, he could try to take over the elections and declare them null and void, but many of the congressmen on the GOP side, 15%, 20%, are not going to run again. So they might otherwise be occupied, in which case there is no things. It would have to be appointed by whoever the governor or whatever that state's process is to put somebody in. So he's creating a huge legal mess for himself. So on all things, and the economy's not going to do well, it's not going to be good for him. That's why I don't understand it.
And also the European allies will be weighing in again about its policy towards the United States. What do you think its impact on U.S.-Europe relations?
Well, it's not going to be good. I mean, it's another instance where the U.S. is a rogue actor. It doesn't give you confidence about what he would do to Greenland, right? So, I mean, at this point, there's going to be things. I mean, the U.S. has, there's a slow recognition. You don't have all of the leaders of Europe running towards China because they want to support the United States and its agenda as expressed at the Munich Security Conference. They are looking to de-risk themselves. This pushes them further in that direction. This is going to hit Europe hard. Exactly. When oil prices go up, Europe is already in dire straits. Right. I mean, you're talking about an area where it was, 2 years ago, 1% growth. Last year, 1.2% growth, and that was spread out over the whole EU. There are many countries that were doing much worse. They're not going to welcome it, and this is what's going to be interesting. If Great Britain...
Exactly. The ripple effect is huge, definitely, in Europe. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, Mr. Anu Tenggin and Mr. Zhong Gong, for sharing with us your insights. The long-running conflict between Israel and Iran has erupted once again into an open confrontation. Rob and Mishgar looks back at the sequence of that events that lead us here.
In 2025, a period of relative calm lasted from January through May. This included a pause in the fighting in Gaza and attempts at U.S.-Iran nuclear diplomacy in Oman, although underlying tensions remained high. Iran executed a man in April it claimed was an Israeli Mossad agent. The conflict reached a crisis point in June. On the 12th, the International Atomic Energy Agency voted to censure Iran for failing to provide sufficient information about its nuclear activities. In response, Iran announced plans to open a new secret uranium enrichment site. The next day, June 13th, Israel launched a large-scale unilateral military campaign called Operation Rising Lion against the core of Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The comprehensive aerial attacks, some reportedly using drones smuggled into Iran, killed top generals and nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated immediately with waves of missiles and drones against Israeli targets. Over the following days, Israel expanded its airstrikes, including on targets in Iran's energy sector, while Iranian missile attacks on Israel continued. A major escalation occurred on June 21st, when the United States directly intervened. US B-2 bombers struck 3 key Iranian nuclear sites, Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. The long-term success of these strikes remains unclear. 2 days later, on June 23rd, Iran launched retaliatory military strikes on the U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Iran had warned Qatar and the U.S. hours beforehand, and no fatalities were recorded. That same evening, U.S. President Donald Trump announced a fragile but largely held ceasefire between all parties. The ceasefire has largely held, though both sides accuse the other of minor continued strikes. Until now.
If you're just joining us, we're covering the attack that Israel and U.S. have launched on Iran. Israel says it has detected ballistic missiles launched from Iran towards the country. And Iran says it has begun large-scale missile and drone strikes on the occupied territories. This comes after Israel and the United States launched what they called a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to Israel. And U.S. President Donald Trump says the United States has begun major combat operations in Iran. He adds the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. And strikes in Tehran have targeted areas near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Multiple missiles also hit University Street and the Johari district and other locations in the capital. Iran has closed its airspace, and U.S. officials say the campaign is expected to last for multiple days. And media reports indicate that Iran's Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, is not in Tehran and has been moved to a secure location. While Israeli sources, all Iranian leaders, including Khamenei, are targets. And the Iranian official has warned that Tehran's response will be crushing. Sirens have sounded across Israel to warn the public of possible retaliatory attacks. And Israel airspace has been closed to civilian flights. And for more discussions on that, we're now joined by Anna Tengen, Senior Fellow at the Center for Information Governance Innovation, and John Gong. Thank you very much for both of you joining us on our special coverage on the United States and Israel's attack on Iran. So, previously, we've known that lots of information have been come out. And for your perspective, my first question goes to you, Anna Tengen. What do you think this attack on Iran will impact on the Middle East at large?
Well, it'll be devastating economically. I mean, if they close the Straits of Hormuz, expect oil prices to peak at somewhere between 150 and 200. Ordinarily, that would be good for oil-producing nations, except they can't get their oil out. It will be oil outside of that. So it's not going to be good for them. Politically, they're caught in a situation where Iran has attacked bases in their country. As long as it's kept to the military bases, it's all right, but still, it risks this kind of wider, bigger war. If entities start saying that, no, you killed our civilians and we have to retaliate against Iran. I mean, this is not something where anybody knows where it goes. You light a match to a pile of dried leaves. Do not expect, be surprised if it runs to the forest. So we're looking at unknown risks, retaliations, escalation, and wider regional interplay.
And my question is to you, John Gong. We know that in this such kind of situation, is the current status of nuclear sites or domestic protest a sufficient reason for the United States or Israel to launch such attacks?
Well, we know that after the last bombing by United States Air Force, the facility is already buried underground. It's been widely reported that the Iranians haven't even started digging up these things. So it's President Trump is partly right that it's being obliterated, but not 100% destroyed, just buried somewhere underground. This doesn't pose an imminent threat to any of these two countries, Israel and the United States included. So I think the justification that this is for a threat to both countries is not grounded on reality at all. And also the issue about ballistic missiles, it wasn't part of the negotiation in a long history between the United States, Israel, and United States and Iran in terms of Iranians' nuclear program. It's never about the ballistic missiles. It's only recently brought up, right?
There was a limit. They were told that they could not test any ballistic missiles. That was back
300 kilometers. I mean, this is a joke. I mean, it's not going to...
That part, absolutely.
Yeah, this was never part of the negotiation. So I think this is something that is purely out of the concern from Israel's side, and it was a newly brought up issue. And that's the reason why the Iranian foreign minister didn't even open up the letter, according to reports, in which this issue was raised. It's just non-negotiable from the Iranians' perspective.
Okay, look at it this way. They've already admitted that this has been months in the planning, that they set the date probably when Netanyahu visited the White House on February 18th to 22nd. So how can you be negotiating in good faith if the whole time you're planning an attack? Now, they can say that it was an alternative and that they're exploring it. But Netanyahu has been saying that he wanted to attack Iran for 30 years. I'm just going to say that we believe that he wanted to attack Iran and that, there is no end game. They keep talking about regime change. How do you do that? A nation of, 9.5 million, 2 million of whom are Arabs, taking on a country of over almost 100 million people and it's the 17th largest country by population and land area compared to Israel, which is a postage stamp in comparison. How would they possibly put boots on the ground? Never mind the fact that they don't share a border. There'd be vast distances between them. The only way they could do this was getting the U.S. to get involved. But that opens up a whole can of worms now that there are so many supporters of Donald Trump who have turned against him. You have Ann Coulter, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker, Joe Rogan. These are heavyweights who used to be in his corner who will now be attacking him because the perception is that he gave in to Israel, that the U.S. does not have imminent threat issues here, that is simply Israel wagging the dog.
From Bibi Netanyahu's perspective, this is the last chapter of the clean break project that was devised in 1996, almost 30 years ago. And looks like, this last chapter is not going to give up. So I think this is something that is bound to happen.
Explain what the clean break is.
Okay, the idea of a clean break is that Israel needs to topple regimes in countries surrounding it, a list of like 7 or 8 countries that Israel needs to topple their regimes, including Egypt at the time, including Iraq, including Syria, including Lebanon, Iran, a whole list of countries. So I think, this is something long in the making. I think Bibi Netanyahu's entire career political life has been surrounding this very issue.
Yes,
and
exactly.
just be clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. This was a white paper that was put out by Perlman, who was a part of the administration back then, saying that this is what needs to be done, and it was sent to Netanyahu. It was also confirmed later.
Hello and welcome to our rolling coverage here on CGTN of the fast-developing situation in the Middle East, where tensions have ratcheted up a few hours ago following attacks from Israel and the United States on Iran. I'm Nadim, coming to you live from our Beijing headquarters, and here's what we know so far. So around 4 hours ago at 6 a.m. GMT, reports started to emerge of Israel launching attacks on Iran, which turned out to be coordinated with the United States. In retaliation, Iran has fired so far 3 rounds of strikes on Israel, as well as U.S. military assets around the Middle East, which included drones and missiles, and said that all U.S. and Israeli assets in the region are, and I quote, legitimate target. Already we've been hearing that Iran has struck U.S. airbase in the United Arab Emirates, specifically in Abu Dhabi, with explosions also reportedly heard in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Doha in Qatar. Although we're waiting confirmation on this point, all of these Middle Eastern countries have U.S. military presence. Now, following the strikes, the U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday morning said that the U.S. military, and I'm quoting him here, the U.S. military began a major combat operation in Iran with the objective to defend the American people by eliminating threats from the Iranian regime. This was during a video address that he gave and posted on Truth Social, his platform, and in which he continued to say that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and that is why Operation Midnight Hammer struck Iran's nuclear programs at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. He also went on to claim that Iran has rejected every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions and continue to develop long-range missiles that can threaten allies in Europe, U.S. troops overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Meanwhile, U.S. media have reported that this operation that started a few hours ago by the United States and Israel on Iran could last multiple days. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, following the strikes early morning on Saturday, local time, said that the operation was, and I quote him, to remove the existential threat posed by the regime in Iran. And in response, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command said that Tehran is willing to respond to the strikes in a strong and decisive manner, as well as the state television in Iran reporting that Iran is preparing to take revenge on Israel and deliver strong response. And we've seen already 3 rounds of retaliation from Iran on Israel, as well as several targets around the Middle East where they reportedly struck U.S. military bases and military assets. And it's worth mentioning here that over the past month, the U.S. has been building up what is the biggest military presence in the Middle East of its military assets since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And that was a way to put pressure on Iranian leaders, which was happening in parallel to diplomatic pursuits, indirect talks between the United States and Iranian officials over the Iranian nuclear program. In fact, the last round of talks happened just this Thursday in Geneva under the Omani mediations. And there was a glimpse of hope that there could be some way out of a war, or a war could be averted after the Omani foreign minister, Saeed Badr bin Hamad bin Hammoud al-Busaidi, said that there was significant progress in the talks without mentioning any concrete results. There was another round of talks that was scheduled for next week, technical level discussions in Vienna in Austria, although that now is unknown whether it's going to happen with the recent tensions happening right now in the Middle East. However, after Thursday, President Trump said that he was not thrilled with the way talks were progressing. That was a quote from him on Friday, and then on Saturday morning, we've seen already what happened with the launch of this military operation so far through the air by the United States and Israel against Iran. Now, where did the explosions hit? Initially, we heard that explosions initially were heard in downtown Tehran and later in other cities across Iran, including Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, and then specifically in Tehran, the capital of Iran, strikes were targeting Mehrabad Airport, which is the main airport of the country, as well as, according to Israeli media, the Iranian intelligence headquarters and the presidential residence. Although the Iranian media said the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, was safe, and the same goes for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, who was said to be out of Tehran and has relocated to a safe location. Israeli media had reported that approximately around 30 targets within Iran have been attacked, and quoting them, the actions of Israel against Iran have achieved all of its stated objectives, although it is unknown what these objectives are and who or where they were targeting specifically. So far, a number of countries across the Middle East have closed their airspace as strikes and retaliatory strikes happen between Iran and Israel, including the airspace of Iran, the airspace of Israel, as well as that of Iraq. And as I mentioned at the beginning, there was a flurry of recent reports speaking about explosions being heard in Middle Eastern countries. For example, in Bahrain capital, AFP news agency has reported that explosions have been heard in the capital Manama, perhaps with a strike against the U.S. Navy Fifth Fleet. Again, we're still waiting for confirmations on these things, but this is the situation that is happening. There has been talks happening since January to avert what we have seen today, and yet here we are with tensions reaching the highest level since last June, when Israel and Iran were involved in a 12-day war that happened in June, during which the U.S. joined Israel and targeted Iran's nuclear facility, supposedly damaging Iran's nuclear facilities. Talks have been happening between the United States and Iran over the past month. January, there was a round of talk. Last month, there were 2 rounds of talks in Geneva to try to avert this and to try to find a diplomatic solution over Iran's nuclear program. And yet today, we've seen what already happened. We're going to continue with CGTN. We've been with you for 4 hours since the beginning of the strikes, and we will continue with you to bring you the latest from here in Beijing, as well as from our correspondents in the hot zones, especially in the Middle East, as well as from our offices around the globe. So stay with us, and we will come back to you later.
The divorce between Israel and the United States is a matter of time. Any United States president cannot go against the public opinion and the American people that they like this war. And now the Israeli law, the Israeli political weight in the United States not from before. So that I think that the agenda of Trump, not the United States, is totally different from the agenda of Israel.
Just a day ago, both Iranian and Omani officials were citing good progress in the Iran-US talks. Given that, do these attacks come as a surprise to you? Why now?
No, it wasn't surprise. Israel is behind the scene. They don't like this thing to by initiation. They don't want a kind of peace deal to maintain the power of the Iranian regime. So it is not a surprise at all. The negotiation is part of the plan.
Considering negotiations were reportedly underway, what is the rationale for striking at this moment? Does this suggest the talks were merely a tactical cover, while the real objective is reshaping the balance of power outside the negotiation room?
Look here, Israel wants, no, they want. They want to keep the Middle East, and they want to expand in other countries like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and they are doing that already. Evacuating Palestinians from Gaza, trying to force other countries in the region to access Palestinian refugees. So Israeli knows what is their agenda. But the United States is deeply divided on this issue, and even Trump, he is good in dealing with media, showing that he can talk, but he stands on a very shaky ground in the United States. The followers and the supporters of Trump now are leaving him every day. So he knows that he needs a very limited war to prove that he is in charge, in power. He can something, but I don't think Trump, his decision to continue a very large-scale war.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Meki Albugrabi, international relations analyst and former staff member at the Sudanese embassy in the United States. Thank you very much for your perspectives. And for the latest, we're now joined by Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Well, Jonathan, has the Israeli government said about these strikes?
So what the Israeli government is saying, it was portrayed in a statement by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that Iran is an existential threat for Israel, and it's time to move away this threat. The statement began with Netanyahu saying that this is a joint Israeli-American operation, also thanking President Trump for his friendship and for the fact that the United States is part of this mission. And while Netanyahu did not say that the aim, did not directly say that the aim is regime change, Netanyahu did call on the people of Iran, of all the sects in Iran, to use this opportunity and to rise and bring down the regime. This, of course, will be the optimal outcome as far as Israel is concerned. Bring down the regime altogether. Is it doable? Not so sure. We'll have to wait a few days, maybe a few weeks, maybe even more to realize. But this, I think, is the main aim for Israel this time. Not only get the ballistic missile, the nuclear threat far away, but maybe even bring the regime down altogether. As far as Israel is concerned, the Iranian regime is the one behind all of the problematic issues in the region, be it Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, whatever you want. Therefore, Israel wants to see the regime being overthrown altogether. Again, we'll have to wait and see if this is doable. It didn't happen in June, but back in June, it was an Israeli mission. Now it is a joint American-Israeli operation, which, of course, makes things very much differently.
And we've got the latest news from local officials saying that 5 students killed after Iranian school attacked by Israel. Is there any response from the Israeli government or the health administration?
No, in Israel, the only thing that Israel is saying is that it is carrying out now strikes in Iran, and also Israel is trying to verify if and how many Iranian officials from the Revolutionary Guards or of the ranks of the government and the army, if any of them were killed. No specific responses to numbers of people killed in Iran. It is clear that this is happening. In Israel, we've had quite a few sirens in the morning all across the country, in the north, in the south, and also in central Israel. No reports of major casualties in Israel so far. We also know that some 100,000 reservists have been called to duty so far, and there's a lot of expectations to see as to what happens next.
And we've seen that the fresh wave of the U.S. economic sanctions is tightening the squeeze on Iran and prolonging a full decade-long financial blockade. So what will be the implication of that attack from Israel and the United States have in the Middle East?
It's clear that the Iranian economy is clearly also suffering from the American sanctions. This is what brought a lot of the pressure, the economic pressure that eventually led to this wave of protests that we've seen in Iran in recent months. And how much economy will play a hand in this, we will, of course, have to wait and see. So far, it seems as if the economy is also part of the altogether strikes and attacks that the United States is bringing on Iran.
Thank you very much indeed, Jonathan Regev, for your reporting from Tel Aviv. Now let's go live via Zoom to our correspondent Joe Johnson in Doha. Well, Joe, with Doha hosting a major U.S. airbase, how exposed is Doha to potential fallout if this conflict escalates further?
Well, Qatar just hosts Al-Udeid Air Base, which is the largest U.S. military base in the region and a critical hub for American and coalition operations. That naturally places Doha within the broader strategic landscape of any regional escalation. However, it's important to stress two key things. First, Qatar has advanced its air defense system and close cooperation and coordination with the U.S. forces, which significantly strengthens its defensive posture. Secondly, Qatari authorities are highly experienced in managing regional tensions. We've seen in past crises that precautionary alerts are issued early and security around key infrastructures are reinforced and coordination with partners is immediate. At this stage, we can see that what we are witnessing is that we've got a high alert, national emergency alert here here in Doha. And this is how Qatar is preparing itself for any military attacks.
And Joel, is there any indication that Qatar is stepping up diplomatic efforts to help prevent further escalation?
Well, I think Qatar traditionally moves very quickly on the diplomatic front in movements like this. We all know that Qatar has great relations with both the U.S. and Iran. So Doha has long positioned itself as a mediator in regional and international conflicts. Given its working relationships with the United Nations, regional Gulf states, and also open communication channels with Iran, it is uniquely placed to facilitate a dialogue. While we are still awaiting detailed official statements, it would be consistent with Qatar's foreign policy approach to engage in quiet diplomatic behind-the-scenes, urging restraint and de-escalation while ensuring the safety of all the residents and citizens here. So alongside heightened security readiness, diplomacy is almost certainly moving in parallel, and that is what we are witnessing here at the moment.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Joe Johnson, for your reporting in Doha. Now let's continue our discussion on this latest situation of the United States and Israel's attack on Iran. And thank you very much for both of you, Jung-Gun and Anna Tengen, for joining us on our special program. So my question is to both of you. Could you please tell us more about the economic implication of this attack? What are the short-term and long-term global economic consequences might rise from the U.S. attacks on Iran?
Okay, a lot of that depends on how long this conflict lasts. Short term, you can expect real damage to both America and as well as the Middle East and Europe as rising oil prices affect it. If the Straits of Hormuz are closed, you're talking, 20% of the world's oil goes through there. It would be devastating to many countries. China is not in a position where it's going to be hurt because it laid down a tremendous amount of reserves that they have in tanks, so they can reroute a lot of their energy needs. But for places like Japan, all the way from Japan all the way to America, South America, there is going to be real pain felt economically there. You're also going to see price rises. As we were discussing earlier, the logistics chain is fragile already. It's been under attack. Now you have situations where, in addition to higher prices for oil, you're going to have to add more days. Their shipping is going to avoid that area, so they're going to have to go around the Horn of Africa. That adds weeks onto the journey and also the expense. So you're going to see a sharp rise in prices around the world, and the longer this continues, the more it's going to impact everything.
There might also be ramification in the financial markets. I guess, when Monday morning stock market opens in many places around the world, prices will be plummeting. And that obviously was going to have an impact on the economy. So I think, particularly, I think, the stock market in the United States, whether it's going to hold up or not, or what's going to happen with the dollar status, these are all subject to speculation right now. I think what's worrying me most is that it doesn't look like this is going to be a short operation. I mean, Israeli side has already said the first phase is going to take 4 days, right? And then it's going to be the second phase, maybe even the third phase, and it can go on for many days. So I think, the further it prolongs, this war prolongs, the more severe an impact this is going to have on the world economy. Think about how many wars are going on right now simultaneously around the world at this point of time. There was a war breaking out, I think, in between Afghanistan and Pakistan the day before yesterday. Now there's another war coming out. So I think, we are in a turbulent world right now, and it's exactly as President Xi said. This is a time of change I haven't seen in 100 years. But fortunately, we're still in a peaceful time, and I think this is the time that China, in addition to sort of holding the peace banner at the United Nations, it's probably also a good idea to play a proactive role in terms of mediating a peaceful solution here.
Yes, indeed.
It should be, but the fact is,
it's difficult.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. If Israel and the United States are intent on regime change and or just destruction of Iran, there's nothing that China can do about that. China can only bring willing parties who want peace together and try to fashion some sort of consensus agreement that they will live up to. But you can't do that if you're intent on other goals, which are more just purely about violence.
Yes, not purely about violence. And you know that we've got the latest news that Iranian officials said that President Masoud Pezeshkian is still alive. And as Zhang Gong has already mentioned, that this kind of war will last for about 4 days. So this is just the first phase will last about 4 days. It's such a long time. Right. So what will be the future prospects or risks happening behind these kind of attacks on the entire Middle East region and whole world?
I think it's going to be very difficult as long as Israel holds this view that it wants to impose a hegemon status in the Middle East. Remember the interview between Tucker Carlson and United States ambassador to Israel, and Tucker Carlson specifically raised the question about not just a greater Israel, it's a greater Israel, right? In the Euphrates.
Basically, it's all of Israel.
Even including parts of Saudi Arabia. And the American ambassador said, so be it. Basically, he's saying, so be it if he wants to do that. And that's American ambassador, official, formal ambassador from the United States government to the state of Israel. And that's very worrisome. I think the vision that Huckabee sort of agrees upon, at least he's not objecting to it, is actually also having a lot of resonance in the state of Israel with a lot of Israeli people as well. Not a lot of, but at least a quite significant percentage of the Israeli population still holds this greater Israel.
We're talking about a massive amount of land, and you only have 7.5 million Jews in Israel. How are they going to occupy all of this land?
Well,
it just doesn't even seem rational to say something
the
like this.
idea of a greater Israel, the idea of Israel that encompasses from the river to the sea, encompasses from Judea to Samaria, is actually being resonated by a lot of people in Israel, right? That you have to agree.
It can resonate, but it's not possible unless they want to subjugate all of the people of the Middle East and say you're now second-class
I think it's
citizens.
going on. Look at what's happening in Gaza. They're trying to drive people out of Gaza. Look at what's happening in West Bank. I mean, the idea of annexing part of the West Bank is something that hasn't been contemplated before. Netanyahu was talking about this.
How will 7 million people control 140 million people?
Well, I know you're talking about the difference between desire, hope, and wish versus the capability, right?
But there's no reality to this. I mean, you would have to be a fanatic to believe that your 7 million people should control 140 million people.
The population of Israel that is for the Greater Israel Project, I think it's at least 10%. At least 10%, okay?
Okay, at least 10%. Thank you very much indeed for both of you. We will continue our discussion later in our program. Thank you very much indeed. Afghan residents in Kabul are having mixed emotions in the aftermath of recent airstrikes by Pakistan. And many say they want peace, but stress they are ready to defend their country if forced to do so. And daily life in the capital is returning to normal, signaling resilience amid uncertainty. Zamiala Absin has the story from Kabul.
This is Sharanal, the heart of Kabul and the most crowded area of the city. Just less than 24 hours, Kabul witnessed heavy bombardment and airstrikes by the Pakistani forces. But now, the routine life is back to normal. It's a restaurant here in Sharanal area and it's open. I can see crowds here, as you also can see. Life continues here, and there are a couple of youth standing here chatting with each other. It's a normal night, and as we chase the nightlife in Kabul in such a critical time, we will speak to them and ask how they feel.
Overall, the moral of Kabul residents remains strong. Afghanistan has gone through many ups and downs, so this was not a major issue for us. It was something we could handle.
We were at home when we heard a loud explosion. My family was terrified. It's deeply disturbing that Afghanistan continues to experience such incidents just after periods of calm.
The cafes here, they're open, the restaurant open, and crowds I can see everywhere in this area of Kabul city, and the people are enjoying. Gul Rahman is one of those young people, along with his friend, that they have come here to enjoy themselves.
Last night, Afghanistan was bombarded. Praise be to Allah. It is peaceful now. I came out to spend some time with my friends and walk around Sharanal.
It's midnight, around 10 o'clock in Kabul, and the bazaars, the markets, the restaurants and cafes are open.
It is 100% certain that Afghans do not want to create instability in other countries. However, if the situation worsens and our lives and security are taken from us, we will have no choice but to defend ourselves.
Most of the neighbors, like Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, others, they have confirmed that Afghanistan has peace. But I don't know why the Pakistan has issue with us. I don't know why always Pakistan interfere in Afghanistan.
Kabul has witnessed several times of atrocities, bombardments, invasions, and many more along the history. But the people in Kabul want peace, and they say that both the countries and the governments of Afghanistan and Pakistan should solve the differences in issues through diplomacy. Ismail Abbasin, CGTN, Kabul.
Pakistan has declared open war against the Taliban, launching major strikes on government facilities in Afghanistan for the first time. Islamabad says the strikes were a response to earlier cross-border attacks by Afghan forces on military positions.
You are watching CGTN live with our coverage that has been going on for 4 hours of the fast developing situation in the Middle East, where escalation has peaked in the few hours ago following attacks from Israel and the United States on Iran. At around 6 a.m. GMT, about 4 hours ago, reports started to emerge of Israel launching attacks on Iran, which were coordinated with the United States. In retaliation, Iran has fired strikes on Israel as well as other countries around the Middle East that house U.S. military assets. The Iranian attacks included drones and missiles and said that all U.S. and Israeli assets in the region are a legitimate target. We've heard targets on several U.S. air bases around the Middle East. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, the largest military base by the United States in the region, as well as Ali Al Salim Air Base in Kuwait, another air base, U.S. air base in the United Arab Emirates, as well as the 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. This is according to Iranian news agency Fars. They said that Iranian strikes have targeted these air bases run and managed by the United States. Following the strikes, the U.S. President Donald Trump said that the U.S. military had began a major combat operation in Iran, which is called Operation Epic Fury. He said that the objective was to defend the American people by eliminating threats from the Iranian regime. This was during a video address posted to his Social Truth social media platform, in which he continued to say that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and explained that that is why in June of 2025 last year there was the Operation Midnight Hammer, which struck Iranian nuclear program at the cities of Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. U.S. President Trump continued to claim that Iran has rejected every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions and continue to develop long-range missiles that can threaten U.S. allies in Europe, U.S. troops overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland, according to Trump. Meanwhile, U.S. media have reported that an operation by the U.S. against Iran could last multiple days. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Saturday morning said that the operation, the joint operation between the United States and Israel, was to remove the existential threat posed by the regime in Iran. Meanwhile, Iranian officials and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command said that Tehran's response to the strikes will be strong and decisive, with the Iranian television reporting that Iran is preparing to take revenge on Israel and deliver strong response. We've seen over the past few months the U.S. amassing its biggest military buildup in the Middle East since the 2003 invasion of Iraq as a way to put pressure on Iranian leaders. President Trump has on multiple occasions threatened military action against Iran, and Iran has said that in case this happens, this would lead Iran to reciprocate. And this was happening in parallel to indirect talks between the United States and Iran over the Iranian nuclear program. There has been 3 rounds of indirect talks, with the latest round taking place on Thursday in Geneva under the Omani mediation. There was a glimpse of hope after Thursday's diplomatic action in Geneva, especially after the Omani foreign minister said that a war could be averted because there was significant progress happening during the talks, although no concrete results were shared. That was on Thursday. On Friday, the Omani foreign minister traveled to Washington to meet with U.S. officials, and in an interview with U.S. media said that there is still hope for a deal to be reached. This was just hours before the United States and Israel launched their attacks. He was saying to U.S. media during an interview that a deal is within reach and emphasizing that substantial progress has been made. And for the first time, he publicly discussed details of the Iranian proposals in these indirect talks, saying, according to the Omani foreign minister, that Iran offered that it will not have a stockpile of enriched uranium and that it is committed to downgrading existing stockpiles and to have them verified by the International Atomic Energy Agency. This is according to the Omani foreign minister. And next week, there were discussions, technical level discussions, scheduled to take place between the United States and Iranian officials in Vienna, Austria, although these plans right now seem to be thrown up in the wind after the escalation that has happened today, and we will see whether there's still room for diplomacy right now. On Friday as well, President Trump said that he was not thrilled with the way talks were progressing, which was a prelude to what happened today with the strikes against Iran. The explosions, the strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran has hit multiple cities in Iran, including the capital, Tehran, where explosions were initially heard in the downtown area and later progressed to other cities, including Isfahan, which was also bombed last year by the U.S. during the June 2025 12-day war. Isfahan, Qom, as well as Karaj. In the capital, Tehran, strikes had targeted the main airport of Iran, as well as the Iranian intelligence headquarters and the presidential residence, according to Israeli media. But Iranian media said that the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, was safe, as well as the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was said to be out of Tehran and in a safe location. Israeli media on Saturday morning also reported that approximately 30 targets within Iran had been attacked and that Israel's actions against Iran had achieved all of its stated objectives, although it was not known yet what specific objectives they were or who and what they were targeting. A number of countries across the Middle East have already closed their airspace as tension ratcheted up, including the airspaces of Iran, Israel, and Iraq. And we're already hearing global reactions from leaders around the world. We've heard that the United Kingdom does not want to see any further escalation into a wider regional conflict following the morning strikes on Iran. And according to the BBC, they said that the UK did not participate in the strikes. Al Jazeera is now reporting that 5 were killed by Israeli attacks on an elementary school in Iran on Saturday morning, as well as Saudi Arabia condemning attacks on Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and Kuwait, which are to be understood to be the attacks on U.S. air bases. This is the current situation that is happening right now in the Middle East. Tensions are high, at an all-time high compared to last year. There was a glimpse of hope with ongoing diplomatic talks, indirect as they may be, but still diplomatic talks between U.S. and Iranian officials to avert exactly the situation that we are finding ourselves in right now. Operation Epic Fury started around 5 hours ago, and it is yet to see how long it will last and what are the repercussions, the wider repercussions that are going to play out around the Middle East and even abroad. You are watching CGTN, our continuous live to update you with everything that is happening right now on the ground and from our offices around the world of this fast developing situation that is happening in the Middle East. We are also hearing a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry saying that Iran was aware of the intention of the US and Israel to carry out attacks, and yet they entered the negotiations regardless. These negotiations have been going on since January amid a major US military buildup in the region, the largest since decades. 2003, just before the US invasion of Iraq. 2 rounds happened just this month, including one on Thursday, with another round scheduled for next week, all to avert further escalation to the situation, avert a flat-out war between the US and Iran, and to discuss the Iranian nuclear program, which the US has opposed to. After the 3rd round on Thursday, Omani Foreign Minister was extremely positive, saying that there was substantial progress that was made and that a deal was within reach. Following the talks in Geneva, he traveled to the United States on Friday to meet with US officials in Washington, and in a last-ditch attempt to avert further escalation, in interviews with US media, he discussed the details of Iranian proposals in the talks, and he said that Iran offered that it would never again have a stockpile of enriched uranium, that it committed to irreversible downgrade of existing stockpiles, and to verification by the International Atomic Energy Agency. However, we have seen today that the US has gone down the military road, something that it had been threatening and warning of for years. And the US president, in his address to the Americans via video on Social Truth, said that the US military had begun a major combat operation in Iran with the stated objective to defend the American people by eliminating threats from the Iranian regime, which, by the way, is new language adopted by the US president, because for the longest time he said that he was not seeking, or his administration was not seeking, any regime change in Iran. And yet today, him and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have both said that the operation has the intent of removing the Iranian regime, or removing the threats from the Iranian regime. And he continued to say that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, explaining why last year the United States joined the Israeli strikes on Iran in June 2025, the 12-day war, which the US had called Operation Midnight Hammer, and struck Iran's nuclear program at 3 Iranian cities, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. This is what we have heard from the US president. He wants to eliminate the threats from the Iranian regime, while the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that he wants to remove the existential threat posed by the regime in Iran. In response, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command said that the strikes against both the US and Israel will be strong and decisive, and that Iran is preparing to take revenge on Israel, deliver a strong response, and that all the US and Israeli assets in the regions are a legitimate target for Iranian strikes. This is, in a nutshell, what is happening right now with this developing situation in the Middle East. And you're watching CGTN.
Of cornering them so that Donald Trump could, in essence, at some point say, look, we're going to do this. Now, Netanyahu was in the United States between February 18th and February 22nd, 4-day period. Apparently, that would be according to what they said in terms of timing, this is when it was decided when they were going to attack. And it was very carefully planned. They did it after the oil bourses had closed. So there's West Texas intermediate oil, and there's where you trade that, and then you have the Brent crude oil. They decided that they would do that at 6 o'clock, which is exactly when it closed, so this would delay any true reaction. You can still trade 24 hours on those things, but the pricing is set there. So it doesn't look like the price of oil has moved. So they have carefully thought out almost everything, but it does help Donald Trump, particularly at this time, because it draws attention away from their earlier story in the news about the Epstein files, which is just roiling America, and in particular, his own base. And this is something where Donald Trump is desperate to change the narrative, not only about that, but the economic news is not good. And this is going to make it worse. John had predicted that this was going to happen yesterday. I did not think it would do, because I do not see an end game here for him. If body bags go back to the United States, his base will abandon him. If they start losing their homes and because they can't afford gasoline, that's not going to help them. The economy, prices are going to go up. It just is impossible for me to see how he's going to gain politically from this.
Yes, indeed. As you mentioned, that many countries have been warned their citizens to leave or avoid travel to Iran and several other Middle East regions due to U.S.-Iran tensions. What will be the implications of that kind of attacks between the three sides have?
It's going to be a big disruption. It's not just the flights involving sites in Iran and Israel. It's flights involving Doha Airport, involving Abu Dhabi, involving Dubai, involving Riyadh. All these flights are being cancelled. As a matter of fact, I just saw a flight taking off from somewhere in India and not turning back. So I think this is going to be a big disruption for the entire region. Now, remember, UAE's airline company, Emirates, is actually a very large airline company,
the
right?
largest in the world now.
Yeah, and Dubai is sort of the base for a lot of transits in the region. And you have flights going to Africa, you have flights to Europe, you have flights to Asia, and this is all being stopped right now, I think. So it's going to have a huge shock to the system, and I think the world is going to wake up to find out that this is a much bigger impact than just the oil story. I think it's across the board. There will be disruptions to people's daily life.
The supply chain has been fragile, as we have seen. All right, this is going to exacerbate it. That means that you're not going to have, any cargo moving through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea. They will have to go around the Horn of Africa, adding cost and time to deliveries. And this is going to have a massive impact, and it's worldwide. Nobody is safe from this. All right, right now, China is in the best position because many years ago, when price of oil was very cheap, they bought huge reserves and they stored it. So China's okay, but for how long is this going to go on? This is the real question that everybody has. How big does it get, and how long does it go? This is Donald Trump and Israel lit a match, and they lit it to something they don't know the full extent of how bad it's going to get.
And Aina Tengen, please.
Well, I also want to add one thing. I think it's probably make peace in Ukraine more remote now, I think, given the fact that oil prices goes up and the Russian revenues from selling oil is going to go up. So, it forwards Russia to be more determined to keep on going fighting, I guess.
Well, look at the trade routes, for example, although it's down, India is still buying on a daily basis 1.2 million barrels of oil a day, which they're processing, most of which is going into Europe. You take that away because they can't get it there easily. You're starting to see real global impacts. I mean, Europe is going to be hit very hard by this, and there are going to be questions. For instance, Great Britain, did they allow their air bases to be used for this attack? Are they implicated?
No, it says no. It says Diego Garcia. It says no.
They said no.
They said no, yeah. I think Starmer said that they're not going to allow American troops to use the Diego Garcia Air Base.
Well, the question is, do they allow other assets that they have to be used? Europe is going to do a lot of soul searching over this, because this reaffirms just the idea that America can act as a rogue state, as the threats against Greenland. This is going to be in his mind. You had the story about the Inuit people concerned about this kind of aggressive big power coming in and taking things over.
Yes, indeed. We've been talking about the cancellation of the flights. It seems that everybody's life is involved in this kind of war. And Anna Tenden has mentioned about the close of the Suez Canal. And how likely do you think that Iran is likely to attempt a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz after this kind of attack?
I think it's very likely. Yeah. Very likely. I mean, they are in an asymmetrical position. All right. Obviously, Israel and the United States, they have the firepower and things like that. They have to bring some pain in order to hope that there can be some sort of resolution to this. And remember, no matter what we do here, resolution is only going to come around a conference table where people can agree. So let's hope that is sooner rather than later. But they don't have much choice other than to try to spread the pain around. They're going to be, I think justifiably angry that a lot of the Middle East, which had agreed that a war on Iran was a bad idea, Saudi Arabia said it outright. But if their bases were used by the U.S.,
Saudi has already issued a condemnation against Iran for hitting the bases in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So I mean, this is the whole escalation issue. How far does this go? How far do governments feel that they have to hit back at Iran?
And if such kind of blockade occurs, what will be likely the immediate impact on the global oil and gas market?
I think on Monday you're going to see that the prices of oil is going to immediately shoot up. I think it's probably, you mentioned something like $150 a barrel?
I was talking in theory to people who move oil, both on the tanker side and also who supply oil. They said that it would be between $150 and $200 almost immediately. Remember, the oil is cut off. They don't have some way to move it out of the Red Sea. So that means it is not available. The Gulf countries that export oil will not benefit because they can't get the oil out. It's just the oil outside that area will benefit. The United States, for instance, will be able to clean up.
Russia is also probably...
Russia, to the extent that, people are buying their oil, there will be a lot of takers. But you look at somebody like, Japan. They're going to be hit really hard. They're not in a position to be absorbing these kinds of shocks. So there's going to be a lot of soul-searching at countries around the world and said, what was the issue here with Iran? They don't have a nuclear bomb. This is something that's being pushed by one small nation that's intent on regional hegemony. What does that have to do with our economy? And I don't know what kind of messaging is going to go out, but there's going to be a lot of groups saying this was wrong.
And beyond economic disruptions, what strategic objectives might Iran hope to achieve by targeting the shipping route?
They've been stating this very clearly, that they're seeking regime change in Iran. As we've been discussing this, this is the last chapter of the Clean Break project, that Israel wants to seek regime changes in every little country, every country around Israel. And Iran is probably the last one still standing. And they see a chance that Iran right now is weaker than ever. The regime is sort of weak. The sentiment on the streets, people are not very happy after years and years of sanctions being imposed on the economy. And I think, the objective is to hopefully, from the Israeli perspective, hopefully, hoping that the Iranian people will rise up and topple the regime. I mean, that's a tall order. I don't think it's going to happen. But nevertheless, that's what they're seeking.
It's not possible. In 4 days, you're going to affect regime change. Suddenly, the old regime, the entire government changes, and you have who in charge. None of these things have been thought out. This is the part that really bothers me. There is no end game that's been articulated other than we don't like the current regime. And the United States, what is in this for us? American consumers are not going to be happy at the price increases. They already feel it. There's over 60% of Americans feel that they're living paycheck to paycheck. 50% believe are one emergency, and I mean $300 or $400. 50% of Americans don't have $400 in their bank account in case there is an emergency. Right. You look at spending over the Christmas holidays, it was up. But if you start looking at the amount of spending that was based on credit or pay now, or I mean buy now, pay later, where you're going to pay actually more money, and you basically have the increase in spending that went forward. So as we start looking at the situation globally, there's going to have to be some sort of kickback. This cannot be just pushed under the table by elites saying, oh, yes, we have to support Israel. There's going to be real questions as people feel the hardship that this has created for them.
Yes, the hardship is felt by everyone, not only in Iran and Israel, but also in the United States domestically as well. So how would regional and global powers respond to prevent or mitigate a global potential blockade? And what are the trade implications of that kind of strikes?
I think these Arab countries will be hoping to see this conflict end very soon. I mean, even this thing before this thing happened, they're already against this idea, right? Saudi Arabia has explicitly said to Washington that don't do this. Nevertheless, the ideas are pushed aside, and America still goes ahead to do what it wanted to do. So I think afterwards, definitely they are seeking to try to stop this. I think particularly Qatar has a very good relationship with Iran. It probably is being very active in trying to work out a solution to this. I think the idea that somehow this thing can, leading to a regime change, this is not negotiable at all. I don't think the Iranian side will be even talking about this. But aside from this, they have three objectives. One is the missile program, one is the nuclear program, and the third objective is to stop supporting Hezbollah and Hamas. I think this is something probably the Iranian side will be able to, or willing to negotiate about. A nuclear program is willing to negotiate about. Probably these two things, the Iranian side can make some concessions, but the regime change is non-negotiable.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for both of your points of view on this very special and important occasion between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Thank you very much indeed for your perspectives.
Thanks for having us.
And as strikes and counter-strikes continue in Iran and region-wide, Tehran has been a major target for the U.S. and Israeli strikes. Izan Kavani has an update from Tehran.
The United States and Israel launched airstrikes early Saturday morning, targeting multiple cities across Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Residents reported hearing a series of loud explosions in Tehran, followed by thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Similar blasts were reported in Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, Tabriz, and Kermanshah. U.S. President Donald Trump and the Israeli military confirmed the start of the operation. Initial reports indicated that some strikes appeared to target the presidential compound in Tehran, but Iran's vice president later stated that President Masoud Pezeshkian is safe and unharmed. In response, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, announced that it had begun the first wave of what it described as extensive missile and drone strikes against Israel. Following the attacks, traffic surged across Tehran as residents rushed to gas stations to refuel. Many parents hurried to school to collect their children. In the coming hours, a significant number of people are expected to leave the capital in search of safer areas. Tehran, however, has limited shelter infrastructure, leaving residents with few options for protection. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Tehran.
For more analysis, we're now joined by Dr. Saeed Sadak, a Middle East expert, live from Cairo. Well, Mr. Saeed, the U.S. and Israel have carried out coordinated strikes on Iran. What does this escalation signal about where this conflict is heading?
It seems that the American and Israelis agreed on re-changing the map of the Middle East. Was declared frankly and openly and several times by the Prime Minister of Israel. They said that we want a new Middle East, and Israel is going to shape it. How do you shape it? You need, when you have a new regional system, you need war, and this is the war that will reshape the Middle East. The main or the end game is that the Middle East will be controlled with its oil by the Americans, by NATO, so that they can bargain with China, with Russia, do a lot of stuff because of the control of the oil. After controlling Venezuela, Greenland, the Gulf states, now Iran is the last resort. It would also mean that this is part of the American global strategy of containing China. So this is what they have in mind, China. It looks Iran, but actually the aim for the American is China. And they help Israel control and control the Middle East. Russia, if Iran falls, it means that Russia has lost the last asset they had in the Middle East after losing Syria. So this is also a strategic objective that the Americans have. The Middle East today, most of the countries are watching what is happening, and they are, of course, worried about the economic consequences. Now we have seen the Danish fleet, that has many ships crossing the Red Sea, canceling all the voyages and rerouting toward the Cape of Good Hope because they fear that the Yemeni Houthiyun might shoot some of the tankers and also the Iranians. The Middle East, this is a battle for the new Middle East. If Iran, is able to neutralize the attack, then we are still the same. If it loses, then it's a new Middle East that is emerging in the area.
And Dr. Saeed Sadak, Iran has vowed retaliation. How real is the risk of this conflict spreading across the wider Middle East?
It is definitely going to spread. Iran is double the size of Iraq and Afghanistan. Iraq and Afghanistan require each one about 200,000 soldiers. The American plan and Israeli plan also is that they will decapitate the leaders of Iran, and then they push the people of Iran to protest and demonstrate, and possibly they get militia and infiltrators through the borders to cause some chaos and sabotage. And then in this way, they are able to overthrow the regime without sending boots on the ground. This is their plan. The American-Israeli plan, this is it, how they will overthrow the regime. But do they have the way to strike Israel? They're already striking, but not big so far. But we are waiting to see, this is not going to end today. This is going to take a long time. And if, as you have seen, that Iran had been shooting at some of the Gulf oil states, and that can also cause problem, despite the fact that the Saudis have doubled their oil production to compensate if Iranian oil or Gulf oil is not ready to be exported as usual. So they have been doubling the oil. So the oil market is still not affected much. But if this continues and there is sabotage of the Hormuz Strait, then you will have international problem. If the Iranians are able really to strike hard Israel like last time, and even the Americans, then we may be able to see the real power of the new Iranian weapons, and that they are able to penetrate. And I think they are being helped by satellite and a lot of technology to pinpoint the American military asset and also the Israeli assets.
And Dr. Saeed Sadak, we are already seeing airspace closures and market volatility in the Gulf. What could be the economic fallout look like if this continues?
If this continues, a lot of, take for example, there are about 10 million Indians working in the Gulf. Foreigners from all over the world are working. 90% of the employees in the Emirates are foreigners. They may rush into the airport, they want to leave the country. They cannot stay for a long time in a country or an area that is being subjected to such attacks and possible sabotage. Remember, there are a lot of Persians also living in the Gulf states. So this can be also problematic. Oil can be affected. Countries like Dubai and Emirates and Kuwait and others, if they get a lot of strikes, their economy, their currency will be affected. Workers' remittances that come from those countries will be affected. So countries that have been exporting workers in the Gulf would be fearing the impact. Investment would go down. Remember that the Gulf states are not only oil exporting countries, they are now AI hubs. They have been investing a lot of trillions of dollars in AI technology. Now, many of those companies, big companies, Microsoft and others, may leave the Gulf if this continues because it is not safe for them. So if this continues for a longer time, there will be a big economic problem, tourism, investment, insurance for companies and airlines. Air tickets will be rising because this is a hot area. So it's a lot of economic disasters.
And Dr. Saeed Sadak, is there any still room for diplomacy, or are we now entering a prolonged military phase?
We have the countries of the Middle East invested a lot in pushing the Americans to go for diplomatic talk, and Sultanate of Oman did that. But it seems that the American strategic interest of containing China and Israeli pressure, so their lobby, and also the Iranian diaspora lobby in the United States were stronger. And that's why they are pushing for a military solution. Diplomacy can come back if one of them blinks. If the Iranians say, oh, we cannot continue, then you will have through back channel talk with them, and then you have an agreement. If the Israelis are really hit hard and they push like last time on the 12-day war, they push the Americans to put pressure on Iran to stop the war and negotiate, then we are back. Otherwise, this war will continue until the objective of overthrowing the regime happens in the end.
Thank you very much indeed. Great to have your insights. That was Dr. Saeed Sadak, a Middle Eastern expert in Cairo. Now let's go live to our correspondent John Gabriel in Dubai for the latest from the UAE. Well, John, reports from Emirati state media claim that several missiles launched from Iran have been intercepted. How serious is the situation there? And what is the UAE's official response to these developments? Okay, it seems that we have lost the connection with John Gabriel from Dubai, and we will try to connect with him later in our program. Now, let's move to our studio discussion with our distinguished guests, Aina Tungan and Zheng Ge. We've seen that lots of developments happening now, and the confrontation between Washington and Tehran spans more than 7 decades. It is history marked by revolution, hostage crisis, sanctions, and military clashes, defined by the cycles of conflict and fragile attempts at engagement. So, in your point of view, what will be the causes and consequences of this kind of attack?
Well, it goes back a long, long time during the Iranian Revolution, when the religious regime came to power. The personnel at American embassies were held up for quite a few years, and eventually this was settled. As a matter of fact, I still remember President Jimmy Carter sent out a failed rescue operation, which partly caused his re-election actually at the time. So this goes back to many, many years. I think in the 1970s, right? Is it 1970s? I think. After all these years, things have never changed. The Iranian regime has been pretty much on its own under immense sanctions from the United States. It tries to develop its own economy. It tries to develop its own technology. At the same time, I think the Iranian government has also been, engaged in a campaign to essentially contain Israel. It has developed what's called an arc of resistance, I think, consisting of several forces surrounding Israel, including Hezbollah, including Syria, including Hamas, including other countries. And over time, this battle has always been going on between Israel and Iran. So I think this has led up to today's situation. It's also complicated by Iranian's capability, its desired capability to develop nuclear weapons as well as ballistic missiles. It's already developed ballistic missiles. So I think this is really the history of this conflict. And I think there was a brief period of time, I think in the 1990s, I think it's during the Obama administration, there was some talk about easing the relationship between Iran and the United States.
JCPOA.
Yeah, it was a time when JCPOA was reached. There was an agreement was reached, but after 2016, Donald Trump's election success, he came to power and he tore up the JCPOA, and this whole thing erupted again, very much to the delight of the Israeli government. So I think after a long history, as you can see, this is a conflict encompassing many aspects, right? Religious, political, military, defense, security, a range of issues. And I think it's very difficult to reconcile at this point. And during the speech today by President Trump, I think he's pretty much indicating that he wants to see a regime change in Tehran, which basically shuts down any possibility of negotiation, in my view.
Yeah. I mean, this has been long-standing. I agree with everything that John says. But, you look at America's history with sanctions. You go to Cuba. Cuba is, we've been sanctioning them since the Cuban Revolution. It has not brought them, it's impoverished them, it's punished its people, but it has not achieved its goal. And you have the same thing in Iran. We have this feeling that I used to talk to people at the State Department. I said, look, sanctions don't work. Why do you use them? And the answer was, if we didn't use sanctions, we'd have to go in and kill everybody. I mean, that's not exactly the answer I was looking for. There's either our way or no way. And unfortunately, that kind of on and off switch is the mentality that you have in the United States, especially with American exceptionalism. This idea that we know better. Remember, we supported Khomeini, the Ayatollah, who originally led the revolution, when he was in Paris. We did it because we supported him to make sure that the Shah stayed in line. Right? People have said, the Shah was anti-democratic. He was a tyrant. Well, he killed far less people than other regimes. So you have the situation where we have, over time, created the monsters that we fought. I mean, Saddam Hussein on our things, on our payroll. You go down to South America, Panama. He was on our payroll. We put him in jail and things. We have done far too much of trying to play little games and then ending up having to take care of the problems we created. But we tore up the countries along the way.
I want to add that sanctions also kill a lot of people. I mean, it's not like the case that sanctions doesn't kill people. A lot of people die from sanctions because of denial of medicine, access to medicine, because of starvation, because of hardship of life. Sanction has its fair share of human tolls as well. So it's not something as benign as it was perceived.
Yes, indeed. Perhaps I have to interrupt you and leave you there, but thank you very much for your insights. We're now joined by Professor Wang Jing, Director of the Center of International Strategic Politics at Northwest University in Xi'an. Well, Mr. Wang Jing, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Operation Ruling Line aims to end the threat posed by the Iranian regime. How do you assess Israel's strategic objectives, and are they realistically achievable?
Thanks for having me. And I think Israel's perspective and Israeli goal are very special. They hope that to overthrow the Iranian regime, and also, on the other hand, if this cannot be realized, they hope that Iranians' military capabilities and nuclear capabilities and regional influence should be, to the largest extent, be minimized, be constrained. So from Israeli perspective, any attacks, any strikes, any military penetrations, any military damage towards Iranians' military capabilities, Iranian nuclear capabilities, Iranian political influence, both externally and internally, should be encouraged and should be prepared, should be organized. So against this backdrop, this time we see that Iran's now the attacks co-organized both by United States and Israel, because their understandings now came to the very point that they both believe it is highly necessary to attack Iran. And then further, as we could just hear from Professor Gong and Anna Tangen said, that actually the region now is in a very dangerous scenario right now.
Is Mr. Wang Jian. The operation involves close coordination with the Donald Trump administration. How significant are current U.S. domestic political dynamics in influencing Israel's timing and its decision to act now?
I think the act now is that because we have to say that the very important background factor is that the opinion between United States, the opinion between Israel is not the same. From Israeli perspective, as we repeatedly stressed just now, that they hope that the attacks against Iran should be encouraged and should be launched at any time if there is an opportunity. But from the perspective of the United States, they believe, okay, the military strikes is one thing, but they hope to, based upon the military pressure or the political pressure, to reach the diplomatic solution with Iran through the dialogues, and based upon the concessions strongly made by Iran. But the problem is that during the past week, particularly in the latest round of talks between United States and Iran held in Geneva, Iran's attitudes or Iran's very firm stance actually led to the United States very dissatisfaction. And then at this backdrop, United States then turned into the side of Israel and to agree that they should launch the military strike rather than rely on a political dialogue with Iran to end the so-called regional threat. So that's why we're talking about the conflicting political ideas and the conflicting political trust in this region. So that's why I think we're in a very dangerous scenario, because now the formal, official, political and diplomatic dialogue could be collapsed, and the rest of the time we might witness the escalation of war, escalation of counter and attacks and counterattacks in this region, and make everybody unsafe.
Yes, indeed. As you mentioned, it's now a very dire and dangerous situation right now. And Iran has issued strong statements threatening retaliation. How do you assess the range of military and political options available to Tehran in the short and medium term?
Well, I think Iran has a very strong capabilities to counterattack. I think Iran has two military capabilities and major military capabilities to launch the counterattacks. One is that Iran could utilize their missile capability, because Iran has a large number of the long-range missiles. According to some estimates, Iran has about nearly 5,000 missiles. That's a large number. So Iran could use this very cutting-edge, advanced long-range missiles to attack not only the territory of Israel, but also the military bases of the United States in the Middle Eastern countries that could see what is happening right now, because many United States military bases in several Middle Eastern countries, they now suffered attacks from Iranian missiles. And also, on the other hand, Iran has a very strong regional influence. Iran could mobilize its regional actors, such, for example, the Yemen Houthi, the Sha'abi in Iraq, the Shia militias. I mean, for example, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, although Hezbollah now is very weak, but they still have the capabilities to launch the counterattacks against the targets in northern Israel. So that's why Iran has a capability. And last but not least, we should not forget that Iran has the capabilities to attack United States, the aircraft carrier groups directly, particularly for the Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Gulf region, because it's very near to Iran's own land, and Iran could utilize the missiles to attack the aircraft carrier groups very directly. So that's why I think we could witness the growing war, attacks and counterattacks, waves of attacks between Iran, United States, and Israel within the next days, and everything will be changing very rapidly.
Yes, indeed. And as you mentioned, it's regional implications. And what's the risk of this U.S.-Israeli operation escalating proxy conflicts in this region, for example, involving groups in Lebanon, Yemen, or Syria?
I think the biggest the uncertainty, the biggest crisis is that it's actually divide the camps and push the camps back to the status of the rivalry, back to the status of a total confrontation. Because if we're talking about during the past half year, or particularly during the past weeks, we're witnessing the warming up of some kind of diplomatic connection, diplomatic dialogue between different sides, particularly mediated by Oman and other regional countries. United States and Iran, they started dialogue. And also against this backdrop, many regional proxy actors, we're calling so-called proxy actors, for example, Yemen Houthi and other actors, they hope to enjoy this kind of the peaceful benefits during this period. But the problem is, right, that now United States and Israel, they go back to this kind of the status under which that they believe the military way is the only way. So that's also forced Iran to stand back to the very confrontational situation, and then make every actor in this region should take a side. They should take the side of Israel or Iran, or they should take the side, suffered from the both sides. So that's why they make nobody safe. So the proxy war in this region might be again escalated, and the hatred and kind of the rivalries, this kind of the hostilities will go back. So that's why I think we're talking about something very, very dangerous, and these dangerous things will be further escalated within next days and make nobody safe in this region.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Wang Jing, Director of the Center of International Strategic Politics from Northwest University in Xi'an. Great to have your insights. Now let's continue our discussion with our studio guests, Anna Tangen and Zheng Gong. Well, we have seen lots of analysis and perspectives from the experts. And as you have mentioned a lot about the conflict between Israel, the United States, and Iran, and we've seen that lots of voices coming right now. From Iran's military, it says that Iran's response to the U.S. Israeli attack was to target all U.S. military bases in the region. And we've also seen that the Iranian media says that they have issued a proclamation, number one, saying Iran's armed forces have resolutely responded to the U.S. and Israeli military actions. And they've also made an announcement, issued a 5-point reminder. Lots of information coming right now. And what do you think about the future developments of this situation between Israel and the United States and Iran?
Well, I think the war is going to go on, the bombing is going to go on, and I think President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu are going to come out with more explanation to their respective public opinion. And, why this is going on and how long it's going to take, what's the end game. I think they have a lot of explanation to do. In the meantime, I think Iran is really hunkering down and preparing for more prolonged fights. As I said, I suspect the Iranian strategy is to prolong this so as to make life miserable in cities like Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. It's not fun to go to the bunkers 3-4 times a day. And as I said, I think, based on my understanding of Israeli people, people are not very patient with that. You can do this a day or 2 days. If you do this every day for 3-4 weeks, I think the public opinion is going to turn on Bibi Netanyahu. So I think this is probably the Iranian strategy. As you can see, I think this is going to be, lasting for quite a bit of a time.
I would agree with that, and I'd also point to what Professor Wang Jing talked about, which is the fact that there's no trust anymore. I mean, when you negotiate with somebody and you're not negotiating in reality, how can you have constructive conversations? You had the same thing in Ukraine when they first in 2014 they had a series of peace negotiations which were signed on by Hollande and also Merkel, and they admitted later that they had no intention of following through. This is exactly what's happening, and his point about creating a binary universe, you're either for me or against me. This is a World War I scenario. It is the kind of things you cannot recover from because you brand the other side as evil. There's no trust, and as a result, it is very difficult to have resolution until the bloodshed becomes so terrible that you give it up. We saw this at the Treaty of Westphalia. We saw this in these 2 world wars. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past.
And we've seen that rising tensions between Iran and the United States are drawing global attention, with recent protests in Tehran adding to concern over regional stability. So from your perspective, how will that be happening in the near future? What will be the situation like inside Tehran itself?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is political discontent in Iran, that's for sure. I mean, we've seen these demonstrations in the streets of Iranian cities. But the casualties, the Western media claims, I'm a little bit skeptical about it. But nevertheless, these are fairly large demonstrations. But nevertheless, under such external attack by a foreign country into your motherland, I think public sentiment is going to go exactly the opposite of what Washington is hoping for. I think Iranian people is going to get more unified, more solidified around their government in terms of repairing the aggression against them. So I think the idea of a regime change is going the opposite direction. I think the economic status and life in Iran is going to be very difficult for a lot of people. They're going to go through a very difficult time. Nevertheless, I think the Iranian people. I think the Iranian people, they have a long history. They have a long civilization. They're very special in my view. I think they're resilient people. They're determined to hold out and hang out. And I think it's very difficult to have them, using Wickoff's word, capitulate. The Iranian people is not going to capitulate.
I'd agree with that. I mean, this is what I mean. You have two mindsets, ideologically based. The United States believes in American exceptionalism, that the world has to knuckle under to what it believes is the end of history. But you don't have that. In the Middle East, if you think that Iran is the only one, you have 6 GCC members. They are all ruled by traditional rulers, sheikhs, and as a result, they would be next. And at some point, countries will realize that the United States is not a benefactor in these cases. It is a tyrant. It is insisting that you follow our way or you're the other, and we will go against you. Look at Cuba. Cuba is no threat to the United States. Yet 3 weeks ago, Donald Trump declared that Cuba is a national emergency, a direct threat to the United States, and he named both Russia and China as malactors in that. That was not even true during the Cold War. Okay? So he's going to great lengths to make the world into a binary situation. And if you're not with the United States, you're going to be subject to threats against your country, against your economy. This cannot go on.
And we've seen that in Tehran, as you mentioned, residents expressed a defiance and saying they are unafraid of potential military action and vowing they will never back down or surrender, despite recent threats from the United States President Donald Trump. But now the attack happens. So in the near future, what will be happening between this kind of situation? The United States will take more military action towards Tehran, and how will be the situation developing?
I think, for the most part, I think people in Iran is going to carry on with their own life as in the past. Nevertheless, they probably will extend their hands to the government, try to support the government, do things to help them, repel aggression, whatever, coming from which direction. But I think the public sentiment, among those people against the United States, against Israel, is just going to keep hardening. I think the amount of hatred and resentment is probably unbelievable right now. I mean, there's already a long history of hatred and resentment, but now it has gone to the new level. I think in the future, it's going to take decades probably for peoples of these two countries to reconcile with each other. This is not going to happen anytime soon.
And Israeli media have also said that the Israeli side estimates that the first attack on Iran was quite successful, eliminating several officials involved in activities such as suppressing protest, and although while others came from the Revolutionary Guards and some were government ministers. So what kind of role does Israel's leadership playing in this kind of situation and attacks?
This is what you call a decapitation strike, as they have plainly said that all leaders within the Iranian government are targets for what they did. We saw quite clearly that they did the same thing with all the different groups, Hezbollah, Houthi, anybody they can get, they will go after. Now, this is a departure. When you start killing all the leaders, who do you negotiate with? You know, you remember that Israel and the United States was complicit, since we have an air base there. They allowed the bombing of Qatar. I mean, literally, the planes just appeared. How is that possible? They depend on our radar. Qatar depends on our radar. They also have their own radar, but somehow it got switched off. I think those types of incidents are doing away with any kind of trust that the U.S. has established. All of these countries now have been used by the U.S. to attack Iran. Iran has reciprocated, but what else would you do? All of those countries would do exactly the same thing if there were military assets in other countries that were being used to attack them. But this is where you never get out of this. You think the Iranians are going to forget? You think Israel isn't going to continue to insist that they have to destroy Iran? It's never going to end. And we saw this in the 100 Years' War, between Catholics and Protestants. They had to literally get so tired of slaughtering women, children, and people, things, that they couldn't even face each other. They had to have some guy walk, a mile across mud to deliver messages until they finally just said, look, you be you, I will be me, and let us just trade and not make war. But why do we have to learn these lessons year after year, hundreds of years after 100 years? Why can't we embrace a little wisdom and just say, look, the world is complex, there are, always some frictions, but we can sit them and work out at a table. This is what China has been proposing. This is the Global Governance Initiative. This is about having countries who are secure, who have a path to development, who are respected for their sovereignty and their culture, all right, having an outlet. This is going to become more and more important because you need a new world order. And that world order cannot be based on ideology, that my ideology is right. It doesn't fit with the rest of the world, especially not in the GCC.
Yes, indeed. Diplomatic means is always prevail rather than the violence and war. So how does this development affect diplomatic efforts to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue?
It's no trust, as Professor Wang Jing said. I mean, how do I sit across from you, and you've lied to me before? You were saying you were negotiating with me, but you were planning attack all the way along. You were putting up impossible things that you have to resign, you have to go away, you have to give your country to us. I mean, these were impossible situations. The Iranians thought that there was good faith negotiating, but now they don't. And so how do you sit down at the table with somebody who's lied to you?
Reportedly, the Iranian has made a proposal that they're willing to concede the objective of developing nuclear weapons. They're ready to say that we're never going to develop nuclear weapons.
No, they said it. The supreme leader has said it many times that Iran would never, it's against the religion, there would be a fatwa against it. He said consistently that is not our aim. Whether you believe him, that is the American conundrum.
Thank you very much indeed for both of you, Anna Tangen and Zheng Gong, for your insights. The long-running conflict between Israel and Iran has erupted once again into an open confrontation. Rob Meher looks back at the sequence of events that led us here.
In 2025, a period of relative calm lasted from January through May. This included a pause in the fighting in Gaza and attempts at U.S.-Iran nuclear diplomacy in Oman, although underlying tensions remained high. Iran executed a man in April it claimed was an Israeli Mossad agent. The conflict reached a crisis point in June. On the 12th, the International Atomic Energy Agency voted to censure Iran for failing to provide sufficient information about its nuclear activities. In response, Iran announced plans to open a new secret uranium enrichment site. The next day, June 13th, Israel launched a large-scale unilateral military campaign called Operation Rising Line against the core of Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The comprehensive aerial attacks, some reportedly using drones smuggled into Iran, killed top generals and nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated immediately with waves of missiles and drones against Israeli targets. Over the following days, Israel expanded its airstrikes, including on targets in Iran's energy sector, while Iranian missile attacks on Israel continued. A major escalation occurred on June 21st when the United States directly intervened. US B-2 bombers struck 3 key Iranian nuclear sites: Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. The long-term success of these strikes remains unclear. 2 days later, on June 23rd, Iran launched retaliatory military strikes on the U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Iran had warned Qatar and the U.S. hours beforehand, and no fatalities were recorded. That same evening, U.S. President Donald Trump announced a fragile but largely held ceasefire between all parties. The ceasefire has largely held, though both sides accuse the other of minor continued strikes. Until now.
You're watching U.S. and Israel attack against Iran, a CGTN World Insight special coverage with me, Tian Wei. We begin with flash reports coming to us live from the Middle East. We got word a new wave of sirens have been heard across Israel following missile launch from Iran. Well, the entire command of Iranian armed forces is alive, according to Iran's news agency. Iranian forces say all Israeli and U.S. bases in the region have been struck with Iranian missiles. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia condemns Iran's attacks in the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. For its part, an Israeli public broadcast reports that Iran's supreme leader has been targeted in U.S.-Israeli strikes. We'll bring you up to speed with fresh on-the-spot updates as they uphold. And I'm joined once again by our two commentators, Gong Jiong and Einar Tangen. Gentlemen, what a pleasure to see both of you. I know you've been sitting here for hours, but now we see the violence has spread across the region. We understand the U.S. has military bases in Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. And the list goes on. So what do you see as the latest response by Iran against the U.S.-Israeli joint attacks? How much do you think this fire, so to speak, likely to spread even further? Einar.
Okay, I'm going to agree with John. We were talking about this earlier, and what you have is it's an asymmetrical fight. Iran is on the weaker side of this. It's being attacked on two different sides, by the United States and also by Israel. So at this point, they have to seek leverage. It's quite probable that they will try to make this as slow as possible, even though they're sustaining damage. Right. The only other alternative is to capitulate. So expect a closing of the Straits of Hormuz to put pressure not only on the U.S. and Israel, but also on the Middle East.
Now, the economic situation and impact of all of this is going to be tremendous. Mr. Gong, as an economist, how do you see this? Oil fields, enormous amount of economic development, and certainly uncertainty is going to widespread. Right. What does that mean for the economies in the region beyond?
Well, first of all, let me add a few words about the first question. I think the Iranian is probably a little bit struggling with the idea of attacking U.S. bases in countries that has diplomatic relations. For example, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Nevertheless, it did. It still went ahead and hit these bases, even though Saudi Arabia protested and issued a statement of condemnation. Nevertheless, it's going to be a very difficult situation. So I think, about your second question about economic development as we move forward, I think, first of all, the oil price is going to shoot through the roof. That's goes without saying. And also there's the shock to the supply chain network. I think the transportation routes in the Red Sea is going to be disrupted, and oil in and out of the Hormuz Strait is going to be affected. Right. And that's probably, I think, the more importantly, it's going to be the financial market impact. The equity markets, the commodity markets. When the market opens on Monday, it's going to have send shockwaves into the rest of the economy. And I think this is going to have a global impact. Practically nobody's going to be, everybody's going to be affected by this.
We have seen earlier the rhetorics by Washington was, first of all, about the internal instability in Iran, so to speak. And then it moved on to nuclear weapons, so to speak. And Iran, though, has continuously denied it has ever developed a nuclear bomb, even though there was developing enriching uranium, but there was a big distance between enriched uranium and a nuclear bomb. So what kind of imminent threat, if there were already such a big military attack, is the U.S. attacking Iran based on?
Well, there was no imminent threat. That's quite clear. I mean, they're at the...
Well, it's called preemptive strikes. If it's preemptive, it has to be imminent threat. So...
Well, not if you're lying. The fact is there was no imminent threat.
Well, he's saying fighting for America's future. So I'm not sure even if it's imminent.
Look,
I mean, preemptive doesn't necessarily mean it has to be imminent, I guess, according to Washington logic.
So think about it this way. They've already admitted that this attack has been months in the planning. So if you're sitting down and your first thing is, we're concerned about the protesters, and then it switches to nuclear bombs, then it's about ballistic missiles, and your only alternative is to abdicate your country. Is that real negotiations? I don't think so. So at this point, this was a pretext, and both of them admit that it's a pretext under international law, it's a pretext under U.S. law. Remember, the power of Congress has war.
The idea about
now, just for a moment, let's go to our two other panelists. Come back to you. Thank you so much, Professor. We're also joined in Beijing through Zoom, Joe Bo, Senior Fellow at the Tsinghua University Center for International Security and Strategy, and also in Berlin, Ulrich Bruckner, Jean Monnet Professor of European Studies at Stanford University in Berlin. Gentlemen, thank you so much for getting up so early and also staying with us throughout the broadcast. Thank you. Now, go to you, Senior Colonel Joe. How do you see at this moment the scale of military operation, the joint military operation between Israel and the U.S. against Iran? According to your expertise, what is the level at this moment compared to previous overall scale war or last year when the U.S. struck Iran? Senior Colonel.
Well, to put it simply, I think it's an all-out war because the United States has actually made up its mind to go out, having sent 2 aircraft carriers, several destroyers, and a lot of aircraft, right? So Iran basically has no other way out but to fight back. So I think the fact that the United States has targeted, like the presidential palace, all these, so on and so forth, and the speech expressed by President Trump to ask the Iranians to take over the government after the strike means that there is, no way that the Iranians can compromise, or at least the Iranian government can compromise. So I think this is an all-out war.
On the other hand, at this moment, we've been hearing military bases, or at least the places in which hosted the U.S. military bases, were being struck, some suggest by Iran already. Now, Senior Colonel Joe, what kind of reaction is this? What level? How much do you think Iran still have in terms of militarily in striking back?
Well, I think Iran's strongest strength is it's more than 2,000 missiles, yeah? But whether these missiles could really hit the targets, I really have some doubts, judging from its previous histories. But still, the number is big. And what is important is that because Israel actually has used a lot of these interceptors during the 12 days wars before. So therefore, the defense of Israel would be weaker just because it doesn't have so many interceptors. Right now, Iran is targeting, the military bases in the Gulf states. 5 Gulf states have military bases. Plus, it could also target Jordan and Western Turkey, for example. This is the theory, right? What they can do, but whether they can achieve, the objectives or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Right. On the other hand, the nuclear side or the uranium enrichment side of Iran, that always has been a very sensitive area. Now we see this airstrike and also from the sea, as Washington claimed, the strikes against Iran. How secure is the places in which the uranium was being enriched, and how much danger is the residents in the area facing? Senior Colonel Joe.
Well, you see, Trump actually has claimed that the United States has totally obliterated the Iranian nuclear sites. But apparently this is not the case, right? So therefore they have to do it again. It's a mystery where these enriched or uranium has gone. But I think the Iranians were well prepared for that because of this kind of threat came constantly from the United States. So actually, immediately after American strike, there are such reports, as we have read in New York Times, that actually this uranium have actually disappeared. So we don't know where they are being stored, but I'm sure this is one of the very reasons that Trump wants to launch a military attack again, in conjunction with Israel.
All right. Please stay with us, Senior Colonel Joe. I'm going to come back to you in no minute. Meanwhile, let me talk to you, Professor Bruckner. We have been hearing from some of the European leaders. For example, coming from the UK, a government spokesperson was quoted by BBC. UK does not want to see further escalation into a wider conflict in the region, and always stay ready to defend our own interests. That is according to BBC report by a British government spokesperson as of today. So how do you see reactions as Europe is waking up 2 hours almost to the latest attacks by Israel and also U.S. against Iran, and meanwhile, apparent retaliatory attacks by Iran against the other 2 countries and the military bases of the U.S. in the region?
Well, good afternoon from Berlin.
Thank you so much, sir.
It was a big shock when Berlin got the news in the early morning that the conflict escalated. And everyone immediately responded that an escalation is the last one needs. There are a few isolated voices who try to legitimize that with the end of the negotiations or the lack of positive results, Trump has a point to use the use of force. But most people believe that this is another step further away what used to be the Western world, in which the Trump administration represents practically the opposite of what Europeans are committed to, which is diplomacy, which is the rule of law, which is a commitment to international law. And everything is in a time in which presidents are kidnapped and cases of piracy pop up in the news, and then a unilateral strike of that dimension happens. This is not what the European Union stands for, and it's also not what we believed is the rule of law and the basis of the Western world.
Right. Of course, everybody is watching very closely about the civilian casualties, and this just in, according to reports by Xinhua News Agency and the Reuters, death toll of U.S.-Israeli strike on girls' school in South Iran rises to 40. Now, we do not have yet the names of those schools and those individuals that were hurt in these attacks, but this just in, jointly confirmed by Xinhua News Agency and also Reuters, 40. And also we are going back to Professor Buchner. Tell me more, because earlier we have seen the war in Iraq, for example. The European allies of the United States were taking a very different stance. Now, we are seeing absolutely different attitude this time. What do you think are some of the major, stakes that Europe is having in the overall situation? And then I go back to Senior Colonel Joe for more military action-related analysis.
Well, it's difficult to compare the two cases because this is now more than 20 years in between the two military operations led by the United States. There was not a coherent European response in 2003 when there was actually at the Munich Security Conference an open rhetorical battle between the then foreign minister of the Green Party of Germany and Donald Rumsfeld, in which George K. Fischer, the German, said, "Mr. Rumsfeld, I'm not convinced," because there was no evidence of weapons of mass destruction as a form to legitimize a unilateral preemptive strike by the United States. At that time, everyone believed that the Western values and principles are still intact. Now we are facing an American administration that is questioning NATO, that is questioning the core principles of international law and the international order, and therefore the European response is a quite different one compared with what we saw in Iraq, in which countries like Denmark were the most loyal supporter of a coalition of the willing, and now they are being threatened by Donald Trump to give away a large part of the Danish kingdom, which is Greenland. So that changed a lot, and that also defines a different attitude from the European Union side.
Right. But on the other hand, Professor Buchner, just very shortly, the Europeans also have their interests in the Middle East, of course, business interests and security interests. How do the Europeans likely to protect these interests as they are being violated, for example, by the strikes? As we have already seen the casualties earlier in our footages, and also the attacks having on the residents as well as the office buildings in the region.
Well, of course, they try to secure trade routes and the lifelines of globalization, but this is not a self-interest-driven position that the Europeans look through the lens of economic benefits. This is a question of the survival of the international order. If they give green light to a unilateral form of aggression against whoever is not doing what a powerful country is pursuing, then it sacrifices the order, and we are just living in a multipolar world in which everyone could get away with whatever form of aggression. This has been massively criticized when Russia used military force against Ukraine, and the same applies to forms of aggression in the case of the United States.
Thank you very much, Professor Buchner. Stay with us throughout our 1-hour special program, World Insight on CGTN, our continuous coverage of the latest situation. Joint military strikes by U.S. and Israel against Iran, and certainly retaliatory strikes back by Iran. Senior Colonel Joe with us, a senior military expert here in Beijing. Senior Colonel Joe, we understand Iran armed forces have begun retaliatory measures as reported by their official news agency, and also Iran's top Security Council has promised so-called crushing responses, so to speak, in reaction to the U.S. and Israeli strikes. Now, how much do we know about the security and safety of the Iranian, both the supreme leader and the nation's national leaders, how they are likely, given the earlier attack last year, lead the retaliatory attacks, also the response as a result of the U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran? Senior Colonel Joe.
Well, I think neither side would be surprised if the top leaders of the Iranian government would become targets, right? So they are well prepared. So that is why I actually have read that they have made good plans about who might succeed, yeah, if the top leaders are killed. So they're well prepared for that. So definitely from the United States, these the top people would be the top targets, yeah. But whether they could succeed or not, that is another question.
Another thing is the casualties. Now, the U.S. president, during his earlier video of 8 minutes on social platforms, talked about the possible casualties of the United States and said the U.S. is prepared and ready. But as we know, casualties by U.S. military in any military action will be a devastating factor for the United States. Now, how much do we know about the U.S. Military preparations on the casualty side? Senior Colonel Zhou, usually what does that factor mean for the U.S. military operations?
Well, I think you're absolutely correct, because casualty would mean a lot for the U.S. military, because actually decades ago, Americans' military operation in Somalia came to an end just because, the dead American soldiers were dragged along the street, in Mogadishu. So that was a chilling picture for Americans, which played a huge effect on the psyche of the Americans. Right now, the question is, to answer this question, to what extent could the United States, bear with kind of casualties? It depends on, how much casualty would be involved. And that would invite the question of how accurate, right, Iran's missiles would be, because basically Iran has a lot of missiles plus a lot of drones. Remember, Iran is among the first countries to provide drones to Russia in the war in Ukraine, right? But I think in this war, because they were actually caught somewhat by surprise, because the negotiation was still going on. So I don't believe their drones would really matter that much. So what would be most lethal and powerful weapons in their hand would be missiles. And the targets, of course, are two things. One is American embassies, and the other is American bases in all the Gulf states. The 5 Gulf states all have American military bases, plus Jordan and West Turkey. But nobody knows how accurate these missiles would be. What we know is they don't seem to be very accurate.
Right. Senior Colonel Zhou, another follow-up question. We understand both sides, Iran and the United States, has not yet suggested definitely that the diplomatic negotiations came to an end, or no hope. Even though military attacks by each other on Iran and retaliatory attacks by Iran toward U.S. and Israel is going to be devastating for negotiations, but still also be pressure, from one end to the other. So, what kind of barometer we should use to observe the level of military strikes being taken right now? What kind of barometer we would take in order to know when the negotiations in Geneva, for example, would have no hope? When you look at the military
my answer is very simple. Donald Trump would not give a damn about diplomatic negotiation anymore, because the war has started and it's an all-out war. So, and his purpose is very clear. He has asked the Iranian people to take over the government after the strike. So normally negotiation would only happen either before the war or during the attritional war, when no one can win the other side. So then they have to sit together for talks. Right now, just to forget any negotiations.
Senior Colonel Zhou and Professor Buchner stay with us for another half-hour discussion. Meanwhile, we are also having in our studio Iner Tangen, Senior Fellow from the Center for International Governance Innovation and Chairman of Asia Narratives. Meanwhile, we're also in Beijing having Professor Gong Zhong with us from University of International Business and Economics. And now you've been listening to our other guests joining us from outside the studio, but what is going on inside Iran is of tremendous interest by the rest of the world. Einar, at the very beginning, the U.S. administration was using the excuse of pressuring Iran by saying, well, instability in Iran. But at this moment, we haven't seen yet any signs of so-called regime change. What does that say to us?
Well, it says what's happened in the past, that the U.S. has applied pressure, ironically, when you've had moderates in there, moderate governments there, and they've applied pressure thinking that somehow this would change the governance. In actuality, what it does is it unites the people. So it's a very, very difficult situation where the U.S. seems to be acting against what it states is its own interests and goals.
Now, Professor Gong, meanwhile, the Hormuz Strait is extremely important, as you earlier illustrated. To what extent it can be protected? Who are the stakeholders that are there likely to protect it or violate it?
Well, before I answer your question, I want to add to what Aina has just said about regime change back in Iran. I think, this argument about this attack is because of protecting those demonstrators protesting in Iran is the least credible in my mind from Donald Trump's perspective.
What do you mean?
This is a president that has banned Muslim entry into the United States. This is the president who openly derided a Muslim congresswoman in the United States. And he is concerned about Muslim people in Iran, Shia Muslims in Iran. This is the least credible argument to me. This is the most hypocritical argument to me. He doesn't care a thing about people in Iran. All he cares about is friends in Israel. Now, back to your question about protection of the Hormuz Strait. I think it depends on who is protecting it, right? What do you mean by protecting it, right? I think...
and for whose interest?
For whose interest, of course, yeah. I think from Iranians' perspective, of course, they want to stop the flow of oil through the strait because their country is under attack. They want to, impose a cost on the parties that are actually imposing this war on them. But America certainly has an interest in maintaining this. But keep in mind that the geographic proximity of the strait to the Iranian territory is so close to them. I mean, they have means to shoot at ships going through the strait very, very easily. So I think, if you're talking about American protecting this transportation artery in the strait, I think it's going to be a tall order here.
Right. About regime change, that word we have heard for decades. In my memory, as a correspondent reporting about the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, it started from there and probably decades earlier than that. So how credible really is that, Einar, particularly what Iraq is like today? Certainly regime change, but what is the result? Libya, once again, a regime change. What is the result for now? How are we likely to see the list that goes on? How much danger really is there for so-called regime change in Iran?
Well, we haven't had a successful regime change. You only have to look at Cuba, a small island literally off the United States, and we haven't been able to do that through our sanctions. So it just doesn't work. And unfortunately, you don't get the sense that Washington has realized that. A long time ago, I asked somebody in the State Department, why do you keep doing something that doesn't work? And they said, well, our only alternative is to kill people, to start a war. So this is better than starting a war. But it didn't make sense to me because it doesn't work.
Go to also our two other guests joining us from outside the studio, Senior Colonel Zhou Bo and Professor Buchner, coming from Stanford University in Berlin. The regime change rhetoric has been used for decades. Now, how exhausted we are and fatigued we are already about an excuse like this, and how much do you think this phrase being repeatedly used even now would convince the rest of the world? Professor Buchner.
Well, I'm sitting in a country in which a successful regime change happened, but that's practically the only case in which the world became a better place after getting rid of a totalitarian regime by the use of collective force to end the Nazi totalitarian system. And ever since, we are happily living in a peaceful Western-type democratic system and a flourishing market economy. So it's not completely impossible, but this is simply a form of wishful thinking to believe that you kick out the people in office and then you wish for the best, that afterwards the world would be a better place, or the balance of power in a very, very complicated mishmash of conflicting interests in the wider Middle East would simply need a different leader that is a replacement of the mullah. So it's not about whether we are bored. It's more about a question of what is a coherent strategy that thinks beyond a military action, and I don't simply see it.
Well, it seems that we're having some difficulties. Okay.
Hello and welcome to CGTN's special live stream in Beijing. We begin with breaking news. Multiple explosions have been heard in Iran, according to local media. Apparent strikes in its capital city, Tehran, happened near offices of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran closed its airspace. Meanwhile, Israel announced it has launched what it calls preemptive attack against Iran. In a statement this morning, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared a special and permanent state of emergency across Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier said the operation carried out by the U.S. and Israel is to remove existential threat from Iran regime. He said Iran must not be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons. Israeli army said it identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of Israel. The country's defense systems operate to intercept the threat. U.S. President Donald Trump earlier said that the U.S. began major combat operations in Iran. He also mentioned the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. And U.S. officials said the U.S. military is expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran. Iran's official statement said no high-ranking officials have been harmed so far. Media reports indicate that Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is currently in safe location and has been moved to secure locations, while an Israeli source said all Iranian leaders, including Khamenei, are targets. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, said all U.S. bases, resources, and interests throughout the regime are considered legitimate targets for Iranian army. Now, for more, let me bring in our CGTN digital journalist, Shen Shiwei, who joins us in Beijing. Hi there, Shiwei. It's good to have you with us. So to start with, help us understand what are the potential goals of the United States and Israel as they launch this attack against Iran?
I think, as you had just mentioned, the U.S. President Donald Trump and also the Israeli government, they have declared that all the targets, especially the top leadership of Iran, are the targets. So, as we can see from all these multiple strikes and also the military operations, what they want to do is to remove the top leadership, the supreme leader, and also the president of Iran, and also the top leaders of the military, and to destroy the navy and the missile troops. And so in the long term, so it is not just a one-day operation. It has been long back to the history after the Islamic Revolution in 1979, and we know after that time, the quarrels between Tehran and Tel Aviv has continued for decades, and that has triggered a lot of the tensions in the region. So the target, as the latest news has said, Israel has admitted their assassination against the Iranian supreme leader has failed. So we can see from this statement to overthrow the government. It's their top priority, and that is the goal of this U.S. and Israel coordinated operation. And I think from the recent speech made by President Donald Trump, we can see their mode to have this kind of what they call the regime change. Actually, they just want to overthrow Iran. First, in their speech, they said, okay, our target is the Israeli target all the Iranian military officials, their supreme leader, and all the high-ranking officials. And that is the step one. And step two, the U.S. and Israel, they said, okay, people in Iran, you can come down and just stay at home, and they don't participate in other political events, and we will keep you safe. So that is the step two of the U.S.-Israel coordinated operation to overthrow Iran government. And number three, the step three, is to disarm the troops of Iran for the National Defense Force and also the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, as you can see from the speeches. So the ultimate goal is to overthrow the Iran government and to establish a more pro-US and more pro-Israel government in Tehran.
Now, after launching the strike, Israel specifically used the word preemptive to define its action. What's the rationale, you think, behind that? What do you make of the way they frame it?
Actually, I have noticed that this kind of the words game, and you see that actually, in real sense, it is a war launched by a sovereign country, a UN member, against another sovereign country, a UN member. So it is typically a violation against the principles stated in the UN Charter. That is, the sovereign countries cannot, one sovereign country cannot violate the sovereign rights of another country, and to launch a war without the authorization from the United Nations Security Council, and they don't have a legitimate right to have this kind of attack first. So it is just a words game, just playing the words game. So it is kind of an invasion, I see. And in the social media, in Twitter, I have posted and made this kind of a question, like following the Israeli Defense Ministry's comments. They said that Israel has the right to defend itself. Of course, they have the right. That is a legitimate right. But does Israel have the right to attack another sovereign country, and by violating the UN Charter, by violating the international law? So that is the questions for everybody.
Now, experts say that this is the second time that these two countries have attacked Iran in the middle of negotiations. Now, if we zoom out a little bit to look at the bigger picture, what broader implications might this have to the region as well as to other parts of the world?
Actually, from my understanding, the ripple effects or the negative effect is much clearer. And I think there are two parts. First is this kind of a military operation, or we can say it's kind of a military strike against Iran, especially when both parties are still doing the negotiations in several locations in the world. So it has sent a very strong signal and a very negative signal that the peace talk with the U.S. may not be that trustful, because we can see from all these coordinated military operations, they are pre-planned. So it is well calculated. So it is not just, okay, we just decide to attack and then we send the airplanes. No, it's pre-planned. And even during the negotiations, the U.S. are still ready to have this kind of a military operation against Iran. So, and especially for to overthrow the government. So that has sent kind of a distrust, and that has creates very bad example. Like in the coming days, maybe more countries are reluctant to have this kind of a peace talks because they think the other party is not that trustful. And the most dangerous part, I think, is the shock to the global non-proliferation system, especially in terms of the nuclear issues. We can see from Iran perspective, they have repeated again and again, they will not obtain and they will not develop nuclear weapons. And they said they just want to have this kind of a peaceful use for the civilian purpose, like to generate electricity and for other medical health issues. But with this kind of a military operation conducted by the U.S. and Israel against Iran, and especially this huge kind of bombings and all these issues, that will send a signal to other countries. Maybe they need to develop their nuclear weapons, or maybe they can have this kind of a treaty, like a mutual defense treaty, to introduce kind of a nuclear weapon or obtain this kind of capability to use this kind of nuclear weapon. And also, especially on the Korean Peninsula, we see in the nuclear peace talk, it is not in the it's not in the very good process, because for the DPRK, they think nuclear weapon is the only way to secure themselves, and they raise the examples of other countries who give up their nuclear capabilities. And now with this kind of U.S. and Israel coordinates military operation against Iran, that it will be not good for the global nuclear non-proliferation system, especially the limits on the nuclear weapons.
Indeed, there are still lots of moving parts. Thank you, Shi Wei, for your insights. It's always good to get your perspectives. We're going to leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Meanwhile,
we're still waiting for an update from the Pentagon. At some point, there will be a military assessment made
between the United States and Iran were soaring amid massive U.S. military buildup in the region and the remaining sticking points in that nuclear talks. CGTN will bring you updated on this. More details straight ahead. Stay with us.
Ayatollah, whereas the United States was carrying out its strikes against military installations, specifically targeting Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missile program. And as we know, those strikes have been very wide-ranging, not just on the capital, Tehran, but right across the country. But your question as well about what comes next, that is unclear. Israel said that this was going to be a 4-day operation. Donald Trump, in his own words, said that this was going to be a long, sustained operation, calling it a massive and ongoing campaign. What is unclear is if this will be just a few days or whether it will be much longer, because there had been, ahead of these strikes, some assessment that perhaps the US would carry out a short targeted attack as a way to try and leverage getting the Iranians back to the negotiating table. I think the scale and the scope of these strikes, though, has made it very clear that the US has blown right past this. This is not a short, sharp shock. This is much rather a prolonged campaign by the United States to rapidly degrade the Iranian capabilities within the country. But we've already seen that retaliation. I guess it's a question now as to whether the US will take more retaliatory action for those strikes by Tehran against US bases within the region.
Right. Of course, we are also waiting, as it's early morning only in Washington, D.C. Response come from the State Department about the negotiations. Earlier, Nick, as you know, negotiations taking place in Geneva. Meanwhile, also see regional top diplomats from the Middle East meeting U.S. counterparts in Washington, trying to figure out whether there is more room for negotiation before any military strikes. And now we see already massive military strikes. So is Washington saying anything about whether there's room for negotiation, or is just a pretense of everything?
Well, I think at this stage, negotiations are completely off the table. But what we are seeing from other countries, they are urging mediation. They are urging cool heads, and they're urging really people to get back to the negotiating table, urging the Iranians to make a deal to prevent more strikes over the coming days. The United States has made it clear they want that nuclear deal. They want Tehran to drop its nuclear ambitions. They also want its ballistic missile program to be scaled back dramatically, and for Iran to stop supporting proxies in the region, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, of course, Hamas in Gaza. Those are all things that the Iranians said that they didn't want to negotiate, even though they were happy to carry on negotiations about its nuclear deal. In terms of trying to get back to the negotiating table, there may simply just be too much anger on the Iranian side to want to try and push for diplomacy. The US also very much suggesting as part of these strikes that they are looking for regime change. Donald Trump, in that 8-minute message that he posted on social media, was calling on Iranians to rise up, saying that they might not get another opportunity like this for generations. So the US and Israel want seismic change in Iran. They don't seem to be keen on diplomacy, even though the White House for weeks has been saying that diplomacy is their preferred path. We even heard that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, on Friday announced that on Monday or Tuesday next week he would be heading to Iran to work out next steps in the negotiations. That, of course, now won't happen. And Donald Trump on Friday, when he said that he was not happy with the progress of the talks, certainly was suggesting that we could see a military campaign against Iran. That has now unfolded. I think trying to get back to that negotiating table will be very, very difficult in this given current moment.
Nick Harper, thank you so much for all these updates coming from Washington. Please brief us once you have latest information coming in. Appreciate your work early in the morning. Now let's also go to our correspondent, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, thank you for joining us. Certainly a sleepless night, a sleepless day for you as well. Now tell us about the casualty and counterattack by Iran against Israel at this moment in Israel.
So at this moment, when we're about 6 hours into this operation, we're hearing of one person lightly injured in Israel, and that is it for the moment. We've heard several sirens, both here in the Tel Aviv area where I am and in other areas, both in southern and northern Israel. We've not heard of any substantial missiles making landfall. This is for the moment. We have heard sirens. They come, when it comes to Iran, they come in both ways. First is a warning message saying that missiles have been detected being launched from Iran. And then a few minutes later, depending on the area in which you are in Israel, sirens, if the missiles are seen headed to that direction. Several sirens sounded in practically all of the country so far. No major landfalls as far as we know, no major casualties as far as we know for the moment. I have to say that as opposed to the war that was seen here in June, we're not getting a lot of information, meaning we do not know if these missiles that were fired from Iran were intercepted along the way. We know that there are many American capabilities in neighboring countries to the east of Israel, so maybe missiles are intercepted while on the way. Maybe they're intercepted once they make it here. What we do know is that for the moment, and I say again 6 hours into this operation, we do not know of any major casualties in Israel. Of course, there's massive preparations. Hospitals have taken a lot of their wards underground, and many things still happening.
Right, we see, actually, you're standing in Tel Aviv, as far as I understand. The people were walking casually, actually, leisurely behind you, or go shopping and things like that. Can you tell us about more what the public is saying about the latest attacks? Because earlier, according to media reports, the Israeli government has warned of the public to stay in safer places. What is exactly the situation, briefly?
That is right. People are on the streets, but not a lot. The streets are emptier than they would be at regular times. People have been advised to stay indoors as close as possible to shelters and as close as possible to their safe rooms. What happened is, and I said again, I said it before, there are two types of warnings. First is a general warning saying that missiles have been detected being fired from Iran, and when that happens, everybody gets, the whole country gets messages to their phones. Then people run to the shelters. Then, of course, things are much more hectic on the streets than they are at this moment. And then if you are in an area which is set to be hit, then sirens, the actual sirens sound. The streets are relatively quiet and emptier. There are some people on the streets, not a lot. Streets are much more empty than they usually are.
I see. Jonathan, there were earlier media reports. We cannot confirm at this moment because the official sources has not necessarily confirmed this, but there were media reports suggesting there's likely to be quote-unquote division of labor between the U.S. and Israel when it comes to attacks against targets inside Iran. For example, for Israel, a more military government, as well as possibly attacking the Iranian leaders. That is, of course, according to media reports only. Now, what do you hear from Israel and also in these really credible news resources?
So what we're hearing is exactly what you said. No official comment at this time, but these are sources that are providing this information, saying that the United States, with its strikes, is taking care mostly of sites related to Iran's nuclear program, while Israel is taking care of Iran's ballistic missile program. We have to understand that the ballistic missiles are a major problem for Israel. We saw last June when these missiles hit, they cause major damage to structures. They cause several casualties. People were killed back in June from these missiles, even when they were in the protected rooms inside their homes. That massive these missiles are, and therefore it's very important for Israel to take care of these missiles as much as possible. So what we're understanding from sources here is exactly what you said. Israel taking care of military installations, especially related to Iran's ballistic missiles, and also perhaps regime people, and the United States taking care more of nuclear sites.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Bring us the latest once you have. Appreciate it. With us once again, we not only have our two commentators sitting in the Beijing studio, but also online, Senior Colonel Zhou Bo, Chinese military expert with Tsinghua University Center for International Security and Strategy, and also in Berlin, Uli Bruckner, Jean Monnet Professor of European Studies with Stanford University in Berlin. Now, gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us throughout our broadcast here on CGTN. You heard the latest in Washington, in Tel Aviv, a lot of food for thought. Now, Senior Colonel Zhou, about the so-called division of labor between the U.S. and Israel, your comments?
Well, I think you're absolutely correct, right? Yeah, this kind of a problem will just persist so long as the war continues. I don't believe it will just be gone away.
Right.
Let me hope that at the end of your program that this war may just come to an end. So the sooner the better.
All right. But the other thing is even more crucial, as our inside the studio guests already debated about the security of Hormuz Strait. Now, to you, Senior Colonel Zhou, what are the military capabilities surrounding that region? How much upper hand does Iran have over there? What are likely to be the already known military buildup by the United States and also Israel in the nearby places? Senior Colonel Zhou.
Well, these are really good questions because Hormuz, of course, is one of the choke points at sea. It's one of the most important international sea lanes. Iran talked about blocking Hormuz before, but it actually didn't put that into practice. And historically speaking, even during the Cold War, no matter how the United States and the Soviet Union was having a rivalry against each other, none of them did try to block international sea lanes, right? So because extreme importance of Hormuz for Iran itself, therefore this kind of blockade itself could be described as suicidal as well. So we would, and of course, because the war has already started, the United States, I believe, would not allow this to happen easily. So we will have to wait and see.
All right. And Professor Bruckner, your assessment of the European interest there near the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it is an important lifeline for an export-based economic system like the European Union. But as I said before, it's also much more about the future world order and what such an intervention does to the balance of power. Colleagues have drawn a connection between the war in the region and the upcoming elections. I just returned from Budapest that will see elections next month, and a lot of people are concerned that something is happening that will allow martial law and the cancellation of elections. So there is also a pretext for what will happen if an extremely unpopular president, Donald Trump, will lose the midterm elections. Does he need a situation in other parts of the world to stop elections in the US because this is an unprecedented situation, or whatever he makes of it? So we are not just looking at the Middle East, we are also looking at what's happening inside of the United States.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us throughout our live broadcast here on CGTN's special program of World Insight. Meanwhile, let me also talk back to our two commentators sitting in the studio, Einar Tangen and Professor Gong Zhong. Now, we've been watching for 6 hours already since the joint military attack by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. Now, what we do not know, Professor Gong, is what is likely to be the future scale of these attacks. It really takes two sides and several aspects to tangle. So your immediate takeaway of the latest situation?
Well, normally at this time, 6 hours after the operation, President Trump would come out and boast about its the outcome to the bravery of the American men and women in the service uniform, I guess. But he hadn't done that at this point, right? It's already, I think it's 8 o'clock in the morning back in Washington time, yeah. Eastern Standard Time, and I think the American people are waiting for a message from the White House about what's going on here, about what's the outcome, about what's going to happen next, right? So far, it's total silence from the White House. So I would surmise that it's probably not going well as he had imagined, and he's probably waiting for some good news coming back so that he can boast about.
We have been hearing from many countries so far already, because most of the countries are waking up after the attack took place, that they all hope that negotiation could come back and there can be peace in the region rather than more escalated military strikes by both sides toward one another. Now, your immediate reaction to all the latest development?
Okay, first off, we should talk about time frames. Although Donald Trump has said, I'm willing for a long grinding war, the fact is the American public isn't. On the other hand, both Iraq and Israel have their own reasons to prolong this things. Article 1 is going to figure very highly in this. That's the article that says Congress declares war, not Donald Trump. Expect a lot of attacks. There's 2 to 1 against an attack on Iran, and that was more closely. Last year, it was just a majority. And at this point, Donald Trump has failed to set up why it was so important to attack Iran, and that is going to come back and bite him. He has a large group of people, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Theo Vaughn, and
there are a lot of commentators certainly on the list.
They are commentators, but they used to be his voice to the people. And now they're against him, and they all have one thing in common. They believe that Israel has a lot of influence over the United States, too much influence. And the question comes, why are we attacking a country that does not have a threat against us?
You know what, I want to add this. I think one of the journalists of CGTN mentioned a Republican congressman from Kansas, Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey actually had an interview.
So both sides of the aisle have both criticism and also approval of the military strikes.
No, it's not. You should only look at AIPAC and who they support. If you look at AIPAC and who they support, you know exactly where they are. It doesn't matter
but even more importantly, what is going on in the region. Now we see, Professor Gong, many of the countries that we're talking about in the region in which host the U.S. military operation. For example, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. These places are well-developed economies.
Right.
They are the middle powers. They're also trying very hard to seek their voices being heard, both in economic development and certainly in geopolitics these days. So how much signal do you think through this military operation and the reactions by all sides, we can tell better about the overall situation of voices in that region. Professor Gong, I know you worked in Israel for a couple of years.
Yeah, right.
Probably you have better expertise than all of us.
No, I mean, I think they're not very happy seeing their territory being hit by bombs, either from the United States, from Israel, or from Iran. As a matter of fact, Qatar has been hit before, more than once actually, right? It was hit by Iranian bombs, was hit by Israeli bombs in the past. So I think they're not very happy about this. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia has come out with a statement of condemnation against Iran. So I think even aside from this, I think I'm pretty sure they understand what's the feeling, the position on the Iranian side. But nevertheless, I mean, it's their country, their homes, their hospitals maybe being hit by bombs. So they're rightfully justified to come out with a statement like this. But I think at the end of the day, they would like to see peace prevail. They want to see this thing stop. This insanity stop. I think, but this is very difficult. It's a tall order right now. I think I don't see peace coming anytime soon. This thing's going to drag on for a couple of days at least.
And keep in mind that they've invested heavily in tourism. That stopped. And they depend on oil, and they're not going to be able to get their oil.
They want to be the most attractive place for investment in the world. Also,
very difficult to see when you're getting bombed.
But Einar, on the other hand, we want to continue our discussion on some of these points. One of the things people are watching very closely is whether the region will play a role in diplomatically, let's just put it that way, if we can still use the luxury of this word, on this issue. How much role is still there left for the region to do that?
None, unless Israel and the United States want to negotiate. You can't force them to do that. So they're middle powers. They're willing to do it. We saw the rapprochement that China engineered between Iran and Saudi Arabia, something no one thought was possible. Right. But now, where do you go if the United States and Israel has committed now to a process where they want to destabilize all the Arab countries around them, and it's part of a plan.
Qatar may be playing a role. Qatar has a very good relationship with Iran. It has a very good relationship with the United States. Nevertheless, Qatar-Israeli relationship
got bombed 3 times by everybody.
Yeah, Qatar-Israeli relationship is not very good. But aside from this, I think China is probably the only major power that maintains very good relationship with all 3 parties. We have a very good relationship with Iran. We also have a decently good relationship with Israel. President Trump is coming in a month. I don't know whether he's going to come or not.
Well, one of the things we do not have yet, because it's still early morning, let's just say Eastern time at this moment, Einar, is we have not yet heard from the United Nations. We have not yet heard from some of the regional organizations, be it in the Middle East, in the among the Arab states, or beyond. Now, Einar, tell us the absence so far of these voices. What does it say to us? Or what kind of voices can you expect from these places?
There'll be unilateral condemnation from all of the entities that you said. They're going to come out. Individual countries, much more difficult because they're afraid of some sort of reaction from the U.S.
Well, I think the United Nations is going to be having an emergency session very soon.
Right.
Security Council, and the Secretary General is going to come out with a statement, pretty sure. I don't know, he's in New York or in Geneva. Either way.
At this moment, we are still trying to find out some other latest development of issues related to the latest situation of U.S. and Israel joint attack against Iran. Certainly, we are also having the latest news of Iranian taking retaliatory attacks as a result. But that is all the time we have for the latest special program of World Insight on CGTN, bringing you the latest information about the attacks against Iran by the U.S. and Israel. If you'd like to know more, search World Insight or check out our YouTube channel, follow us on X and Facebook. I'm Tian Wei. On behalf of the team, thanks for being with us. Bye for now. And CGTN's coverage of the latest news will continue after this.
think you are better informed in an information age. The fact is, people are more often misled by misinformation. You might think every voice is heard in a digital world. The fact is, many nations and peoples are still underrepresented. And data poverty shuts out many. We at CGTN are committed to transcending the information gap and the digital divide. CGTN, bridging nations and civilizations. CGTN, see the difference.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
What's behind the next door? What motivates us to find the truth? To understand the world, we must see it from different angles. Never stop searching. Go deeper. Go further. Be open-minded. Be engaged. Open the door through dialogue, where ideas do matter.
Hello and welcome. We began our breaking news coverage. The United States and Israel have launched what they called a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to Israel. Following Israeli and U.S. strikes, Iran launched the first wave of large-scale missile and drone attacks targeting Israel and U.S. bases in the region as retaliation. The death toll from a U.S.-Israeli strike on a girls' school in Iran has now risen to 51. Strikes in Tehran have targeted areas near the offices of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Multiple missiles also hit university streets, the Jamhuri district, and other locations in the capital. Media reports indicate that Iran's Supreme Leader is not in Tehran and has been moved to a safer location, while Israeli sources say that all Iranian leaders, including Ali Khamenei, are targets. U.S. officials say the campaign are expected to last for multiple days. The strikes put Gulf Arab countries on edge amid fears of escalation in the region. Several countries, including Kuwait, Qatar, the UAE, and Jordan, all of which have a U.S. military presence, said they had intercepted the Iranian missiles.
Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
Challenging days await us. Every military action involves risk, but the risk of not acting is immeasurably greater, because if we do not act, we will get a nuclear Iran, an Iran with tens of thousands of ballistic missiles, an Iran that will work to destroy us, and will be immune to our countermeasures. As a people who wants to live, we have no choice but to go to campaign.
As strikes and counterstrikes continue in Iran and the region, why Tehran has been a major target for U.S. and Israeli strikes. Izin Kevani has more from Tehran.
The United States and Israel launched airstrikes early Saturday morning, targeting multiple cities across Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Residents reported hearing a series of loud explosions in Tehran, followed by thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Similar blasts were reported in Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, Tabriz, and Kermanshah. U.S. President Donald Trump and the Israeli military confirmed the start of the operation. Initial reports indicated that some strikes appeared to target the presidential compound in Tehran, but Iran's vice president later stated that President Masoud Pezeshkian is safe and unharmed. In response, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, announced that it had begun the first wave of what it described as extensive missile and drone strikes against Israel. Following the attacks, traffic surged across Tehran as residents rushed to gas stations to refuel. Many parents hurried to school to collect their children. In the coming hours, a significant number of people are expected to leave the capital in search of safer areas. Tehran, however, has limited shelter infrastructure, leaving residents with few options for protection. Ehsan Kayvani, CGTN, Tehran.
All right, for more insights, we're joined in the studio by Mr. Einar Tengen. Thank you so much for sitting with us for hours, giving us the latest analysis and insights. Einar, so we have seen Tehran launching the counterattack in retaliation. So this has been spreading definitely to a wider regional conflict. Let's take the Gulf states, for example, with UAE calling the Iranian counterattack, quote, a flagrant violation of sovereignty, and multiple Gulf nations closing airspace. So will traditional U.S. allies like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar maintain neutrality or be drawn into the conflict?
I doubt if they'll join in the conflict. They were the ones who said that they didn't want the conflict, and quite frankly, they have the most to lose. They've put a tremendous amount of money into tourism, business. That is going to be suspended for a while, and then they're dependent on oil revenues, and those oil revenues are going to dry up if the Straits of Hormuz are compromised and they can't get their tankers in and out.
Oh, Einar, you talk about the Hormuz Strait. How likely, what is the immediate risk of the Strait of Hormuz closure, as Iranian lawmakers have previously warned that closing this checkpoint, through which nearly 20% of the global oil flows, was, quote, under serious consideration during the June 2025 conflict. So with today's escalation, how credible is the threat, your take?
Okay, so you have to look at different time frames. Actually, the United States, despite Donald Trump saying he's willing to grind out a long war, the fact is the United States public is not. They want, if this is going to happen, they want something short, sharp, and victorious. Unfortunately, both Iran and also Israel have different agendas. They want a longer war. Israel because they want to grind Iran down and force regime change. Iran because they are asymmetrically opposed by two more powerful military nations. They can get the best way back to the negotiating table is to put pressure on the region itself. So closing the straits would be the things. It's at its narrowest point, 21 miles across. Some of it is only part of that is navigable. That means that the ships go through very narrow channels. They can use sea mines. They can use hand-fired missiles, things like this, SAMs, things like that. They have the range to do that. So it'll be very hard to prevent them. The U.S. can try, all these other entities can try, but we do know that when the oil bourses open up officially, you're going to see a large spark in oil, and the question is how much and how much economic damage the world can take because of this.
Exactly, oil prices may be the key point here. How severe is the immediate oil price shock? As during the 2025 June conflict, U.S. crude oil prices surged over 14% in a single day when Israel struck Iranian energy infrastructure, and now with U.S. direct involvement in the attack. What is the trajectory for the Brent crude oil prices?
Okay, I talked to some people who are in this business, both from the shipping side and also from the oil side. This is a couple of days ago, just in terms of a hypothetical. They said somewhere between 150 and 200 if the Straits of Hormuz are in fact compromised, because 20% of the world's oil disappears. You can't get it out. So as a result, spot markets around the world will go up. China is in a very different situation because they have huge reserves that they bought up when oil was very cheap. They can last there, and they have oil pipelines that are being opened with Russia, which is anxious to sell. So China's okay, but many other nations, think of Japan, South Korea, so many different nations, even in Africa, they're going to be very, very hard hit by increases of oil in a magnitude of 4 to 5 times as much as they're paying now. And that includes the United States. Hard-pressed U.S. consumers are not going to be happy about the fact that they're now paying astronomical amounts for the oil. But remember, the secondary part of oil is that that's how things move around. So ships are going to have to avoid that area going around the Cape, the Cape of Africa. That means extra time, extra energy, and those costs are going to be passed on to consumers. So this is going to be a series of dominoes that hits consumers worldwide, including Europe, that also depends on this type of oil. Very hard.
Exactly. Apart from economic losses or impact, the geopolitical impact may be even bigger. For example, the defense spending implications for the Asia-Pacific region, with the U.S. deploying 2 carrier strike groups to the region and now engaged in direct strikes. How will this affect American military posture in the Indo-Pacific? And will allies like Japan, South Korea, Australia face pressure to increase their defense spending? Your take?
Well, they're already facing pressure. A lot of them have said that they're going to up it dramatically, as with Japan and things like this, but they have ulterior motives. Japan has never been happy about being an occupied nation. There are 50,000 troops in Japan, a lot of them in Okinawa. There are frictions that are going on there. They would like to revise their peacetime constitution, but there are concerns about whether this would turn fascist. So right now you see an arms race going around, possibly even nuclear, and this kind of upsetting everything, unilateral attacks. There is no justification. It's not legal under American law, nor is it legal under international law. This makes countries more afraid, and when they're afraid, they look for other options, and not only arming themselves conventionally, but also nuclearly.
Apart from the geopolitical impact, do you think is this the beginning of a sustained campaign or a limited operation, as Israeli forces say? The operation will last for 4 days, but do you think there is a possibility for ground invasion or ground operations?
No. Israel is 7 million Jews. They're not in a position. They're not even on the border. They'd have to march through Syria. There would be too many chances of being intercepted. They're not big enough to take on a country of almost 100 million. The U.S. is not interested in putting boots on the ground because that would need body bags going out. And it would be a prolonged, bloody, long war. We weren't able to tame Afghanistan or to do an effective job in Iraq. There's no reason to believe that we'd be able to do it in Iran. So the U.S. wants a very, very short time frame. They want to get in, get out, declare victory. But as I said, both Iran because they want leverage, and also Israel because they want to grind down on Iran, they're looking at different time frames.
You're not seeing a prolonged operations?
I don't see it from the U.S. side. Look, the Israelis under Netanyahu has been pushing this for 30 years. They're not going to give up. Mm-hmm. Even if they have mixed results this time, it's still in the back of their mind that they need to destroy Iran.
All right, thank you so much, Einer, for your insights. We'll be getting back to you later in our show. A mixed response from American people has been observed toward the military attacks carried out by U.S. along with Israel. Nick Hopper has more from Washington, D.C.
We know from polling that many Americans were concerned about the possibility of military action. One poll suggesting that the vast majority of Americans didn't trust Donald Trump's military judgment. And we have already seen a response on social media by various members of the American public very worried about what has unfolded, these US strikes against Iran. Well, a very mixed response, as you would expect in a country that is very politically divided. Americans waking up to this news. It's now just about 7:20 in the morning, Saturday morning. Many Americans coming round to the news, seeing notifications on their phones and wondering what on earth has happened as they slept overnight. We're still waiting for an update from the Pentagon. At some point there will be a military assessment made. to speak about how successful the targeting was in these strikes. In terms of the division of labour, as it were, we're told that Israel was targeting military and government figures, personnel within the country, including the Supreme Leader Ayatollah, whereas the United States was carrying out its strikes against military installations, specifically targeting Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missile program. And as we know, those strikes have been very wide-ranging, not just on the capital, Tehran, but right across the country. Israel said that this was going to be a 4-day operation. Donald Trump, in his own words, said that this was going to be a long, sustained operation, calling it a massive and ongoing campaign. What is unclear is if this will be just a few days or whether it will be much longer, because there had been, ahead of these strikes, some assessment that perhaps the US would carry out a short, targeted attack as a way to try and leverage getting the Iranians back to the negotiating table. I think the scale and the scope of these strikes, though, has made it very clear that the US has blown right past this. This is not a short, sharp shock. This is much rather a prolonged campaign by the United States to rapidly degrade the Iranian capabilities within the country. But we've already seen that retaliation. I guess it's a question now as to whether the US will take more retaliatory action for those strikes by Tehran against US bases within the region.
Well, the headquarters of the International Atomic Energy Agency is in Vienna. Our Johannes Blechenberger is there and has sent this report on how the IAEA might react to the attacks on Iran. Take a listen.
Well, the IAEA might react in a similar way as it did a few months ago when the US attacked the Iranian nuclear facilities. Back then, the IAEA criticized the US, saying that nuclear facilities must never be attacked. Otherwise, there's a risk of very dangerous consequences. And the agency was also part of the latest US-Iranian nuclear talks in Geneva, where no breakthrough was reached. And those talks were actually set to move here to Vienna next week on a technical level. They could already start tomorrow, but it remains to be seen whether these talks will actually happen now that the conflict escalated. Also next week, the IAEA is having its Board of Governors meeting where Iran's nuclear program is also discussed. And actually, the IAEA issued a report yesterday about Iran, saying it is increasingly concerned about Iran's newest plant at Isfahan, where allegedly much of the most highly enriched uranium is stored. And this latest report by the IAEA could have given the US more reason to act and also to start escalate the conflict in Iran.
All right, for the very latest, we go live to Isin Kivani in Tehran. Good to see you again, Isin. Iran's foreign ministry has said its people and armed forces will deliver a decisive and determining response. What more can you tell us about that?
That is right. It was announced by the foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai, who said that Iran's action and responding these attacks is the legitimate defensive right of the Iranian nation. We had another comment from the IRGC commander who said that the Operation True Promise 4 will continue without any interruption. And the latest news by the IRGC reveals that dozens of, or even hundreds of missiles and drones have been launched towards Israel so far. Back to you.
Well, Isin, we know that the Tehran hospitals have declared emergency status. So what civilian impact has been confirmed so far, and how are ordinary people in your country reacting to these attacks?
Well, immediately after the attacks in the morning, a lot of citizens in Tehran were rushing in the streets. So we had streets packed with cars, a huge traffic. And I saw many supermarkets, people were rushing to buy non-perishable foods, and maybe water supplies. But after maybe 6 or 7 hours from the strike in the morning, now the streets are very quiet, and according to the reports, all the exit roads of Tehran towards other cities are heavily with a heavy traffic. In fact, Iran's National Supreme Security Council, in fact, has urged citizens in Tehran to evacuate as they can and go to the suburbs of Tehran or maybe to their hometowns to be safe during the attacks. Unfortunately, in one primary school in the southern part of Bandar Abbas, near Bandar Abbas, in fact, there was an Israeli or American strike on a primary school in which 57 people have been killed and more than 50.
All right, it looks like we have lost.
They are still under the debris in Tehran, which so far 2 have been killed. Yeah. So far, two student girls have been killed so far.
All right, thank you so much, Eason, for your updates from Tehran. We'll definitely keep you updated. Iran has launched retaliatory strikes with explosions reported in Bahrain, the UAE, and Kuwait. Bahrain is home to the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. The Al Dhafra Air Base south of Abu Dhabi is a critical hub for the U.S. Air Force operations and is shared with the UAE military. In Kuwait, key U.S. installations include Camp Arifgan, the forward headquarters of U.S. Army Central, and the Ali Al Salam Air Base. Iran's foreign ministry is warning that Tehran's response will be to target all U.S. military bases in the region. Some personnel were reportedly being evacuated from the U.S. Air Force Base in Qatar. Al Udeid is the Middle East's largest U.S. base, housing around 10,000 troops. With U.S. citizens waking up to the news of U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran and subsequent retaliations, we are now joined by CGTN's Karina Mitchell in New York. Good morning to you, Karina. So what has been the U.S. response to these attacks, both in a seize of power and among the public?
Good morning to you. Well, it's important, first of all, just to note that there have been no American casualties so far as a result of Iran's retaliation. This is what we're hearing from U.S. officials. But this was a worst-kept secret ever, right? Everyone knew that the U.S. was amassing their naval fleet, warships, fighter jets as well in the area, all the assets brought to bear. So indeed, the U.S. did acknowledge that together with Israel, this was a coordinated strike, Operation Epic Fury, and Israel calling the strike preemptive, the attack to ward off threats against Israel, and then praising U.S. President Donald Trump for what he called, quote, his historic leadership. Now, we are expecting the U.S. president to speak later this morning in the U.S. We're expected to hear more details about the assets that were deployed, the targets that were that the U.S. and Israel went after, and to hear about what successes, if any, they have had with those strikes. But he did post a remarkable 8-minute-long message to Truth Social just as the attack started. And it was quite remarkable what he said, calling the attack massive and ongoing, and saying that the U.S. wanted to destroy Iran's missile and raise their missile industry to the ground, saying that they'll annihilate the Navy. They did say that there would be potentially some U.S. loss of life, which was extraordinary, and then issuing this threat as well to the military in Iran, saying, lay down your weapons or you will face the consequences. Otherwise, you'll be given immunity. And then a direct message to the people in Iran, stay where you are, shelter right now. But after that, come out, take over your government. No president will do what you are doing. This is the chance that you have that comes along once in generations. Now is the time to seize your destiny. This is the moment for action. Now, we do know that those strikes are expected to last several days, and we are hearing from U.S. officials that they did target senior Iranian officials, including the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the president, Pezeshkian, as well. Iran media reporting that both of these people are safe. The Ayatollah was not in Tehran at the time, and Pezeshkian, the president, is in good health. Back to you.
Karina, with negotiations having taken place just the other day in Geneva, briefly, what has led to the point? And I want to get your insights into how does the U.S. media coverage on this developing stories? What's their perspective?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. First of all, this is day 9 of that 10-day warning that U.S. President Donald Trump issued that said that Iran must come to agreement with the U.S. or very bad things will happen. So this all coming after the third round of talks just happened, basically reaching a stalemate, a dead end. There was no further movement on a key issue that the U.S. wanted, which was for Iran not to pursue a nuclear weapon. Now, of course, Iran saying that they never intended to pursue a nuclear weapon, but they do need to enrich uranium for their own energy needs. Of course, there were other sticking points. The ballistic missile program, which frankly, Israel is the one who was pushing that agenda when talks did resume back in February. And of course, there are other issues as well, demanding that Tehran stop backing groups like Hamas and Hezbollah as well. Depending on what side of the media you're on, there have been people who are pushing a very pro-Trump, striking against Iran agenda. And there have been people on the other side. And we've seen this, between U.S. politicians as well, depending on who you ask. There was a push, as I say, to pass a War Powers Act in Congress. It's important to note that there was no authority for this act to happen in the halls of Congress. And many Democrats and some Republicans as well wanted to push for this act to prevent this from happening. It was supposed to happen this coming week, obviously too late for now.
It looks like it's quite divided there in the United States as well. Thank you so much, Karina, for your reporting for us in New York. All right, for more reactions from Moscow, we're joined by Dasha Chernyshova, live for us in Moscow. Dasha, tell us, what has the Kremlin said about the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran?
Well, we are now seeing some of the comments coming from the Russian Foreign Ministry. In a statement, Russia has condemned those unprovoked acts of aggression, suggesting that apparently all this negotiations process has been just in imitation of the negotiations and had no real substance in that. We also are hearing the Russians calling very clearly here to turn these whole developments into the political and diplomatic solution, suggesting that military option is not something that is preferable at this stage. Moscow has also been saying that the international community should be acting, and they should also be condemning what has happened at the hands of the United States and Israel. Russia, as before, according to the Russian Foreign Ministry, is ready to assist in the search for the peaceful solutions that would be based on the international law, mutual respect and the balance of interest. That's according to the statements released by the Russian Foreign Ministry. Separately, there has been a phone conversation between Sergei Lavrov, Russian Foreign Minister, and his Iranian counterpart, Abbas Araghchi. So we understand Moscow is indeed in touch with the Iranian colleagues and knows all the details of what is happening.
Dasha, tell us, what message had the Russian embassy in Tehran issued to its citizens there? Is there any official evacuation plan in place?
Well, at this stage, we understand that the Russian Foreign Ministry has been sending the message to its citizens, about 50,000 people who are located in the area. And they have been saying that, for instance, in Iran and Israel, people indeed, if they have an opportunity to live, they should be leaving those countries. The Russian Foreign Ministry also called on the Russians to avoid traveling there. But at the same time, Russians who are in the UAE, in Lebanon, for them, the Russian Foreign Ministry said that they should be avoiding any troubles and they should be assessing the situation on the ground, what is happening. But obviously, this is a situation of much concern for the Russian authorities. Again, Moscow is still hoping that this situation could turn to the political spectrum. But at the same time, as we are now seeing, Russia is indeed concerned because there is this serial nature of what has been happening in Iran at the hands of the United States over the course of the past year.
All right, thank you so much, Dasha, for your insights from Moscow. Really appreciate it. All right, for more insights, let's bring in Ambassador Motaz Amheddine Khalif, former Egyptian ambassador to the UN. Good to have you with us on CGTN, Ambassador. Explosions have been reported near U.S. military bases in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. How does Egypt see this round of conflict, and what do you think might happen next?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and good afternoon to you. Of course, Egypt is very worried, I would say, and embarrassed as well, because Egypt has been asked to mediate by the United States specifically, and the United States keeps failing Egypt down, because we have mediated before in August, and there was an agreement between Iran and the IAEA to resume the verification process, but it has been broken by the European countries and the United States reinstating sanctions. Now, of course, there is, as we speak, I have seen a statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that expresses deep worry about the current escalation and is inviting for self-restraint, of course, and condemning the Iranian attacks against facilities in the Gulf states, which threatens the territorial integrity of the Gulf states. But I think the main issue here is that Egypt is very disappointed by the reckless behavior of the United States and Israel in the region. And while Egypt has a special relationship with the United States, so it did not condemn directly the American attack on Iran, but it is very disappointed, and of course it is a source of worry, because everybody knows that the source of the tension and the escalation is Israel, that is manipulating the United States in order to strike jointly Iran, which has never started a war against them.
Well, Ambassador, the Houthis in Yemen say they will resume attacks on ships in the Red Sea. How might this affect the countries in the region, including Egypt?
It will affect countries that export oil from the Gulf, and of course it will affect the global economy. The price of oil will rocket up, and this will affect countries that are importing oil and may benefit countries that are exporting oil. With regard to Egypt, of course, it's a killer blow to the maritime navigation that goes through Suez Canal if the war continues, which apparently is the intention of both Israel and the United States. And as you know, the Egyptian economy is facing a chronic crisis regarding investments, regarding difficulty in managing the assets that Egypt has, and a very severe debt crisis. All of this is compounded, and when tensions escalate in the region, Egypt is very much affected, especially that the Suez Canal has a very big share in the source of foreign assets that gets into the Egyptian budget.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador Khalil, for sharing with us your insights. We really appreciate it. Iran faced numerous sanctions throughout 2025 over its nuclear program. Just weeks after returning to office last January, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order imposing maximum pressure on Iran. Washington followed through with sanctions to restrict Iran's oil sales and led a diplomatic campaign to isolate Tehran from the world. From February to December last year, the U.S. announced around 30 sanction statements on Iran. The sanctions targeted companies and individuals involved in Iran's oil sectors, as well as its shipping network. U.S. sanctions have hit the country's economy hard, pushing major companies to the brink of collapse. Residents are also struggling to survive amid high inflation and a weakening currency. Isin Kivani has more.
This is the reality on the ground. Companies that were once engines of the national economy are now struggling to survive, while ordinary Iranians bear the cost. We sought interviews with the country's corporate giants, but all declined. Their silence speaks volumes.
For Iran's major industries and its citizens, years of comprehensive U.S. sanctions have imposed severe economic challenges. The policy continues to shape the business environment and drive up the cost of living across the country.
We interviewed an Iranian diplomat at Iran's Institute for Political and International Studies who believes sanctions are just one piece of a larger puzzle.
I would prefer to call these U.S. actions as unilateral coercive measures. Sanctions are merely one component of such measures. Washington employs a variety of models in other countries, including what is known as the trade war.
On the factory floor, the pressure is tangible. Manufacturers describe facing a constant battle against isolation and rising costs.
Intensifying U.S. sanctions have created significant challenges for us, primarily by restricting technology transfers and impeding trade with global firms. U.S. sanctions have significantly affected Iran's industrial sector, driving up production costs and leading to higher overall prices.
It is the public that absorbs the shock. Annual inflation has surged, consistently hovering above 50%. The rial has lost more than 90% of its value against the dollar over the past year, eroding the dream of a stable middle-class life for many. As the sanctions regime persists, debate over its effectiveness and morality grows louder. But on the streets of Tehran, for business owners and families, it is not a debate. It is a daily struggle for normalcy in an economy under siege. While the stated targets of these sanctions are specific sectors, their impact is universal, felt in the price of bread, the scarcity of medicine, and the uncertain future facing an entire generation. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Tehran.
All right, for more from Tel Aviv, we're joined by Sam Metnick, live for us in Tel Aviv. Good to see you, Sam. Iran has launched a counterattack. How is Israel prepared for this retaliation?
Well, Israel has been preparing for weeks. The entire region has been on standby for weeks, waiting for this. We had the retaliatory attack this morning. The sirens went off a few hours after Israel had said that it launched the attack on Iran. You could see people moving to shelters. Israel pretty much said it was a heightened state of emergency across the country, telling people to shelter in place and not to leave until they said that it was okay to do so, indicating that there is a risk. It's unclear exactly what is going to come this way. There have been a few rounds all day, sirens going off. There have been interceptions. You could hear them here in Tel Aviv. You could hear them across the country. Unclear on what has been hit, if anything, so far. But Israelis are bracing for potentially days or even longer of this. It's really unclear going forward, but Israelis have been told that this could be intense and this could take some time.
Sam, we want to know how is Israeli public reacting to the escalation? What have you heard on the ground?
Well, this is something that people I've spoken to leading up to this have said that they were prepared for. And a lot of Israelis that I talked to said that they believe that they wanted this. They wanted Israel to attack Iran. They see Iran as a threat to the country and said that even if it means that could inflict harm here, that they were willing to take that risk and that they supported it. There was a lot of rallying and support for the war that happened, the 12-day war in June between Israel and Iran. And a lot of Israelis feel that that didn't finish the job and that it needs to continue right now, and that if anything happens here, if there's damage or lives lost, that it's worth it in order to eliminate what they say is the threat in Iran.
All right, thank you so much, Sam Metnick, for your reporting from Tel Aviv. We really appreciate it. Tehran has been a major target for U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, especially areas near the office of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Sefa Sarami is on the ground in Tehran for more.
It's 4:30 p.m. in Tehran now. I'm going to work. Now there is not a lot of traffic jam, but in the morning the city was locked. Today in the morning I was talking to one of my friends at 9:30 a.m. and she said, oh, massive explosions. I thought maybe she was hearing something else, for example, construction. But I saw the news and I said, yeah, the attack had already happened. At 9:45, I also heard massive explosions near my house in west of Tehran. And just after a few minutes, there was a lot of traffic jam in the city. I couldn't go to work in the morning because, as I said, the city was locked. And according to latest news, Iran has also retaliated by attacking some U.S. bases in some countries in the region. I don't know the exact information because now we are in dark here. I'm going to office where I have access. I will have access to Wi-Fi. It's very complicated and the gas stations were crowded and people are buying the essentials in case the long becomes longer in coming days. I'm gonna keep you updated as things will unfold in coming hours and days.
Well, the long-running conflict between Israel and Iran has erupted once again into an open confrontation. Waha looks back at the sequence of events that led us here.
In 2025, a period of relative calm lasted from January through May. This included a pause in the fighting in Gaza and attempts at U.S.-Iran nuclear diplomacy in Oman, although underlying tensions remained high. Iran executed a man in April it claimed was an Israeli Mossad agent. The conflict reached a crisis point in June. On the 12th, the International Atomic Energy Agency voted to censure Iran for failing to provide sufficient information about its nuclear activities. In response, Iran announced plans to open a new secret uranium enrichment site. The next day, June 13th, Israel launched a large-scale unilateral military campaign called Operation Rising Lion against the core of Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The comprehensive aerial attacks, some reportedly using drones smuggled into Iran, killed top generals and nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated immediately with waves of missiles and drones against Israeli targets. Over the following days, Israel expanded its airstrikes, including on targets in Iran's energy sector, while Iranian missile attacks on Israel continued. A major escalation occurred on June 21st, when the United States directly intervened. US B-2 bombers struck 3 key Iranian nuclear sites, Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. The long-term success of these strikes remains unclear. 2 days later, on June 23rd, Iran launched retaliatory military strikes on the U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Iran had warned Qatar and the U.S. hours beforehand, and no fatalities were recorded. That same evening, U.S. President Donald Trump announced a fragile but largely held ceasefire between all parties. The ceasefire has largely held, though both sides accused the other of minor continued strikes. Until now.
Now, the latest international reaction to U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran has been swift and deeply divided. Across Europe, leaders are urging restraint and warning against escalation. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez rejected what he called unilateral military action, demanding a, quote, immediate de-escalation and full respect for international law. France's President Emmanuel Macron described the situation as dangerous escalation that must stop. The presidents of the European Commission and European Council, Ursula von der Leyen and Antonio Costa, said the developments in Iran are greatly concerning. In the Middle East, a cause for restraint dominant. Oman, which has been mediating talks between U.S. and Iran, urged Washington not to be drawn further into what it called, quote, not your war. Russia accused the United States of using diplomacy as a cover for military action and called for an immediate halt to the strikes. All right, that is it for our special coverage and breaking news on our U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. CGTN will keep you updated as more information becomes available. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, you're watching CGTN with Paul Barber in London. Breaking news this hour. Major combat operations underway in Iran as the United States and Israel launch an attack.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Iran hits back with retaliatory strikes launched towards Israel and explosions heard in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain and Kuwait. And the international community calls for calm. We'll have the latest reaction from governments across the world. The United States and Israel have attacked Iran, with President Donald Trump saying major combat operations are now underway as he called for a change in leadership in Tehran. This was the scene in the Iranian capital on Saturday, where the presidential offices, as well as the offices of the supreme leader, were reportedly targeted. Blasts have been reported in several other locations across the country.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans.
The response from Iran was swift. This strike targeted the headquarters of a US Navy fleet based in Bahrain. Explosions have been heard across the Gulf region, including in Qatar, the UAE and in Kuwait. And Israelis are sheltering in cities including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as the country's air defense systems have been working to repel multiple waves of missiles launched from Iran. Let's bring in our correspondent Rahul Pathak, who's joining me here in the studio. So, Rahul, Iran already striking back. What are the targets, do we think?
Well, their decision to launch these very quick retaliatory strikes on the Gulf really sort of underscores the fact that, unlike that 12-day war back in June last year, this new conflict is not being contained, and they've already struck several Gulf states where the US military has bases. So explosions, as you've been saying, have been reported in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, all of which host US military bases. Iran's Fars news agency said the country was targeting the Al Duaid air base in Qatar, that's just outside the capital city Doha. Ali Al Salam air base in Kuwait was another that was targeted, the Al Dafna air base in the UAE, and also the US 5th Fleet Naval Base in Bahrain has also been attacked, and that has actually been confirmed by the Bahraini government. So very unlike the attacks back in June of last year, where the Iranians basically waited until the US-Israeli campaign had finished for their attack on the Qatar Air Force Base. They've decided to go all out very quickly, which raises fears that this could be quite a long, drawn-out conflict.
Well, indeed, and lots of international reaction already. Can you talk us through that?
Well, yes. I mean, as you were saying in your openers, the main feeling is there's a talk for calm, but I don't know if the Israelis and the Americans are really listening to that advice at the moment. Dmitry Medvedev, who's the deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, you may remember, former prime minister of Russia, he was quoted as saying the peacemaker, in inverted commas, the United States, has once again showed their true face. All negotiations with Iran were a cover operation. No one doubted it. No one really wanted to negotiate anything. This is obviously in reference to the recent talks between Iran and the United States and Oman. And there are some experts that are saying that this attack, of course, Israel are involved as well. Israel really have been leading this attack on Iran. And then many people are saying that it's because of these negotiations between Iran and the US, where they've got a little bit worried and thought, we're just going to go in there and have our military strikes. We don't really want negotiations to happen between the two. So when I talk about preemptive strike, I think the preemptive strike means we don't want negotiations to come to a successful conclusion.
OK, Rahul, well, thank you very much for now. You'll be with us on hand for the latest lines throughout the next few hours of rolling coverage here on CGTN. So thank you, though, for now. That's Rahul Pathak, our correspondent. And let's get some analysis now with Yossi Mekelberg, Associate Fellow of the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House, a think tank based here in London. Yossi, great to have you with us today. Thank you very much indeed, and hello to you. So what do we know so far about the nature of these strikes on Iran and the immediate objectives?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I think this is a major escalation in the region, and it's not only confined to Israel, Iran, even the United States. Very quickly it spread to other countries in the Gulf. But you know, we were not that surprised by this, because we realized in the last few weeks that while the sides were negotiating, they were more preparing for the failure of negotiations than their success. They look more for military option there. So this is not a surprise. What is clear right now when it comes to the objective is not only about Iranian nuclear, it's not only about Iranian ballistic missiles or support of proxies in the region. It's very specifically right now about calling the Iranian people to topple the regime. It's about regime change.
Now, the basis of the attack, Israel says it was preemptive, and Donald Trump saying that the threat to the United States from Iran was imminent. Were there signs of that? Is there any evidence of that?
So obviously they don't give details what they were preempting. If they were preempting that eventually Iran will reach nuclear military capability, so that's what they mean preempting. If there any other thing, but you know they're short on details here, so you really question what specifically they're preempting. I think what they're preempting is always probably the complete failure of the negotiation. But we saw through the negotiation, I think for me the most revealing was when the chief negotiator on the US side, Stephen Witkoff, said that President Trump doesn't understand why the Iranians are not capitulating, which saw kind of the state of mind. They were expected complete capitulation of the Iranian side, which would never happen. So in this sense, they didn't leave much door for any compromise in the negotiation, which made a military operation almost inevitable.
And the Omani foreign minister saying just very recently that a deal was within reach and that substantial progress had been made at those talks, and asking for more time for the negotiations. I mean, were the Americans ever acting in good faith during those talks, or was this always inevitable, this strategy to strike? And is there now any kind of off-ramp for diplomacy, or has that door effectively closed now?
I think between what I mentioned, the expectation of capitulation on the Iranian side, and at the same time, the military build-up in the Gulf and beyond, which left very little room for the United States not to join in a military attack, I think the chances of the negotiation to succeed were minimal. Whether the Iranian negotiated in good faith is a question as well. But I don't think they're given enough chance for negotiation to succeed. At least a few more days to see what areas of disagreement still exist, and then they create a system, even when agreed, of verification to ensure everyone abides by this. But it seems to me that from the beginning, this negotiation were doomed to fail.
Well, for now, thank you, sir, very much indeed for your insights. We're very grateful. Yossi Mekelberg, Associate Fellow of the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House. Many thanks. And just bringing you some breaking news lines here that we're getting from Qatar, first of all. Doha, the capital of Qatar, fresh explosions reported there. Also in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, some fresh explosions heard in Abu Dhabi as well. Those Gulf Arab countries certainly receiving Iranian retaliatory missile strikes, missiles being intercepted by those countries. Fresh reports of explosions in those two Gulf cities, though. These are some pictures from a little bit earlier in Doha, where there have been some fresh explosions we are hearing. Bringing you the latest on that as we get it, of course. And we can speak now to Sam Mednick, Associated Press correspondent in Tel Aviv. Sam, hi. Tell us what's the latest there in Israel.
Well, people here have been running to and from shelters for hours since this morning. About 2 hours after Israel said that it struck Iran, sirens started going off here. Israel said the threat level had been heightened and to basically shelter in place and go somewhere that you'd be okay. And so people are just kind of bracing for what comes next. We've had rounds of sirens. You've heard some interceptions here in Tel Aviv, also across the country. It's unclear if anyone has been injured yet or if there have been any casualties. But people are bracing here for an intense at least few days and potentially longer right now.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed for that for now, Sam. Thank you. That's Sam Mednick joining us from Tel Aviv. And we can go now to Nick Harper, our correspondent in Washington, D.C. Nick, could you tell us what the latest reaction is there in the U.S., people just waking up to this news of U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran?
That's right, Paul. It's still early here. It's about 8:40 in the morning, and many Americans will be picking up their phones this morning when they wake up and suddenly realizing that much has happened overnight, and that long-feared attack by the U.S. has now taken place. We've seen weeks of threats. We've seen weeks of military build-up in the region. And despite that diplomacy, that negotiation, as we were hearing just a moment ago, despite those ongoing efforts, Donald Trump has clearly got to the point, either through frustration or a feeling that the Iranians would never make a deal, that has compelled him to press the go switch and carry out these attacks against Iran. And as a result, we have seen plenty of very mixed reaction here from Americans as they wake up and digest this news. Lots of commentary online, on social media from people very much against these strikes. Polling in recent weeks has shown that the majority of Americans were against military action in Iran, but also the majority of Americans said that they did not trust Donald Trump's military judgment when it came to taking action against Iran. But in terms of lawmakers and their reaction, it's been interesting to note that there have been both Republicans and Democrats who have cheered this news, and there have been both Republicans and Democrats who have condemned this news. Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina, a Trump ally, has been one of the key cheerleaders over the last couple of hours, speaking out against this, thanking the president, saying it was necessary and long justified. The Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, described all of this as right and necessary. But the Republican from Kentucky, Thomas Massey, a Trump critic, it has to be said, has called this an act of war. So there's certainly some concern here amongst the American public, in particular because it's unclear what will happen next, whether American lives in the region, in those military bases, will now be at risk as Iran carry out its retaliatory strikes. Because bear in mind, Donald Trump, in his statement that he made overnight, that video posted to social media, his argument was that he was taking action to keep American lives safer, to ensure that Iran never got a nuclear weapon, that its ballistic missile program was eradicated. I think some people will be questioning whether or not Donald Trump's rationale on all of this will actually bear fruit.
OK, for now, Nick, many thanks indeed. Nick Harper in Washington for us. And let's get the view from Iran now. CGTN's Esen Kevani has the latest from Tehran.
The United States and Israel launched airstrikes early Saturday morning, targeting multiple cities across Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Residents reported hearing a series of loud explosions in Tehran, followed by thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Similar blasts were reported in Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, Tabriz, and Kermanshah. U.S. President Donald Trump and the Israeli military confirmed the start of the operation. Initial reports indicated that some strikes appeared to target the presidential compound in Tehran, but Iran's vice president later stated that President Masoud Pezeshkian is safe and unharmed. In response, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, announced that it had begun the first wave of what it described as extensive missile and drone strikes against Israel. Following the attacks, traffic surged across Tehran as residents rushed to gas stations to refuel. Many parents hurried to school to collect their children. In the coming hours, a significant number of people are expected to leave the capital in search of safer areas. Tehran, however, has limited shelter infrastructure, leaving residents with few options for protection. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Tehran.
And we're just getting some reports from the Reuters news agency citing an Israeli source that several Iranian officials have been killed in those joint US-Israeli strikes on Iran. You're watching CGTN, still ahead. Iran hits back as the United States and Israel launch an attack. We'll have all the very latest from across the region next. Stay with us.
Ever wondered what's the difference between a bear and a bull market? Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are black swans? Grey rhinos? And unicorn companies? Make sense of it all with Global Business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
I would like to hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. It's a necessity.
Well, China and the United States are important powers in the world.
What unites us is much more than what divides us. And I believe China is committed to this agenda.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
Hello, welcome back. Our main news. Major combat operations underway in Iran as the United States and Israel launch an attack. Iran hits back with retaliatory strikes launched towards Israel and explosions heard in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain and in Kuwait. So let's take a look at the latest updates from Iran. And Iran launched what it describes as the first round of retaliation against the United States and Israel. Iranian military saying that its missile attacks on American military bases in the region have killed or injured at least 200 military personnel. Iranian officials confirmed the safety of senior officials in leadership, including the president, the foreign minister, the army chief and the parliamentary speaker. Iranian state media reports that 57 girls were killed and 60 wounded after an Israeli strike hit an elementary school in Minab. And at least 2 people have been killed in explosions in Iraq, in Baghdad. Let's join our correspondent there, Laith Al-Haderi in Baghdad. So thank you for joining us, Laith. What is the latest that you're hearing there?
Well, actually, in Baghdad now, there is a massive jam in the streets because of the Iraqi people have learned the lesson last year when there was a crisis between Iran and the United States. There is a big, massive stashing of foodstuff because of the worst scenarios that might happen in the coming days. You know, Iran is one of the major importing countries of foodstuff to Iraq. This is one of the important issues regarding the raise of the prices and also for the fuel and as you know, the pipeline coming from Iran to support the generators and electricity in Iraq is coming from Iran. So all this stuff, we are counting on Iran on that. That might be jeopardized within the coming days because of this war. Mr. Shah Sudani have met with the officials and the security forces in the Joint Operations Center, and from that location he declared that the Iraqi soil we cannot tolerate that the Iraqi soil to become a combat field between the two sides, and we still supporting the peaceful talks and to come up with peaceful results for both sides.
Laith Al-Haderi, our correspondent in Baghdad, many thanks. Dubai has suspended all flights from its international airport until further notice. Let's go live now to Associated Press correspondent John Gambrell in Dubai. What is the latest, John, where you are? There have been reports of explosions in that city. What is the latest?
Yeah, just a few hours ago, I was actually outside of my house and I heard a blast followed by another blast, and I looked up in the sky and there I could see one of those pyrocumulus clouds that come after air defenses explode into the sky to either knock down a missile or a drone. Now, the authorities haven't really acknowledged this yet in Dubai. There is a little bit more of a concern because this is the commercial hub. There are a lot of tourists here. But we have had confirmation from the Emirati Interior Ministry that there have been several missile attacks targeting Abu Dhabi, which is home to the Al Dhafra Air Base that's used by the U.S. military there. Now, unfortunately, the Emiratis say that one of the missiles they intercepted let shrapnel rain down onto the ground, and that killed one person in Abu Dhabi. We don't have any word about any other injuries anywhere else. But here in Dubai as well, there's Al Minhad Air Base, which is probably about 15 kilometers from where I'm standing right now. And that is also used by Western countries to fly military operators and supplies in and out of the region. So it just shows just how scaled and widening this conflict is becoming. Iran had warned that that it would consider U.S. installations as legitimate targets should a conflict break out, and so far they seem to be doing what they said they'd be doing.
Indeed, John, we will check back in with you in the coming hours. Thanks for now, though. John Gambrell in Dubai. Well, let's take a look at the United States' military presence in the region and how it compares with Iran's capabilities. CGTN's Li Jianhua has more.
For decades, the United States has maintained a military footprint across the Middle East and parts of North Africa. The U.S. either owns or has access to 19 military sites across these countries. At least 40,000 U.S. troops are thought to be currently stationed across the region. Those troop numbers have been swelled by the arrival of the USS Abraham Lincoln in the region. A carrier strike group typically brings around 5,700 personnel and 60 to 70 aircraft, operating as a mobile airbase at sea. Its jets, including FA-18s and F-35s, provide air power, while the destroyers carry Tomahawk cruise missiles and air defense interceptors. The arrival of its second aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is significantly boosting the U.S. military striking power. It normally carries a crew of over 4,500 and up to 75 aircraft. It's also reported that a sizable number of KC-135 air-to-air refueling tankers have moved to the Mediterranean and Middle East. Experts believe it's possible any air campaign might be prolonged and could involve other bases away from the Middle East. Iran does not publish comprehensive official data on its armed forces, but defense analysts estimate the country has around 610,000 active duty military personnel. The country's core strength lies in its missile arsenal, with estimates of more than 3,000 ballistic missiles, one of the largest stockpiles in the region. Iran is also believed to operate at least 550 military aircraft, including fighters, transport planes, and helicopters. It also manufactures a large number of surveillance and attack drones. At sea, Iran's conventional navy is estimated to operate around 90 vessels, including up to 30 submarines. Recent satellite imagery confirms Iran has been reinforcing key nuclear and military facilities, including Parchin Military Complex, Isfahan Nuclear Facility, and Natanz Area Tunnel Complex. The last direct exchange of fire between the United States and Iran came in June last year. US forces struck Iranian nuclear sites at Natanz, Fordow and Isfahan. The following day, Iran retaliated by launching missiles at the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar.
Well, let's bring Rahul back in. So we just get a sense really there from Li Jianhua's piece about the extent of the US assets in the region. Just bring our viewers back up to date. What is the latest we know so far about these strikes?
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, but a lot has been happening even since we've been on air. So just to recap for people joining us all the time, the US and Israel have carried out these military strikes on Iran. They said they're targeting the top leaders, and the fear is that they've plunged the Middle East into a conflict that President Donald Trump, remember, he got elected on a ticket of saying, I'm not going to get involved in foreign conflicts. He criticised the war in Iraq, previous George W. Bush's campaign in Iraq, and he said he would never get involved in that. So it'll be interesting to see what the American public think about this war, which looks like it could be quite a long, drawn-out affair, unlike the 12-day conflict we had back in June. Now, of course, unlike that 12-day conflict back in June, Tehran have been very quick in the retaliatory strikes. They've responded by launching missiles at Israel, and they call those strikes against it unprovoked and illegal. Explosions have also been heard in all the Gulf Arab countries, many of which have said they've intercepted missiles after Tehran warned that it would strike the region if it was attacked. The first wave of strikes in what the Pentagon have named Operation Epic Fury mainly targeted Iranian officials. There are some sources to say that Iranian officials have been killed, but they're still they're not giving out the names of who's supposedly been killed. The Iranian government say that the supreme leader has been taken to a safe location and is currently has not been affected, but obviously, you know, it's a very fluid situation, and we're waiting to hear sort of the final sort of situation regarding that and the Iranian leadership. Because, I mean, Donald Trump, he's going to be giving an address to the nation. He's already spoken on his Truth Social platform. Many people are saying that this address to the nation, he could announce something quite big in terms of the Iranian leadership. Like if they really wanted to go after Ayatollah Khamenei, maybe he has been taken out, but we're going to have to wait for confirmation about that. Of course, the Iranians are not going to confirm anything like that straight away. We're going to have to wait. It's going to be maybe days, maybe weeks before we find out what's really happened to the Iranian leadership for now.
And we're just hearing from Washington, D.C. that we are now not expecting President Trump to address the nation today. That's just been announced from the White House in Washington, so we should be hearing from the President soon, though. Rahul, for now, thank you so much. And we are also able to bring you the reaction now from China, which has called for an immediate halt to military operations in the region. Beijing's foreign ministry has just released this statement, urging all parties to prevent a further escalation of tensions, calling for them to resume dialogue and negotiations and to safeguard peace and stability in the Middle East. The Chinese Foreign Ministry adding that Iran's national sovereignty, security and territorial integrity should be respected. That's the latest from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the joint US-Israeli strikes on Iran. Well, of course, we'll have lots more on this breaking story here on CGTN coming up. Do stay with us. We'll be back in just a few moments.
After 9:30 in the morning in Tehran, we heard the sound of fighter jet, at least one fighter jet in Tehran's sky. After that, we heard 2 or 3 big explosions, and following the incident, there was a huge smoke in the south of Tehran, or almost southwest of Tehran. Israeli officials have apparently confirmed the attack against Tehran. We don't have any official reports yet, but some sources say the presidential palace or the leader's residence in the center of Tehran have been hit.
Iran is more than just a country. It is a millennia-old civilization shackled by modern geopolitical fetters. This regional giant of nearly 93 million people and a $436 billion GDP walks a razor's edge of 40% inflation and extreme sanctions. Geographically, Iran is a natural fortress.
Ground, it will be totally, again, obliterated.
Iran hits back with retaliatory strikes launched towards Israel, and explosions are heard in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain and Kuwait. The international community calls for calm, and will have the latest reactions from governments across the world. The United States and Israel have attacked Iran, with President Donald Trump saying that major combat operations are underway as he called for a change in leadership in Tehran. This was the scene in the Iranian capital on Saturday, where the presidential offices, as well as the offices of the supreme leader, were reportedly targeted. Blasts have been reported in several other locations across the country.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans.
The response from Iran was swift. This strike targeted the headquarters of a US Navy fleet in Bahrain. Explosions have been heard across the Gulf region, including in Qatar, the UAE and Kuwait. And Israelis also sheltering in cities, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, as the country's air defense systems have been working to repel multiple waves of missiles launched from Iran. Let's bring in Rahul Pathak again, our correspondent here in the studio with me. So, Rahul, just first of all, can you bring us up to date with the very latest on these strikes that Iran has been launching in retaliation? Do we know where they're hitting, if they've been successful?
Well, as you see, they have been quite successful, and the big difference between now and the June conflict, last summer, the 12-day conflict between US, Israel and Iran, is that Iran have struck straight away. Back then, they waited till the end of that 12-day conflict, but their decision to launch these very quick strikes suggests that this conflict is not going to be contained, and it's going to be a long, prolonged affair, which has to create huge problems for the Israeli and US leadership. Iran have struck several Gulf states where the US military has bases. Explosions have been reported, as you say, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, where the US Fifth Fleet is based. Iran's Fars news agency said the country was targeting specifically the Ul Daid air base in Doha in Qatar, the Ali Al Salim air base in Kuwait, the Al Dafna air base in UAE, and as I said, the US Fifth Fleet naval base in Bahrain.
OK, well, Rahul, thank you so much for bringing us up to date there. Do stay with us for the latest lines that we're getting there. Rahul Pathak reporting for us here in the studio. Well, China has called for an immediate halt to military operations in the region. Beijing's foreign ministry has just released a statement urging all parties to prevent a further escalation of tensions, resume dialogue and negotiations, and safeguard peace and stability in the Middle East. It also added Iran's national sovereignty, security and territorial integrity should be respected. Let's get more on this with our correspondent, Chen Ziyuan, who's joining us now live from Beijing. So, Ziyuan, can you tell us more about what reaction we're hearing from Beijing?
We're closely monitoring the situation here in Beijing, as the Chinese Foreign Ministry just released a statement about 20 minutes ago saying that China is highly concerned over the military strikes against Iran launched by the U.S. and Israel, and also the spokesperson office said that the Iran's sovereignty and security and territorial integrity should be respected. Meanwhile, as you just mentioned, China called for immediate stop for the military action and no further escalation of such tension and situation. And they call for the resume of dialogues and negotiation and efforts to uphold peace and stability in the Middle East. Meanwhile, I also want to share information that Chinese embassy in Iran, as well as relevant countries, are providing support for Chinese citizens to leave the region through roads as well as to commercial flights. Those embassies include China's embassy in Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Armenia. So these are the current situation here from the Chinese side. Back to you.
Okay, Ziyuan, thank you for that. Just one other question, if I may. In terms of diplomacy, of course, China, major player. What can China do to contribute towards a de-escalation?
I think we see through different conflicts, China has played a constructive role in bringing all sides to the table, especially facilitate such a channel for dialogue. So what we're seeing here as the Foreign Ministry's spokesperson office released such a statement is really, again, putting the bringing all sides together, attempting the effort to call for immediate stop and then to call for the resumption of dialogue. I think that's the first step. And then moving on, we will see what China will continue to do as the situation develops in the future days.
Well, absolutely. Thank you very much, Chen Ziyuan, our correspondent in Beijing, joining us there. Thank you. Well, we can go now to Washington, D.C. and speak with Jagruti Dave, our correspondent in the U.S. Capitol. So, Jagruti, Americans just waking up to this news that their country, along with Israel, is essentially at war with Iran, striking overnight. What's the latest reaction there?
Well, we're getting a lot of reaction from Democrats who are concerned about the legality and the constitutionality of such attacks. Many Democrats claiming that congressional lawmakers were not informed about this decision to attack Iran. And Democrats have been trying very hard to prevent the president from taking unilateral action ever since those strikes against Venezuela, which saw the capture of Nicolas Maduro from the dead of night. And so here again, we've got Democrats urging Congress to go back and try and vote on those war powers resolutions to try to limit the president being able to take unilateral action like this. We're hearing reports that Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has told reporters in a statement that they were informed that the necessity to take action against Iran might come about, that the president had informed them earlier, that they've spoken to Marco Rubio as well. But I think there's questions about how much Congress actually knew about what was going to happen. The president was very quiet in that State of the Union address, giving no indication that imminent action was likely to take place. We knew that limited strikes was an option that the president was weighing, that his chief of staff, Dean Cain, had cautioned, according to reports, against extensive strikes for broader aims, as Donald Trump has suggested in that video, that the broader aim appears to be regime change, not just narrowly the nuclear talks that have been ongoing with the U.S. trying to put pressure on Iran to denuclearize. Here in this video, as you mentioned, the aims appear to be much broader regime change, calling on Iranians to take the helm, essentially, that this chance will not be given to them for generations to come. So I think as we look at what happens next, I think more reaction, more questions about the legality of these strikes are going to go forward, with lots of questions being asked of the Trump administration on that front.
Yes, and domestically, with ordinary Americans, how are they likely to see this potentially very, very complex, prolonged entanglement in the Middle East happening? How much support does the president have for this? And there have been suggestions in what the president was saying, also some comments from the Senator Lindsey Graham, just about preparations essentially for American lives to be lost, American military lives to be lost. What does that tell us? What kind of signals does that give out about what may be happening next in this operation?
Yes, and that is really extraordinary, that sense in that video that the president bracing the American people, that there could be the potential for American lives that may be lost in this enterprise. And I think this is where the complexity just deepens, because, of course, the president campaigned on the promise to take America out of foreign interventions. He was hugely critical of his predecessors, accusing them on social media at the time of waging wars just to detract from domestic attention or to increase popularity or to present themselves as strongmen. And here now is the president taking action against Iran, the exact thing that he criticized his predecessors for. And so the president's critics are now reminding people of what he said and saying that, well, this appears to be an attempt by the president to appear from a position of strength. Now, a lot of his supporters, you've got people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a congresswoman who he broke from because of disagreements, saying that, people who said in the past that, the people did not vote for increased military intervention abroad. So that is something to watch out for. I think polling following these strikes will give a very good indication of public opinion of these latest strikes. I think there have been question marks about the president's strikes following in Venezuela, following that operation, about, how they feel, the lack of confidence sometimes that people may feel about the president's performance. But, we've talked a lot about that on the economic front. The foreign policy has often overshadowed a lot of domestic issues here in the United States. So I think, as you say, complex situation. I think the response from Americans will be equally complex.
And just very briefly, Jagriti, we were expecting to hear from President Trump today addressing the nation. We understand that might not be happening. Can you just confirm what we are expecting to hear today, this Saturday, if anything, from the White House?
We are still waiting to find out exact details. That video that the president delivered, the opening salvo of the operation in Iran, was from Mar-a-Lago. He's done this before, where he's sat there, made those decisions in his Palm Beach resort. And it looks like we are going to be waiting to find out further whether the president is indeed going to be addressing the nation later today.
Indeed. OK, Jagriti, thank you very much for that update from Washington, D.C. Jagriti Dave, our correspondent there. Well, elsewhere in the region, at least 2 people have been killed in explosions in Baghdad in Iraq. Let's join our correspondent there now, Laith Al-Haderi. So what is the latest that you're hearing there?
Well, the news about the accident is 2 locations, one in North Hilla, called Juf al-Sakhar. 5 been injured, like 3 injured and 2 killed in the site of the PMF. The PMF, that location is gathering of the Hashd al-Shabi, the Nujaba, Qatar, Hezbollah. These 2 sides that are pro-Iranian groups still active, and also some news about retaliations against the American sites in the region because of the aggressive attacks against Iran. These 2 groups are still pro-Iranian, and we are expecting a raise of escalating the situation in Iraq because the Prime Minister is against any escalating of this issue. He mentioned earlier that Iraq is not tolerating any raise of conflict and would not accept the Iraqi soil to be a conflict between these 2 sides. And the Iraqi people also, as I said earlier this day, are having this trouble of finding a better solution, like the foodstuff that coming from Iran, and the raise of the dollar now has reached like 157,000 dinars per the 100. This all make the Iraqis worry about the future, the fuel, the electricity, all these things that make Iraqis think that it might be Worse scenarios are coming, and they have to be prepared.
Laith al-Haderi in Baghdad, thank you very much indeed for that update. Rahul Pathak's our correspondent here in London with me. Just could you let us know, Rahul, what kind of international reaction we're hearing from governments around the world to the actions in Iran?
Yes, well, Paul, in the previous hour we were talking about the Chinese reaction to it and the call for more talks, and I think that seems to be the prevailing opinion of most world leaders, although the Russians, not surprisingly maybe, have said that the Americans, calling themselves the peacemaker but saying it very sarcastically, showing their true face. In fact, those negotiations between Iran and the United States in Oman were just a cover, and the Americans were never really serious about those negotiations. The Norwegian foreign minister has also described the attack as well, saying the Israeli calling it a preventative strike, but it's not in line with international law. Preventative attacks require an immediately imminent threat, and they've said that there was no immediate imminent threat from Iran. The French President Emmanuel Macron, he's called for an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council, saying the outbreak of a war between the US, Israel and Iran has serious consequences for international peace and security. The current escalation is dangerous for everyone and it must stop. And also the Gulf nations have also said that they're very unhappy with this escalation because they primarily view this as very, very dangerous. It threatens their regional stability, while many Gulf leaders supposedly are saying privately they oppose Iran's nuclear ambitions and regional influence. They really feel that a regional war could really target their own infrastructure, their own economy, and they really want they want a much more stable region. And this is the fact that this could be a prolonged war. This is not going to be a 12-day war like we had last year. This looks like it could last, and that's bad news for everyone in the region.
For now, Rahul, thanks so much, Rahul Pathak. And we can bring in now Rob McCare, the former British ambassador to Iran, somebody who knows a lot about this region, of course. Ambassador McCare, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it today. First, your reactions to just how serious an escalation this is.
It's a very serious escalation, isn't it? I mean, I think no one can be in any doubt about the scale of the Israeli and US military operation. And I think that what we're looking at now is as you were saying just now, a prolonged campaign. But the scale of the operation means that you enter into the realm of unpredictability. And however well planned the military operations are, it is hard to see where this is going to evolve to.
Indeed, and of course there's so much we don't know at this stage. But if indeed the Iranian leadership has been taken out, if they have been removed or are in the coming days as the military action by the US and Israel unfolds, what could happen next? Is there any kind of credible opposition that would be able to form a new government, as the US seems to want from this whole operation?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that Iran has, of course, been preparing for this. This is not an unexpected attack. So we know that they have been delegating military command, for example, to lower levels, so that it's not all dependent on the top figures who could be taken out in these strikes. And also delegating political overall responsibility to other potential leaders, so that, again, if there are decapitation attacks on the regime, it has the resilience to continue to operate and continue to take decisions and to issue commands. So they will have been preparing for this. Whether that's fully effective or not, we wait to see. And as to your question about whether there is an opposition that is in place and could step in to be an alternative leadership, of course there isn't. There isn't that opposition at the moment. What there could be is some sort of a split within the regime itself, a faction or individuals coming forward to say, actually, we do need a significant change of direction and to try to take control and to move the regime into a different direction. That's a possibility, but that's probably the most optimistic scenario we could see.
Does this action by the US and Israel have any kind of backing in international law, or does it break the UN Charter by essentially breaching the sovereignty of another country with force? And is there anything that the international community can, at this stage, do to intervene? The French president calling for the UN Security Council to hold an emergency session.
Well, many countries, of course, have looked at these issues around Iran and its nuclear program as something that is better resolved in a political, diplomatic solution, because they tend to be longer lasting and more stable than solutions that are reached by military force. On the question of legality, of course, international law is a complex beast, because the definition of self-defense requires judgments about the actual threat posed by Iran, about the intent of this action. And it's not a black and white, it's never a black and white case to decide what's legal and what isn't legal. But I think that it is a stretch to say that there was an imminent attack either on Israel or the United States that puts this squarely into the category of self-defense.
We're just hearing from the Iranian foreign minister speaking now, saying that Iran is attacking military bases in the region as an act of self-defense. Is there any sense of just how much, Mr. Ambassador, the capacity the Iranians do have to really escalate this in the region? How concerned are you that this is going to not be contained at all?
Well, I don't think that the states in the region are going to be rushing to join into this war, even if their targets in their territories are struck, as they are being struck now. But again, there's a lot of unpredictability and unintended consequences that go with this. If oil supplies from the region exiting the Persian Gulf are severely curtailed by the conflict, that brings in fundamental interests for some of the states in the region. So I think that the US and Israel will be saying to all of the regional states, this is our fight. You know, we don't want you to get involved, and they'll be trying to protect them from these strikes. But no one really knows how much Iran's ballistic missile capability is able to continue firing at Israel, at other countries in the region, and how much damage they can do, and therefore what the risks of wider broadening of the conflict are.
And looking at recent enforced government changes, such as Libya 15 years ago, in Iraq in 2003, government changes have not been achieved by airstrikes alone. Can we expect this air war, do you think, to be followed up by some sort of ground operation?
I'd be very surprised if the United States wants to get involved in ground war in Iran. It's a huge country, and there is, obviously the US has never wanted to get involved in that sort of conflict, and particularly under a president who doesn't want military entanglements. They clearly want an air campaign that's going to achieve its objectives and then declare victory and move on. But those objectives are hard to achieve. As you say, it's hard to achieve a regime change. And of course, if you look at the two sides, the US and Israel have set out some very, very maximalist objectives with what they're doing, whereas for Iran, really survival is victory. I mean, if they come out of this, however weakened they are, but if they come out still in control, they will say that they have won.
Donald Trump saying that it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the Iranian people to topple their government. Well, yeah. And given the crackdown on protests last month, I mean, how widely welcomed do you think the people of Iran will be seeing this operation? Will they be essentially hoping that the Americans and the Israelis succeed in toppling the government, or given the high likelihood of civilian casualties, is there a certain amount of opposition to this domestically in Iran?
Look, I mean, the Iranian regime is deeply resented and hated by a very large majority of the people. There's no question about that. It has lost legitimacy with almost everyone. But there are still a core of ideological regime supporters and people who are linked to the regime and whose livelihoods and jobs and housing and so on are dependent on the regime. So there is a core of loyalty to the regime, and there is a significant force they can deploy on the streets, and this an air war, a bombing campaign can't really change the balance of power on the streets very much. So it's hard to see how protests and demonstrations can win on the streets against a totally determined and absolutely ruthless regime like the current Iranian regime. As I say, what it might do is affect the dynamics inside the regime, and if you were to see elements of the Revolutionary Guard or the Basij defecting from the regime, then obviously that would be a very, very significant sign. But I don't think anyone's seen any sign of that yet.
OK, really grateful for your insights today. Thank you very much indeed, Sir Rob McCare, former UK ambassador to Iran. Thanks so much. And Dubai has suspended all flights from its international airport, meanwhile, until further notice. Let's go live now to Associated Press correspondent John Gambrell in Dubai. There are reports of yet another explosion there in just the past few minutes. Of course, Dubai, a major international hub for business and tourism. What's the latest that you're hearing there in Dubai?
Yeah, just actually before we came on air here, we heard several booms. Couldn't see anything in the sky, but there has been air defense fire over, there's one right there. There has been air defense fire over Dubai today. The Emiratis have Patriot missiles as well as THAAD missiles that they bought from the United States. So they do have air defenses to use against Iranian missiles and drones. There was a drone or a missile attack today in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, that saw an interception, rain shrapnel down on the ground and kill a passerby. And that's the first fatality that we've seen here. But just in the last couple of minutes, we keep hearing these booms in Dubai. Dubai is home to the Minhad Air Base, which is about 15 kilometers over my shoulder over there. It's used often by the British, the Americans, the Australians, the Italians to fly military cargo in and out of this country that has long been a stalwart U.S. ally. And it just shows, you know, with the other attacks that we've seen today in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, just how widespread this conflict is growing. And it's really part of those fears that people warned about, that this could spark a regional war.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for that for now. John Gambrell reporting for us from Dubai. And you're watching CGTN. Still ahead. Iran hits back as the United States and Israel launch an attack. We'll have all the very latest reaction across the region next.
Hello and welcome to CGTN's special live stream. I'm Dakai in Beijing. We begin with breaking news. Multiple explosions have been heard in Iran, according to local media. Strikes in its capital city, Tehran, happened in various sites, including the one near offices of its supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran closed its airspace on Saturday. Meanwhile, Israel announced it has launched what it calls preemptive attack against Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier said the operation carried out by the U.S. and Israel is to remove existential threat from Iran regime. He said Iran must not be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons. Israeli army said it believes its attacks killed several senior Iranian officials. Earlier on Saturday, Israel said it identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of Israel. The country's defensive systems has been operating to intercept the threat. U.S. President Donald Trump earlier said that U.S. began major combat operations in Iran. He also mentioned the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. And U.S. officials said the U.S. military is expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has condemned the military strikes by Israel and the U.S., saying the war on Iran is, quote, wholly unprovoked, illegal, and illegitimate. Iran's official statements said no high-ranking officials have been harmed at the moment. Media reports indicate that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is not in Tehran and has been moved to a secure location, while an Israeli source says all Iranian leaders, including Khamenei, are targets of the attack this time. Earlier, Iran has launched strikes against U.S. bases in Bahrain, UAE, and Kuwait with long-range missiles. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, said its counterstrike has killed more than 200 U.S. military personnel, but the U.S. side said it has not received any casualty reports so far. IRGC also said all U.S. bases, resources, and interests throughout the region are considered legitimate targets for Iranian army. Another update is that Iranian media reports that the airstrikes launched by the U.S. and Israel have killed at least over 50 people at a local primary school. Meanwhile, China's foreign ministry moments ago said China is highly concerned over the military strikes launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, it said, should be respected. China calls for an immediate stop for the military actions, no further escalation of tensions, and urges all parties to return to dialogue and negotiations to uphold peace and stability in the Middle East. The attack launched by Israel and reportedly coordinated with the United States came after the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks concluded in Geneva on Thursday. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran were soaring amid massive U.S. military buildup in the region and the remaining sticking points in that nuclear talks. CGTN will keep you updated on the latest of this. More details right after this. Stay with us.
Spread.
Well, that is also going to be their reaction. They always said they would react, and they said there'd be a significant reaction to any attack by Israel and by America. So nothing new there. And I think the difference is now, if you compare it back to a couple of weeks ago, or rather a month or so ago, when the height of the then Iranian people's revolt against the government in Tehran, President Trump at the time encouraged the Iranian people to rise up against them, but they had nothing in place. I think what we've now got in place is not just the forces to attack, but also the forces to defend. And so I think that's what we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing, and Jordan, for example, has reported it's knocked down 2 ballistic missiles fired from Iran into its airspace. So I think that's the kind of conflict we're going to see for a while. Exchange of missiles, exchange of attacks, and I think that'll be the nature of it for at least for 2 or 3 days.
And what can we gather so far about the likely targets of the strikes so far? And there are media reports that the United States and Israel are actually dividing labour on this military operation, with the Americans taking care of the nuclear sites and perhaps Israel focusing on Iran's ballistic missile programme and military facilities.
Well, it would make common sense to actually allocate the targeting to those countries who are most able to conduct those operations. Again, you look back to last year, to June 25, when there were the attacks on the Iranian nuclear facilities. The Israelis conducted a lot of operations against, first of all, Iranian air defences, and then some of the sites they could get at. But some of the more difficult to get at sites, particularly those that were in bunkers, were left to the Americans, because the Americans had the appropriate ordnance in which to conduct that. So I expect there's been a division of responsibility between the Israelis and the Americans, looking at each target in turn and working out which is the best way to prosecute that, and then using the appropriate weapons and the appropriate air forces and missile systems to attack those sites.
And Colonel Diggins, we've seen missile interceptions so far in Qatar, Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, including near to the US 5th Fleet headquarters. How exposed are US and other Western bases in the region, and how sophisticated are these interceptor capabilities?
Well, they are sophisticated, and of course the bases are vulnerable, and indeed one of the things that the Iranians made clear was that they would attack those bases. And again, I think this goes back to the wider regional issue, because I think what the other thing that happened after when President Trump talked about supporting the Iranian people in the earlier period, in sort of December, January, was that local regional countries, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, said this is fine. We accept that we'll be a target. We need to do something to defend us. So what we've now seen, as I said, is a build-up of the defensive side as well as the offensive side. So I think we're now getting that kind of sort of response and counter-response from both sides. And they are sophisticated, there's no question about it. The level of sophistication you require in order to knock down a ballistic missile is high. And that's what I think was taking time to build up prior to this particular attack happening.
And you touched on it before, but considering the signalling that the US strikes were possible, and how much preparation do you think that the military in Iran had for preparing for protecting its stockpile of missiles and launchers, for example, and getting its top political and military figures to safe locations?
But I think they'll have been watching with extreme interest the kind of build-up of US forces in the region. And we heard last week that, for example, they had established a sort of chain of command to take place if and when some of their senior leadership were removed, wounded, or simply had to be kept out of communications for their own safety. So they'll have done their best to try and build up for that. And indeed, they tried their best to recover from the attacks last year. I mean, they've got a stockpile of about 3,000 ballistic missiles, which is a huge amount of missiles. They fired some 500 of in the operations last year in response to Israeli and US attacks. But they have managed to rebuild a lot of that stockpile since then. So they've all been thinking about this for a while in exactly the same way as the Americans and the Israelis have as well.
And finally, what indicators should we be watching out for now, do you think? What should we be looking out for in the next, say, 48 hours to gauge just how much this is going to escalate or perhaps stabilise or find some sort of off-ramp diplomatically?
Well, sure. I think the off-ramp is not going to be an early off-ramp. I think is the first and honest answer. I think it will take a little bit of time to see what the results are going to be. We're getting back some reporting at the moment about where some of the targeting, but neither side's going to be very honest about what they've hit or they haven't had, because it does take time for intelligence analysts to work out how effective they have been or not. But I would suspect that we will continue to see a significant amount of force being used over the next 48 hours or so, and then there may be a kind of an operational pause, but it may be an operational press reports, just to analyse what damage has been done and also to gauge whatever reactions are incoming. But I don't expect this to happen to cease early. I think we're in for a long run against the Iranian regime.
Simon, we really appreciate your input today. Thank you so much for joining us. Colonel Simon Diggins, former UK attaché in Kabul. And let's get the view now from Iran itself. CGTN's correspondent Ehsan Kevani has the latest from the capital.
The United States and Israel launched airstrikes early Saturday morning targeting multiple cities across Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Residents reported hearing a series of loud explosions in Tehran, followed by thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Similar blasts were reported in Isfahan, Qom, Karaj, Tabriz, and Kermanshah. U.S. President Donald Trump and the Israeli military confirmed the start of the operation. Initial reports indicated that some strikes appeared to target the presidential compound in Tehran, but Iran's vice president later stated that President Masoud Pezeshkian is safe and unharmed. In response, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, announced that it had begun the first wave of what it described as extensive missile and drone strikes against Israel. Following the attacks, traffic surged across Tehran as residents rushed to gas stations to refuel. Many parents hurried to school to collect their children. In the coming hours, a significant number of people are expected to leave the capital in search of safer areas. Tehran, however, has limited shelter infrastructure, leaving residents with few options for protection. Ehsan Kevani, CGTN, Tehran.
And we can cross now to our correspondent, or the Associated Press correspondent, Sam Mednick in Tel Aviv. What's the latest there in Israel there, Sam?
So there were just sirens seconds ago, and you could hear explosions in the sky, likely the interceptors intercepting the missiles, and there have been repeated sirens for the last hour. It's just been ongoing with small breaks, but they've just been continuing. Sometimes you hear the interceptions, sometimes you don't. And so this has been going on, though, all morning or all day since Israel said that it hit Iran along with the U.S. People have been running to shelters and they've been coming out. Israel said that it has, recruited about tens of thousands of soldiers to support some of the military, as well as to just be along some of the borders with Israel, particularly in the north, in case Hezbollah decides to join in. So everyone here is just pretty much on high alert and kind of waiting to see what is going to happen in the coming hours.
And what are you hearing from the Israeli government about why they are joining the US in this strike on Iran?
Well, Netanyahu's comments have pretty much echoed Trump's, very much saying that Iran can no longer be a threat, that it has been a threat to Israel for so long, and that enough is enough, essentially, and that it's time for the Iranian people, the government said, to come and to, take matters into their own hands, and that Israel just wasn't going to take it anymore, and it didn't want to have that threat for Israel or the threat of its proxies. We know that Israel did target the leadership of Iran. It's unclear what the status of that is or how successful it was, but that was something that they were going after early this morning when these strikes began.
For now, Sam Mednick, AP correspondent in Tel Aviv, thank you very much and do take care. Let's listen now then to some of Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's comments earlier.
This is your chance to establish a new and free Iran. Take your fate into your own hands, raise your head, lift your eyes to the sky. Our forces are there, pilots of the free world. Everyone is coming to your aid. And I believe the day is near when Israel and free Iran will hold hands in favour of security and peace, in favour of progress and prosperity.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu there. We're hearing from the United Nations Security, or Secretary General rather, Antonio Guterres, who is calling for an immediate ceasefire in Iran and a de-escalation of the situation, and that failure to do so risks a wider regional conflict. That's the latest from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Well, let's take a look at the impact on the region now with our correspondent Adel Al-Marouhi, who's in Cairo for us. So, Adel, how is Egypt responding to these developments?
Well, the Egyptian Foreign Ministry released a statement saying that it is extremely and deeply concerned about what is going on in the Middle East. Egypt has been, for several months, one of the main negotiators between Iran and the United Nations Atomic Energy Association, the IAEA, to try and broker a deal for its nuclear program with the UN body. So Cairo has been heavily invested in its talks between the Iranians and the UN, so it is concerned about what is going on. Egypt is also concerned about the repercussions of that war on the wider region as attacks spread across the GCC countries. 4 out of 6 GCC countries have been targeted by Iran. Egypt condemned these attacks against the sovereignty of these nations. However, it did not go all the way like the UAE, for example, to say that it's a flagrant attack or a cowardly attack as the United Arab Emirates described the Iranian attacks. There's a kind of subtle understanding that the target is not the nation itself, but rather the U.S. military facilities in these countries. At the same time, the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been in direct talks with Egypt and all the countries that have been targeted, or at least also hit, like Jordan, for example, that announced that intercepted 2 ballistic missiles. Mohammed bin Salman also talked to the leaders of Kuwait, the leader of UAE, Bahrain and Qatar. In general, the region is quite tense, and it seems that this is not going to be just a 12 days war as they've seen the earlier war that took place between Israel, the United States and Iran a few months back. So there is quite a preparation for a longer impact as trade, oil supply all get affected. The Houthis have launched some attacks at the Red Sea, so Egypt is also troubled by that. In general, all the airflow or the air traffic above the GCC countries, Iraq and Jordan, that came to a halt have more or less come through Egypt. So Egypt is also witnessing a massive influx of airplanes, whether they land emergently in its territories or fly over its airspace. So in general, this is quite a tense moment, and they all call, Saudi Arabia and Egypt both have called for resorting to diplomacy once again if possible.
And how serious are concerns that the conflict could indeed draw in regional powers like Egypt?
Egypt is quite conservative when it comes to any military interference. That was quite clear several years back when the Saudi war and the GCC war against the Houthis in Yemen was launched. Egypt, a vocal supporter of the defense status and the security of the GCC, took a step back from getting involved. So as for Egypt in itself, it is quite unlikely, if it is not a direct target, for it to retaliate in any way. Even the GCC countries, those who have been directly targeted by Iran, at least U.S. military facilities in their nations, they say they hold tight to the right to respond, but they did not actually take any measure to respond. So far it seems that the region is just watching this fight taking place between Iran, Israel and the United States. No one is really willing to take sides. No one wants to see any expansion to the conflicts that the Middle East have been already suffering from for many decades. And therefore, that was the main call. Even Saudi Arabia itself, a few months back, was calling for de-escalation with the tension in the talks between the U.S. and Iran was going up. So really no one wants war in this part of the world. They want just to focus on the conflicts they already have in Libya, in Sudan, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, and beyond. And that's the main reason why these countries don't want to get involved in a war and don't want any more fighting around them, especially when it comes to a great country like Iran. Expectations are this could be another Iraq that will last for many years, and this is something everyone here is working to avoid.
Adel, many thanks for that from Cairo. Adel El-Marouki, our correspondent there. And China has called for an immediate halt to military operations in the region. Beijing's foreign ministry has just released a statement urging all parties to prevent a further escalation of tensions, resume dialogue and negotiations, and to safeguard peace and stability in the Middle East. It's also added that Iran's national sovereignty, security and territorial integrity should be respected. Rahul Pathak is our correspondent with me here in the studio. So, Rahul, a lot there from China, but also from other international governments around the world.
Yeah, the line's coming in all the time. We've actually heard from Abbas Araghchi. He's the Iranian foreign minister. He's been speaking. He said the attacks on Iran should stop first, and then there is a possibility to talk with the Americans, that they are interested in de-escalation. He said they don't have any detailed information on whether the US attacks destroyed Iranian missile bases, but he did admit that they may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but almost all officials are safe and alive. That's according to the Iranian Foreign Ministry. And almost a conciliatory line from him. He says he can still see at this point a possibility to reach a deal which can guarantee that Iran's nuclear program is peaceful. And also there's been a comment from the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. He's been hosting a meeting of the Cobra Committee today at Downing Street here in London. He's also issued a joint statement with his fellow European leaders in which they said, we call for a resumption of negotiations and urge the Iranian leadership to seek a negotiated solution. Ultimately, the Iranian people must be allowed to determine their future. And he's also, Keir Starmer's also added, or also admitted, that British planes are in the sky in the Middle East. Now, they're not officially having anything to do with these attacks, but the fact that they're in the region, there is a fear that they could be drawn into some, you know, a wider regional conflict. And that's the thing about wars, you know, they're very unpredictable. Donald Trump may say he wants this war to be targeted, he wants it to be quick, and he wants it to be maximalist, as one of our previous guests had said, but often war is very unpredictable and it doesn't turn out that way.
Indeed. And just to remind our viewers, if people are just joining us, what is the latest? How serious do we know that the strikes so far have been in Iran and the retaliatory strikes in the region? How serious is the situation at the moment?
Well, we're looking at pictures now. They're very, very serious. And one thing, we had the attack on the Iranian school. Of course, the Israelis will say, look, they weren't targeting the school, but you know, the missile attacks, you know, by their very nature are unpredictable, and there will be mistakes, and there's going to be Iranian casualties. Now, Donald Trump can say, look, I want the Iranians to stay indoors while the missiles are going overhead, but once the military campaign is over, I want you to come out onto the streets, I want you to overthrow the government. But that's very difficult when you see pictures of your country being blown apart by Israeli and American bombs. And also the retaliatory attacks on the Gulf states in and around Iran. And obviously there are a lot of expat communities there being affected, and this is affecting not just people in that region, but it's affecting people all over the world. And in the coming days, we might see some pressure being brought to bear on the US, or for Donald Trump to maybe have more of it, maybe think about you know, those expat communities in those countries. But at the moment, there doesn't seem to be any hope for compromise.
Rahul, thanks so much for that for now. Rahul Pathak there. Well, the French President Emmanuel Macron is calling for an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council, warning that the conflict risks international peace. Sarah Coates is our correspondent in Paris for us now. Hi, Sarah. So what else are we hearing from the French government? Clearly no fan of the Iranian government.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, quite a lot of reaction coming out really over the last couple of hours here in France. Emmanuel Macron, he will be holding an urgent defence meeting at the Elysee Palace in just a matter of hours. Now, he did put out a statement a short while ago. That one says that the outbreak of war between the United States, Israel and Iran carries grave consequences for international peace and security. He went on to say that in this decisive moment, all measures are being taken to ensure the security of the national territory and that of our compatriots, as well as our interests in the Middle East. He said that France stands ready to deploy the necessary resources to protect its closest partners at their request. Now, we've also had a statement coming out from the Minister Delegate of the French Armed Forces saying that France's priority is the protection of its citizens and its forces, urging citizens right across the Middle East to exercise extreme caution and to follow the instructions issued by the French embassy. But I've just spoken to a couple of French people who are actually there in Israel right now. They've told me that they've had actually no directive at all from the embassy there in Tel Aviv. They've been going in and out of shelters, so they said they still haven't received any kind of guidelines from the French authorities on what they should do. But certainly a dramatic situation, a situation that is continuing to move very, very quickly. And of course, we will have more information on what comes out of this defence meeting that Emmanuel Macron, the French president, will hold in just a couple of hours, Paul.
We can now cross... Sorry, Sarah, thank you very much indeed for that. Sarah Coates reporting for us from Paris. We can now cross over to Downing Street, the office of the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. He is about to speak now. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister has to say.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilise the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US.
That was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, there, saying that the UK had not taken part in these strikes on Iran, but that the UK believes that the Iranian government is abhorrent and is responsible for killing its citizens and destabilising the region.
As part of our commitments,
Let's take a look now at the United States' military presence in the region and how it compares with Iran's capabilities. CGTN's Li Jianhua has more.
For decades, the United States has maintained a military footprint across the Middle East and parts of North Africa. The US either owns or has access to 19 military sites across these countries. At least 40,000 US troops are thought to be currently stationed across the region. Those troop numbers have been swelled by the arrival of the USS Abraham Lincoln in the region. A carrier strike group typically brings around 5,700 personnel and 60 to 70 aircraft, operating as a mobile airbase at sea. Its jets, including FA-18s and F-35s, provide air power, while the destroyers carry Tomahawk cruise missiles and air defense interceptors. The arrival of its second aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is significantly boosting the U.S. military striking power. It normally carries a crew of over 4,500 and up to 75 aircraft. It's also reported that a sizable number of KC-135 air-to-air refueling tankers have moved to the Mediterranean and Middle East. Experts believe it's possible any air campaign might be prolonged and could involve other bases away from the Middle East. Iran does not publish comprehensive official data on its armed forces, but defense analysts estimate the country has around 610,000 active duty military personnel. The country's core strength lies in its missile arsenal, with estimates of more than 3,000 ballistic missiles, one of the largest stockpiles in the region. Iran is also believed to operate at least 550 military aircraft, including fighters, transport planes, and helicopters. It also manufactures a large number of surveillance and attack drones. At sea, Iran's conventional navy is estimated to operate around 90 vessels, including up to 30 submarines. Recent satellite imagery confirms Iran has been reinforcing key nuclear and military facilities, including Parchin military complex, Isfahan nuclear facility, and Natanz area tunnel complex. The last direct exchange of fire between the United States and Iran came in June last year. U.S. forces struck Iranian nuclear sites at Natanz, Fordow, and Isfahan. The following day, Iran retaliated by launching missiles at the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar.
Li Jianhua reporting. Let's have a quick look at some other news making headlines today. And fighting between Pakistan and Afghanistan has entered a third day. Pakistan has accused the Taliban government of harbouring Pakistani militants, an allegation that Kabul strongly denies. On Friday, the Pakistani military launched what officials described as a major